Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, everyone present. Ms. Sarah-Jane Trent, welcome. Honorable Chair, my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi, Advocate Mkhwanazi, will be leading the witness. I think she has just.
Yeah, she has spoken to me that she just need a minute. What I need from you is a confirmation that the witness before us is the witness that you have done consultations with, and that she is the witness the committee has decided on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, Sarah-Jane Trent, the witness before you, we've consulted extensively with her, in particular, my colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi. I've also attended or participated in quite a number of online. We've had the fullest cooperation from Ms. Trent. She has commission signed her affidavit. I have the original here. I'll end it up, Honorable Chair.
So you confirm that
So we can confirm that you can.
this witness is Ms. Sarah-Jane Trent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sarah-Jane Trent.
Good afternoon, Honourable
And
Members.
welcome to these proceedings. We are going to allow you, together with Advocate Mkhwanazi, to do what we call the presentation of evidence. But before you do that, you must be under oath. Before we administer oath, I want to read the following to you: that you have been invited before this ad hoc committee, which has been appointed to investigate the allegations that have been made by the Provincial Police Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal Province, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, that the information or evidence that you are going to give here shall help the committee in its oversight and investigative work. It investigates, amongst others, number one, alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKTT, or NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS, and number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public, and lastly, political interference within the work of the SAPS. Ms. Trent, in extending his invitation to you, the chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. And please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or any place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to an imprisonment not exceeding a term of 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Oath.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. You shall say "I" and state your names in full.
I, Sarah-Jane Trent,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in.
Thank you.
I will come to you. Advocate Mkhwanazi, can I check how many hours do you need in the presentation of evidence?
Chair, at most, I think it will be 2 hours, but probably less. The statement is really short. So,
So we can say between now and 19 hours.
yes, Chair.
Okay. Before we start, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to tell the witness that she's sitting on a chair that is for special people. So, but she swapped before. It happens.
I noticed.
Um, So if the staff members can remove that chair because it comes with trauma.
I
Chair,
can imagine.
on a serious note, I'm going to leave at 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought I must register my apology.
Where are you going?
Going to the EFF.
Okay, you have organizational commitments.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any other apology that needs to be recorded? Okay. That permission is granted, honorable member, that time when it comes. If you feel you should leave, you are allowed. Mrs. Trent? Are you
It's Miss.
Are you fine?
I'm fine, thank you.
The person that you look at is Advocate Mkhwanazi. From my table here is just to wish both of you good luck in the presentation of evidence. And if we can be done by that time, 19 hours, it will not require us to extend hours like we did last night. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Trent, do you have your affidavit in front of you, your statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll just go straight into it. At paragraph 1 of your statement, could you please tell the committee about your current professional standing, including the affiliations that you have? It's just basically paragraph 1 of your statement.
Yeah. I'm an attorney on the non-practicing role, so which means I don't act for anyone in court or practice. And I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Fraud Examiners. Oh yes, and I have my own business. I'm a sole director of SJ Trent Pty Limited.
And when did you start your own business?
I think it is here somewhere. Please forgive me. 10 May 2023.
Yeah. And what does your business do?
I provide services as a certified fraud examiner, which is if a client comes and they've got an issue with fraud, theft, some legal issues that where they need someone to look into it and see if there's any relevance or prima facie, if they have a prima facie case. So, for example, the client wants to, in a civil case, wants to know whether it's reasonable to go to court to continue suing someone, but they want to know, do they have the funds, or if you suspect that they are laundering money in order to evade, I would then have a look and investigate that and give them an opinion of whether they have a case or not. That's just one small example, but yeah, sorry, I'm rambling. I will try
That's
not
fine.
to do that.
That's sufficient. From paragraph 3 all the way to paragraph up to paragraph 6, you set out your educational background.
Correct.
And at paragraph 4, you say that, paragraph 3, you say you matriculated in 2002
Correct.
and you attach your CV. And is that the most updated CV that you've attached?
Yes, it is.
As STJ1.
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2003, you would have then started studying. You completed a marketing degree from Stellenbosch College at Boland.
No, it wasn't a degree. It was, I passed 16 subjects. So
Okay.
you've got your
You
N4,
had-
N5. So it was basically a
diploma.
16 subject merit certificate, not
Okay.
anything to.
Equivalent to a diploma, possibly.
Possibly.
Okay.
That's why I put merit certificate instead of diploma, because it's technically not.
Okay. But then you subsequently studied toward your law degree. And you
Correct.
obtained that in 2013. And that's at paragraph 5 of your statement.
Correct.
And then you then started articles at paragraph, it's much later in your affidavit, but what I should do is, just for the sake of completion, is at paragraph 7, you detail the various certificates that you obtained after obtaining your LLB degree. So that would be 7.1. You became a certified fraud examiner,
Correct.
which you've somewhat explained, and it deals with what you do in your current business.
Correct.
Okay. And then you've also done the usual courses that are done as a person who's doing articles, article clerkship, articles to become an attorney. So that's detailed at 7.2.
Sorry to interrupt. This is actually, I think they brought in this new rule where all advocates and attorneys have to do this course.
Okay.
So this is what this is. When I was an article clerk, I did I think it's legal practical training.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Okay. And then finally, you say that in April, you completed a course in evidence for decisions from Harvard Kennedy School.
correct.
Okay. And then we are now at paragraph 8 of your statement. And that deals with the background, your career background. You started working in 2008, and you did various jobs from 2008 up until 2011, when you then officially started your articles.
Correct. Or I went to a law firm. Yes.
Yes, and that's because you were, you say that at paragraph 8.3, that you were working while you were studying.
Correct.
Okay, so from paragraph 8.3, you say that in July you joined John Walker Attorneys to assist with the Mkhwanazi Group. Can you explain what your role was there, and how did that role turn into your training?
Okay. Quickly, as short as possible.
Yeah. We are at 8.3 of your statement.
So John Walker Attorneys, the law firm, acted for the liquidators of the company, and I apologize. There shouldn't be PTY Limited after Mkhwanazi Gold. You know,
It's
I've been
immaterial.
through it,
Yeah.
objected. So it was actually a public company. There was the insolvency issue and liquidation of Mkhwanazi Gold, and they needed someone to do quite a bit of the grunt work, carrying files, going through information and sorting it out. So I had the online interview, I think it was on the Wednesday, and I was on a plane the next day. It sounded like a really good opportunity. And so it started off in the inquiry. You have all the bank statements, and my principal, John Walker, said, make this make sense, go through it, and that's what I did. So I followed the money in a sense, and that's, I think, where I got that, I found that sort of hunger to investigate or look into things more than the legal work or in a law firm. So that's. Yeah.
And then you subsequently did your articles.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Then John Walker offered me to do articles with him and to stay on, and that's what I did. And then I did 2 years there.
When did you leave?
It was, I know it was around 7, 8 April. I want to get that. I think I have I put it in here?
Which you had 8.3, 8.3 of your statement.
Oh, is it not here where when I left? So it would have been 2014,
Around
April
20
2014.
Around 2014. Okay. You've been invited to give evidence in respect of your time that you spent at Paul O'Sullivan. You say so in not Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, and at paragraph 12, you set out the basis of the invitation. Would you like to read that into the record?
The Ad Hoc Committee has requested me to provide evidence in relation to issues and allegations raised by General Mkhwanazi in his testimony before the inquiry and those that allegedly implicate Mr. O'Sullivan by virtue of having been in his employ at Forensics for Justice. I'm informed by the evidence leaders that, in his evidence, Mr. Mkhwanazi informed this committee that I accompanied Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Sable Hills home in 2017. As a result, this led to the allegations that IPID had been infiltrated by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and by extension by me, who also accompanied him to Mr. Mkhwanazi's Sable Hills home.
Okay. That I just, for that provides context as to why you are here. Now I'd like to take you back to 8.4 of your statement, and we will start from there. So at paragraph 8.4, you say that from February 2015, you assisted Paul O'Sullivan on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice NPC, I think. How did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
So I sent him my CV. I think it would have been maybe 3 days prior or 4 days prior. I thought, what have I got to lose? I'm interested in investigations. Someone suggested to me, why don't you just send your CV? So I did, and he goes,
What did, sorry, you went a bit too far.
oh no, I just sent him my CV, yeah.
So you were at this point, you'd completed your articles, and were you working?
You know what?
Or were you just seeking new employment?
I completely forgot to add one
You could
place
say
that I
it.
worked in. If may it's
No.
not in my affidavit, but
It's
it
not,
wasn't for very long, so I completely forgot to add it in.
it's okay. We can make that.
Apologies.
It's okay. Sarah, we can make that amendment. Where we are
Okay.
now is at paragraph 8.4 of your
Yeah.
statement. And we're dealing with your employment in 2015 at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Yes.
And the question that I've just put to you is, if you could just tell the committee, how did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? And you can just take a step by step on how you met him and how you got to work for him. Yeah.
Okay. I sent him my CV, and I can't remember exactly what was in the email. And his PA gave me a ring.
Who was
Not
his
too-
PA?
Gigina.
You can,
Sorry? Her
What
name
the-
is Gegina.
Gegina.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gegina, you sent an email. Did you know Paul O'Sullivan before? How did you
No.
know to contact him?
I'd had coffee with a friend of mine,
Okay.
and I was saying, oh, you know, I really like investigating. It's in a law firm, you know, I don't think it was a good fit for me. And she said, well, why don't you send your CV to Paul O'Sullivan? And at the time, I didn't have a job and doing free online courses in a coffee shop. So I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. And so his PA called me and said, can you come on Saturday morning and meet Paul? And so I did. And he said, well, he doesn't have, not looking to employ anybody, but he does have certain pro bono work that he does. So he would sort of, if he needed me to do anything, he would pay me an hourly rate. I didn't work from the office. It would be from home, and then I would send him what I'd done and the hours that I'd done. And then,
Okay, so my next question to you is, if you could just then maybe describe the work. Did you join him immediately after you met him that Saturday?
no,
Were you meeting him for the first time?
I'd met him for the first time.
Okay, and then when did you join, after that conversation, after that first meeting on the Saturday?
So if it was the Saturday, then we had another meeting the next day on the Sunday. And I can't recall exactly, but
Okay.
you know, it would have probably been like a briefing on, you know, what I would do.
Okay.
And then the Monday, I think, was the 2nd of February.
Okay.
And so I had, you know, what I needed to do. And I think at some point I went to the office either that Monday or that week to meet the staff and be introduced. But I didn't go into the office every day or anything.
Okay, so please describe the work that you then undertook for his organization and its mission, and what it basically stood for. That you can find where we are now is at 8.4 of your statement. You don't have to remember at the top of your head.
Sorry?
I'm saying you're at 8.4. I'm just directing you where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So could you describe the work that you undertook for the organization? It's
From beginning to end, or just from when I started?
based on what you say at 8.4 of your statement.
Oh gosh. Basically, as you know, over the years and as I sort of saw what was happening, we saw a lot of what happened in you know, corruption in the criminal justice system, and so we would open cases and try as much as possible to expose it, and I guess get people to do something about
Yeah.
it.
If we take it line by line,
Sure.
at your statement at 8.4,
Yes.
you say that you did work for him on an ad hoc basis. So does that mean that you did not have a permanent contract to
Not with-
work for him?
Sorry. Are you talking about from
So you
2
say,
February?
so you say on 2 February 2015, I'm still at your statement at paragraph 8.4. Nowhere else, just only at 8.4.
Yeah, I'm there.
And yeah, and if you can read it in. The
Oh,
question,
that'll be
yeah.
much better. Thank you.
the question is relating to that
So I could
paragraph.
just read this in.
Yes.
Okay. On 2 February 2015, Paul O'Sullivan used my services on an ad hoc basis to assist him with some of his pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice, NPO, a non-profit organization that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminals or politically corrupt individuals that serve unconstitutional agendas with the aim to protect connected criminals from corruption charges. Through the use of forensic investigative methods, Forensics for Justice is able to expose corruption in those who act corruptly, promoting transparency and accountability, and inevitably protect scarce public resources.
What were your responsibilities?
For Forensics for Justice?
Yes.
Gosh, so each case would come about in different ways. So either you would have a whistleblower that came to sit with Mr. O'Sullivan, and he would listen to what they say, and if they had documents, he'd have a look and see, is this something that we can put together or expose or open a case. And that's sort of how it would come about. It would generally be on something that we already had, where there would be someone that had come and given something, but I don't want to sort of
Yeah,
admit
you
that's
can,
the only.
you can give an example. I mean, what typically did you work on? You said you worked on an ad hoc basis for Paul O'Sullivan, for Forensics for Justice.
Okay, no,
And what, for Forensics for Justice, that's where we are. We are at,
I understand, but
Yeah.
remember, I did Forensics for Justice. This ad hoc work was from 2 February until May.
Yes.
And then I was employed at Paul O'Sullivan.
yes.
So I'm just getting confused, if you just bear with me.
So on 2 February, when you
Yeah.
joined on an ad hoc basis,
Yes.
which entity were you doing work on an ad hoc basis?
That would have been for Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Okay. In your statement, you say you did services on an ad hoc basis to assist Paul with pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice. Yes. So you've read that into your statement.
Yes.
And my question is, just typically, what kind of work did you do? Give me an example of, if you can give the committee an example of what work was being done by you on an ad hoc basis for Forensics for Justice.
I think at that time it would have been research.
Okay. So when you joined.
Yeah, because I wasn't able to access certain things. So it would have been research or putting things into a spreadsheet or something like that, kind of.
Okay. And you then subsequently, we're now at 8.5 of your statement, because we're moving step by step. You then subsequently on 1 May 2015, officially joined Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Is it fair to say that what you had been doing earlier for the first 3 months was perhaps on a probation of sort?
Yes,
Okay.
I would say that.
Okay. So then when you joined Paul O'Sullivan Associates, PTY Ltd,
Correct.
what sort of work were you doing there? What was, like, just typically give us an assignment that Paul O'Sullivan and Associates would do. And if you could also make a distinction between the work that was being done by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates versus what was being done at Forensics for Justice.
All right. So there were 2 other directors at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates who were running their sort of own project, so to speak. So I was sort of if they needed anything, then they could ask me. So it would be research or putting a document together. It was almost like a candidate attorney kind of a job. And then on the Forensics for Justice, it would have been the same thing. So if I was asked to do something, so I didn't have my own case or anything like that. It was research this or put a file note together I don't even think I sat in meetings at that point.
Okay, but you were already a certified fraud examiner. That's correct.
On the 1st of May 2015, no.
You were not.
No.
Okay. You testified that you were interested in forensic work and your friend told you about Paul O'Sullivan and Associates because you had already been doing fraud, like that kind of work.
Well,
Had you received a certificate? Have you done the course? No.
No.
Okay.
I just found it more interesting, and it was something that sort of stimulated my brain a bit more. you know, can't really explain it, but,
So at that point, essentially, you had joined without having done the exam yet, and you were basically doing work on an ad hoc basis, similar to a candidate attorney, whatever was required in the firm, research, you know, you would basically take care of it. And you
Correct.
didn't have, what was your specific role?
Oh, sorry.
position.
It's all in my affidavit.
Yes.
Um,
We are at 8.5.
it was legal researcher was the title that I was given on the,
Okay, so because you make a distinction between these two entities, your monthly salary, once you became permanent, who was it paid by?
Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Full salary, okay. And the work for Forensics for Justice was purely pro bono.
Correct.
Did you have to record your hours?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 31st of March, we are now at 8.6. You say that you became a director.
Of Forensics for Justice.
Yes.
correct.
So how did that move happen from you having been doing work on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice, and then you became a director a few years later?
Mr. O'Sullivan asked me if I'd like to become a director of Forensics for Justice and Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, and I accepted. I'd been there for 6 years, so I think I didn't see any issue.
Okay. We can now move on to the business of the day, which is why the committee has invited you to come and give evidence. We're going to jump a few pages, just a couple of paragraphs, and those paragraphs basically deal with what the work of this committee is, as you would see at paragraph 15. Not paragraph. If you go to your statement at paragraph 9, it sets out the work of this committee. So there's no reason to have to go through it specifically. So we are now at paragraph 17. Yeah. You testified that, well, you didn't testify, but you stated that the committee has called you because of the work that you were doing whilst you were at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, particularly the investigations that you conducted regarding Mr. Phatlane's Stable Hill home. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Phatlane testified regarding you accompanying Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Stable Hill home. In what capacity did you attend Phatlane's home, General Phatlane's home?
As Sarah-Jane Trent, employed by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It's the capacity I went.
So you were in, and what was the purpose of the visit?
It was, so the matter was opened in the late Nhlanhla and Temani Binang were investigators. And so usually what we do is just brief an investigating officer on, on a matter. And we just went to show the house, or sort of the scene of the crime, which was the house. And because that was basically the crux of the corruption allegation. Sorry,
It's okay. We can just break it down into
please.
smaller questions. If you look at paragraph 17 of your statement, You say that some of the work that you were doing at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates included forensic investigations, compiling criminal dockets, forensic reports, advice on evidence, and assisting branches of criminal justice system in investigations, providing litigation and support in fraud detection and prevention services.
Correct.
Now, that is a mouthful, so we need to break that down. And the question that I've asked you was in relation to the work that you were doing at the time at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. One of the projects that you were doing was investigating, assisting IPID in its investigations, and particularly into General Patlane. And the question that I have for you is, at paragraph 18, rather, let's not have a question first. At paragraph 18,
Yeah.
it's headed investigations into the previous acting commissioner, police, General Patlane.
Correct.
And if you can read paragraph 18.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry if. Okay. On 9 November 2016, Paul O'Sullivan and I met with two IPID officers, the late Nhlanhla and Timani Binang, had requested our assistance in the initial stages of this investigation. I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, the IPID Act, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. This included informing them if and when we had any new information, carrying out forensic report checks on persons of interest, desktop research, and consulting from time to time. And then I set out the section.
If you
of the
can just
Act.
perhaps pause there, and then now we'll take it step by step.
Okay.
Now that you've remembered what you said, that statement.
Yeah, if you could just remind me to read from me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just wasting everyone's time mumbling.
Okay, so earlier in paragraph 17, you tell us that you were assisting various branches of the criminal justice system. Which branches particularly were you assisting?
If I can explain, so when we assist a client or in a pro bono matter, we open a docket. And if there are certain people that we think might have information or a witness, we'll give them a call and say, look, we're investigating this, or we'll have people come to us and open the docket with the police. And then you get obviously a CAS number, and an investigating officer is then appointed to the case. We then contact them and say, look, if it's a client, we'll say, we've been mandated to do this. Please let us know if there's anything you need from us. We are whatever. And the same thing with the Forensics for Justice work. So when I say branches, it would be, the NPA, it would offer assistance, but not guide them.
Okay, so you did work for the NPA. That's the one criminal system, the one
No.
just, okay, and what else? Which other government or law enforcement entity did you do work for?
So I didn't say we did work for the
Okay.
NPA.
You assisted?
We said, look, we are certified fraud examiners. We were mandated to open this matter, if it's for a client, but on Forensics for Justice, as Forensics for Justice, please let us know. These are the services that we do normally provide. If we know that the state is under-resourced.
Okay, while still on that example, on the NPA, not that you did work for them, you would assist them. So you introduced yourselves as an entity that does forensic investigations. And what came out of that introduction with the NPA? Did you have to assist them in any operations?
No. Okay. So this is quite literally what we would do. I'd call them up or send an email and say, hi there. If it's a client, we're mandated by the complainant to assist in the investigation up until the time we need to open the docket. We are certified fraud examiners. And if you need any assistance, please let us know. That's pretty much exactly what we would say.
And then what would
and then follow
NPA
up.
Yeah, what would
When I
the
say the
NPA
MPA,
then
it would
say?
be, that's exactly what it was.
Okay, let's
But-
work on an example, taking it step by step. So you would then approach the NPA and say to the NPA, we offer these services, we have a client. we can
No,
assist.
no.
Okay,
We never, no.
okay. Take you,
Quite literally, hi, we've assisted a client or as Forensics for Justice to open a matter. We have the capacity to do these things as certified fraud examiners. If you need anything or feel it is appropriate to ask, please let us know. Here's our card, or, quite literally, that is it. I would, it wasn't, we want to run the case or.
yes, no, I haven't
anything.
said that you.
Sorry,
I'm not,
I
such- I'm
just-
also not insinuating that. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to run with your evidence,
Of
as you
course,
said.
of course.
So I'm just piggybacking on what you've said earlier. And where I am now is that if we can just park at the example of the NPA, because I'm just looking for an example, right? And so you've testified that you would approach the NPA, and if I can read your words verbatim, we've assisted a client to open a matter. We have capacity, and if it is appropriate, please let us know how we can assist. The next question I have for you is, what would then come out of that offer?
Nothing. Normally, I mean, I've done a lot of cases, but
Just
Nothing,
around, just
yeah.
on the NPA, because I want us to just use the one example. I'm going to go to the next one after
Yeah.
this. So on the NPA, what would the NPA then say? As a
I can't
response.
recall a time of it coming. What's an example?
So while you think about it, this is all in line with what you've said
Correct.
at the previous paragraph, that you were assisting branches of the criminal justice system.
I
And
know it's.
And so the statement is quite vague,
Mm.
and it doesn't actually detail. I'm just asking
okay.
about that, like, if you can just give examples of the branches of the criminal justice system
Okay, and then with
that you
so-
assisted in
so-
investigations.
Yeah, that's basically what would happen, but usually with the MPA, I mean, they don't need any assistance. So it was, and it wasn't every case.
Yes.
So for example, I'll give the example of Mkhwanazi. I don't even know who prosecutor would be.
Okay.
So
So who was investigating General Patlani?
IPID.
iPad, okay. Would that be now where you are at paragraph 18? So before we get to paragraph 18 and we deal with the specific example of General Patlani, I was just perhaps asking this question, if you can assist the committee on, I think from line 1, 2, 3, from line 4 of paragraph 17.
Yeah.
Those would be your roles and responsibilities, what your role entailed within Polo Sullivan and Associates.
Correct.
Okay, so if you could then maybe flesh out for us, what is it that you were doing? But the question is more linked to assisting branches of criminal justice system and investigations. Perhaps if you can tell us what you mean by that.
I think there's nothing really more. It would literally assist a client in putting together a criminal complaint that we would then assist them in opening a criminal case. Either the client or we would, depending, get the CAS number. They would then get an investigating officer and would communicate with the investigating officer and say, like I said earlier, if you need any, most of the time, yeah,
Okay.
not really.
Maybe
So
you can just list them without giving examples then. You can just list the different branches of the criminal justice system that you assisted.
So SAPS,
SAPS, yeah?
IPID, And then the NPA, but I mean, that was like really nothing. It was purely,
So those are the only branches of the criminal justice system that you were referring to, that
yeah,
paragraph?
yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can recall, what other,
I don't know, I'm not
No.
really sure what the
Yeah,
work
that's
does. Okay, that's.
sorry,
okay.
you know what, actually, I should have been a bit more clear in that
Okay.
statement. I was just quite rushed and it kind of, I got it from a previous
Yeah.
document and I thought maybe rather copy and paste
Yeah.
it. So
No,
I'm not
Ms.
sorry
Trent-
for causing any.
No, you're not
confusion.
causing anything. Ms. Trent, your statement, together with your oral evidence, or together with your oral submissions, form part of your evidence. So what you may have left out, as you will see, the committee members will also invite questions of clarity where it's unclear. And all we are doing is going through your statement paragraph
Yeah.
by paragraph. And you have a moment now to explain to the committee what it
Okay.
is that you meant. So it doesn't really matter that it's not in here.
Okay.
You can now tell us in evidence
Okay.
already.
I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. I forgot to add a place that I worked as well before I went to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It
Yes,
is
you've-
in my CV.
yes.
I just,
You've mentioned,
I forgot.
yeah.
Oh, did I? We just didn't go through it now.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah, because now we are
Okay.
past that stage. We are
Okay.
now at the stage where you are working for Paul Sullivan and
right.
Associates. Okay, if we can then go to paragraph 18. At paragraph 18, you talk about the investigations into the previous acting commissioner of police, General Patlane. You've read the statement into the record. So if I can just maybe ask specific questions. Could you recount how Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, or perhaps Paul O'Sullivan and you, became involved in IPID investigations?
Well, it was just this was a criminal complaint made with IPID
By whom?
by Mr. O'Sullivan. He laid that complaint. A rather serious complaint against the head of police for South Africa, for the nation. And yeah.
And this was in November 2016.
Are we, sorry, if you can.
It's in your statement. We
No,
at
no,
paragraph
I'm-
18. We at paragraph 18, we
No,
haven't moved.
I understand.
Yeah.
You asked me about investigations with
Yes.
IPID, so that,
You've answered, you said it was the only investigation.
yes.
I have here that this was a criminal complaint by Paul O'Sullivan in November 2016.
Oh, can I just read this?
You've read it already into the record.
19.
Yes. No, we're not at 19 yet, we're at 18. Okay, what type of assistance did you provide for IPID at IPID's request?
We did searches. I did a lot of desktop research. So, and then it would be a sort of a file note on media articles or social media things, or go on Twitter and see what's happening. And it would be just a file note, and I would then send it. And then certain searches. So if they were doing an investigation and it led to something, I would do that.
Okay.
And which
From whom did this request come?
so it would come from one of the investigators.
How did you meet? How did you get into IPID? That's the question I asked when we started. Like how did your involvement, how did Paul
Okay.
O'Sullivan and Associates get to be involved with IPID?
Okay, so in February 2016, Paul O'Sullivan, under the auspices of Forensics for Justice, gave a complaint to IPID. I was involved in some of the interview with the whistleblowers and that. And then I believe nothing happened at that time. And when Mr. McBride got back to IPID as the ED, I went to meet an investigator that he'd appointed, the late Nhlanhla.
Okay,
I-
before you met Nhlanhla, how did it come about that you knew that Mr. McBride had not been at IPID and he now was back at IPID? Like, I just want you to just tell the story of how did Forensics for Justice or Paul Sullivan and Associates get involved at IPID? Like, how did you meet?
Can we,
Yeah.
can I ask a favor?
Yeah,
We go in bite sizes because it's quite a long story and I feel like I'm not.
it's your evidence, Ms. Trent. You can take
Okay.
it. I'll switch off my mic.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying
I
that
don't
at all.
mean it in a bad way. I mean, you
Oh,
need to
okay.
give your evidence.
Okay. And then when Mr. McBride was back, and knowing that he, had a reputation for, being against corruption, Mr. O'Sullivan said that I should give Mr. McBride a call and ask if we can chat to him about our docket against Mr. Mkhwanazi at the time. And he said, no problem, I will, you can meet the investigating
Okay.
officer.
So it's Mr. O'Sullivan who introduced you to Mr. McBride. Did he know him prior to asking you to call him?
He knew him, but I don't know for how long or what the relationship was.
Yeah, just whether he knew him. Okay, so you then called him when he was back to basically get to investigate, to assist in the investigations of General Pahlani.
Correct. Look, it was a lot of, it was, I would say, a bit of a complicated matter. So what we usually like to do is meet with the investigating officer and go through what we've done and put in the docket when we've opened the docket. So we'll say, okay, go through the statement and the evidence and everything and sort of brief them on it.
Okay.
Um,
So then
And
you
that's-
called Mr. McBride, and what happened next? Did he invite you for an interview? I mean, a meeting? You can just tell
Yeah.
the story.
Then I can't remember if I don't remember how I got to the meeting. I just remember I went there and he said, "This is Nhlanhla. He's going to be leading the investigation. Hi, nice to meet you." And then
Okay.
I left. Mr. O'Sullivan was not there.
Okay, so that's how you would have met Mr. Nhlanhla. What was Mr. Nhlanhla at IPID?
I don't know that they have ranks or anything like that, but he was a senior investigator, I
A
think.
senior investigator, okay. So in your statement, you say, now at the end of paragraph 18, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. In terms of which provision exactly? You say in terms of the IPID Act, which,
Yes,
Yes.
this section.
okay, you can tell us which one and you can read it in, the one that you rely on.
Okay, the functions and investigative powers. Section 24, subsection 1, an investigator may, subject to the control and direction of the executive director or relevant provincial head, exercise such powers and must perform such duties as are conferred or imposed upon him or by or her by or under this act or any other law, and must obey all lawful directions which he or she may from time to time receive from a person having the authority to give such directions under this act.
So you rely on
I'm
24(1).
No, I'm reading
Okay. Okay.
this whole 3A for the purpose of an investigation made.
Yes, Ms. Trent, you can continue.
Oh,
You
okay. 3A, for the purposes of conducting an investigator may direct any person to submit an affidavit or a firm declaration or to appear before him or her to give evidence or to produce any document in that person's possession or under his or her control, which has a bearing on the matter being investigated and may question such person thereon. 3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So, Ms. Trent, are you basically testifying that you're relying on section 24(1), 24 subsection 1, 24 subsection 3B and 4, those provisions? That's what you rely on for being able to assist a law enforcing agency?
Correct, at their request,
At
yes.
Okay. And it's all those provisions that you rely on? You know, you can respond.
Honorable James.
Yeah, I'd just like to get clarity. These provisions that you reference here, are they not for IPID?
Yes, this is the IPID Act.
And this forms the basis of the work you do?
No, it is that they can request assistance from us. So, sorry. If I can just have 1 second.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Basically, what the question is, Ms. Trent, if I can assist Honorable James, is that you have said in your statement at paragraph
know.
18 that you rely on these provisions for the basis of assisting IPID. And the question is, which provision exactly do you rely on and why is it applicable to you or to Paul O'Sullivan Associates to be able to assist in IPID work?
Yes, that they believe that we can
No,
assist.
no, no, the provision, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm.
Take your time.
So,
Perhaps Honorable James, Chairperson, Honorable James has asked the question. Can we perhaps continue and then give the witness an opportunity once she's had a time to think about it?
I'm fine with that, Chair. Let's move on. Thanks.
No, Chair, we're not moving on, Chair. We're not moving on. She must point in this thing that she has attached here, where they say IPID can ask for assistance. She must go there. This was attached by her after reading it and after being a non-practicing attorney. She told us it's that. So she should know how you quote the law. She must go to where it helps her, because there is no such a thing here.
so if I,
Are you able to respond to the question?
sorry, I'm unable to concentrate. Yeah.
Are you perhaps at 3B of the provision?
Yeah, so basically what this means is that if they need assistance, they can ask anyone to assist. Okay, let me rather, an investigator may request an explanation. Okay,
Mm. Okay, at 3B, Ms. Trent, it reads that an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
correct.
Would you like to expand on that?
No, I think that uh, um,
Have some water.
so basically, my understanding is that if they need assistance in something, they can ask for it lawfully, and they were allowed to do so, and there was no issue with that.
Okay. Perhaps it will become apparent as we move on. We are now at paragraph 19.
Just
Okay.
wait, the two honorable members there. Honorable James and Honorable Malema. Let me take Honorable Malema first.
Now, I want us to agree with the witness that what she has quoted here is not helping what she's saying. She says they can ask for help legally and all of that. It's a matter we can debate. That's fine. But in terms of what she's quoting here, there's no such a thing. And she has to agree that this quotation is not saying what she's saying. But that legally they can ask for assistance, maybe the way Advocate Walo is saying it, as we go along, it will come apparent that they can ask for such a thing. But where we are now, 24.1 and 3A, 3B, and 4, all of that, there is no relevance to what she's saying. And she needs to concede that before we proceed.
She does not have an answer to the question. Ms. Trent,
Ask her if she agrees with me that this does not speak to what she said.
I disagree, but I think it would probably be up to you to decide at the end of the day. It wouldn't be for me to.
Quote where it says what you are saying. Quote it here. Is the purpose of putting of cutting this thing and putting it in your affidavit was precisely to make reference to it. Refer to where it says what you are saying.
what the honorable member is saying is that this committee is not dealing with facts, it's dealing with evidence. Yes, it is a fact that IPID may ask for assistance. But where is the evidence in law that provides for that fact or that substantiates? If you say you went to IPID because they have requested you to assist, the honorable members are saying IPID is a government institution regulated by law. There is national legislation that regulates the operations of IPID, including it as an organ of state. So where is the provision in national legislation? That's what they want to hear from you. If it is not on the document, but you know it is section 26, subsection 7, refer them to that provision.
Would you like an opportunity to respond?
Honorable James, do you want to make an addition?
No, Chair, I'll get back to this when I question, ons kan nie bloed uit 'n klip uitslaan nie. Ms. Trent is unable to answer and respond. Let's move on.
Yeah, before Honorable Ngola,
No, Chair, I was going to say even, I think completely Section 24 of IPT Act is irrelevant to the point, but even the subsection 3B that she's relying on explanation is also irrelevant, but we can expand that when it's our turn to ask questions.
yeah, but before we proceed, can she concede that she does not have a provision in law to back the fact or the statement that she made here?
Can you just repeat the question?
The question is what the honorable members have asked here. Which provision in national legislation governing IPT are you relying on to substantiate your statement? Are you able to help Advocate Mkhwanazi?
Ms. Trent, what the chairperson is asking you is, at paragraph 18, you say that you were empowered, well, not empowered, those are not the words you use. Let's use the words that you use in your statement. At paragraph 18 of your statement, you say you were satisfied. Third line, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate
Yeah.
Act, that when you say they, you mean Nhlanhla and Binang. Those are the investigators from IPID. And you say they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance they request. So my understanding of this paragraph, you can comment from this. My understanding of this paragraph is that you're saying once you met with Mr. Nhlanhla, you satisfied yourself that you were able to assist with the work of investigations that they were doing as investigators at IPID. And for that, you rely on the provisions that you've pasted at page 9 of your affidavit. Now, what the chairperson and the two honorable members have put to you is which provision exactly were you satisfied with that you could, which provision do you rely on for the basis of being able to do these investigations based on what you've pasted based on the provisions you've set out at page 9. And there are four different sections that you set out. Is there any specific one that you remember right now, or would you like to deal with that as we go along? Or are you conceding that these provisions do not apply to you?
As I understand, this is that if one of the IPID investigators requested assistance, that it would be lawful and that we would be able to give assistance. And that, and I interpreted from the purposes of conducting the investigation may direct any person
Where are you reading from?
from 3A.
Okay, yes, you may continue.
Or I don't know what you want me to say.
No, it's your testimony, Ms. Trent. I don't wish to tell you what you say. There's no specific answer I'm looking for. You answering to the two honorable members that have posed the question to you. It's a question of clarity. They're trying to get clarification on whether you still rely on these provisions for the work that Paul O'Sullivan's and associates conducted with IPID. Are these the provisions that you rely on?
Yes.
Okay, so if you say you rely on these provisions, which one?
What I've put down here.
Would you like to expand
No, I, I can, I just need to please guide me.
Chair, I'm asking a specific question. I'm saying to you, go straight where this act says that. It's very specific. You just say to me,
Okay,
3A or whatever, and then you read it out.
3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So IPIT doesn't suspect that you've got any information of any sort. You are saying they asked you to assist them. This speaks about speaking to any person who might have information or anything of that sort. You were asked by IPIT to assist them in their investigation. Which law gives IPIT such power to go to a private institution to help them with investigation?
Thank you, Honorable Malema. I understand your question now. It was purely on a, not to assist the entire investigation at all. It was, would you be able to do some desktop research on this or do a search on this person of interest or whatever, but it wasn't assisting in the entire investigation. By the time it got to IPID, there were witness statements, evidence that was already there. So when it got to IPID, that was the work that had been done by Forensics for Justice. And we said, look, we've got resources and whatever, please use them if you need. But we didn't run an investigation with them.
So you never assisted IPIT with any investigation. They've never asked you to assist them with any investigation.
No, they have. What I'm saying, no, I'm not saying we didn't assist. I'm saying in the entire investigation, like I wasn't sitting with them and going through everything. It was, if they came across something where they needed a search on something or something like that, then they would ask me. But it wasn't as if we were investigating with them. If I'm making sense.
Chair, let me leave it here.
Okay, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I was going to say that maybe the witness is failing to adequately explain the kind of assistance that was requested from them, because I understand the frustration of honorable members that the Act, in particular, Section 24B, talks about an explanation that can be requested by an investigator to a person whom they believe to be in possession of a certain information. Now, the impression that has been given by the witness is that they were requested to assist the investigation, whereas there is no provision in the Act to that effect. The only provision is a provision of requesting for an explanation. So I just wanted to say, Chair, maybe the witness must clarify what kind of assistance was requested from you by the investigator.
Sure. Sorry, I understand. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so if I needed to run a search, so if something came up in their investigation, on, for example, a company.
No. Let's not be all over the place. Here, you are approached by Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Pinang, and then they say they want you to assist them in carrying out an investigation. What did they specify? I'm trying to assist you here. Did they specify that we want you to assist us on A, B, C, D, E. And if they did, what did they say?
Okay, so should I start it from the beginning where, for example, the house?
No. I just want us to focus on the request. What is it that they wanted you to assist them on?
Not a lot. For example, I think I answered that. If they came across, so they carried out the investigation. When the Nhlanhla got the docket or their case, I think it's called an inquiry or something like that at IPID. They then go through it. We went through it with them. And then I think Mr. O'Sullivan would have said, look, this is the house. I've had a look at the house. Let's go and I'll show you. And you need to, you should speak to the estate manager. I've been there before.
So the assistants went to that extent.
Yeah, so that was, I think, in the first week.
So it was not a once-off assistance. You were not called to come and clarify something.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
They wanted to work the investigation with you.
Oh, no. So in the criminal or in the complaint to IPID that was made, there was a Google Earth history analysis on the property and the extent of when it was built, and there was a
Okay, no. I don't want to eat on her time. Let me close it like this. They did not call you to give an explanation.
this was pretty much, it was, well, this is the
No,
house.
but accompanying them is not giving them an explanation. You are assisting them when you accompany them to a particular address.
I'm not sure I agree. It was,
Chair, it's okay. Okay. We can continue this.
No, Chair, just a second. I think I'm largely covered. There is nowhere in the Act where it talks about assistance. As you allege. Hence, Oro Nomvalo is expressly taking you to explanation, because the Act speaks about explanation, not assistance. But I think we must implore you to calm down. I'm worried that you are a bit nervous, and it makes it very difficult for us to get there. Chair, can we take at least 5 minutes a break to calm down? I'm worried that we would not be able to extract evidence from a witness this nervous. So if we can cool down a little bit, Chair. Thank you so much.
My hand was up.
I second, Chair. Honorable James,
Okay, I wanted to ask a
Uh,
question, but let's take a break. I think,
no, Advocate Mkhwanazi, can you do the work that Honorable Skosana normally does?
Thank you, Chair. I will accompany the witness.
Yeah, thank you.
If you can just stand down for 5 minutes.
Okay.
We are proposing that she takes her evidence in a themed manner. So she will just tell a story. She will be asked a question to deal with the work that they did regarding General Pahlane, and then she'll just take the theme in that way and just give oral evidence in essence, without relying on the statement. And she will just tell a story and questions can be asked as she goes along.
There is a proposal. The proposal essentially says that the witness is under oath, and the witness has proposed to the legal team that let's go through the themes in a structured way. You will ask questions on each of the themes, or you will introduce a theme. I will tell you what I know, and then we will move to the next theme. I tell you stories as I know them until we reach the end of the presentation. Honorable Matthies.
Just clarity, Chair. Does this mean that the witness statement has been abandoned? So it's still based on that? And so there's nothing in there that's been withdrawn from the sworn statement. And then we're going to go theme by theme. You'll ask, the witness responds, and then each of us will have a chance to ask
Yeah.
questions on that theme.
Yeah.
And then how are you going to do the time allocation, Chair? If
No.
you're going to go theme by theme?
No, what happens is that the legal team has a structured approach in terms of the themes. And then the witness, let's say, for instance, the first theme is on the Pahlane matter. If there is any role or any involvement, the legal team will then present the matter to her and she will explain what happened. If there is anything she knows, if they were involved in operation, this is what we did. And then from there, they will introduce the second matter. If they were at the braai or at the book launch, she will, if there is any information she knows, she will explain that information until she concludes the presentation of evidence. But if members from time to time have questions like we were doing, members can always be allowed to ask questions for clarity. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just need more clarity, Chair, on the request. That one, then what is the difference between the sworn statement and, in terms of the content, and the oral evidence? Would there be any difference? And two, when we ask questions now as members, because the statement was sent to us, we read, we prepared questions. Are we going to be allowed to base our questions on the statement that is before us? And three, what if now, when she presents her oral evidence, we identify some discrepancies or some contradictions between what she tells us and what is written here on her statement? How are we going to deal with that situation? We're not being difficult, Chair, but we don't want to take a position uninformed.
She wants to respond to those questions.
Thank you. I'm also happy to do your normal procedure, I think, and Honourable Nomvalo, I think you have a very good point there. Whatever the honourable members think is the best way to proceed.
What is the way forward? Because I thought what you were presenting to me is what you have agreed with her.
Chairperson, let's take it again with the witness and continue with the statement. We'll just read in what she said in her statement, and where there's questions on each paragraph, we'll take it that way.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I've heard what the witness is saying, and I just want to maybe just pose a question. I've heard Advocate Mkhwanazi saying, let's go back that way. Ms. Trent, are you comfortable with that statement? Do you own that statement?
I do.
So all of the issues within that, you are fair with them, you are able to speak on them? Because we struggled a bit at the beginning.
Yes.
So you're confident to go through it. Thank you, Chair. Maybe then that's the way we proceed.
Honorable Shong.
No, Chair, thank you. Sir, this statement, how many times have you written the statement?
How many times have I written the
The
statement?
statement, did you write and submit it once, or did you do a back and forth?
Back and forth.
Okay, are you
When you say back and
comfortable
forth between
Like,
who?
did you submit it once and then you are comfortable with it, or you?
So I consulted with Advocate Mkhwanazi,
Yes.
and she then started to draft the affidavit. I accepted her assistance.
Yes.
And then a couple of nights ago, I received her draft, which I then worked on, and I've just been sort of going through, seeing what's relevant, what's not relevant, that would assist the committee members. So
So this is you,
this is my statement. yes,
completely you.
Completely my
So
statement.
the proposal by chair, is it your proposal or the chair's proposal? Because it seems like there was a proposal and then you are not with the proposal, you are
No.
for the normal procedure that we normally do. Which is it?
Whichever the honourable members would prefer to do it, I think.
Would you prefer, if I'm a propose something different, that we keep quiet and you tell us everything, you confess, then we just let you go? Don't you think that would help you?
I can do that, yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know,
But are you gonna tell us everything though?
I don't know. I'll tell you everything.
You seem too nervous. You see, I don't know how to say this, but I'm worried that you might, when we start questioning you, you might not give us exactly what we want and you might be too emotional. So I think it will be best for you to just maybe tell the truth on what you know. Because our aim here is not to make fun or embarrass you, but it's to find the truth. You
In
might have
fact,
been,
what you are suggesting is what the witness has offered to do.
Yes, Chairperson,
Say-
okay?
my
So you
suggestion.
can-
My suggestion, Chairperson, is this. I think that it would be quite overwhelming for any person, including myself, to have to make a speech off the cuff. And my suggestion is that we continue with the statement of the witness. The witness did rely on that provision, but she may have been mistaken to rely on that provision. But we can proceed to talk into the matters as to why we are here, which speak into the terms of reference. And she will answer the questions that honorable members have as we go along. But I think that it may be helpful to, maybe even for me to deviate from the planned questions and just for the witness to speak into her statement. She can read it in.
What do you suggest, Advocate?
To
Mkhwanazi?
use the statement as a guide for the witness, and she can read her paragraph into the statement, into the record, and we can then field questions that way.
Before I take the honorable members, let's hear what does she want us to do. Miss Sarah-Jane Trent,
I'm happy to go through the statement.
okay. Honorable Malema, Honorable Tlhopha.
No, Chair. Honorable Nombalo made some remarks and then the witness went back to being emotional. And I've seen some pattern every time we speak, when we expect the witness to speak, the advocate comes in between us and the witness. Unlike the other advocates where they wait and ask you if they can come back after we had asked questions or made comments. So she comes in between. Because that comment made by Honorable Nomval, had the advocate kept quiet and allowed her to comment on what Honorable Nomval said, would have gotten somewhere. Instead, the advocate came in between without giving her the necessary opportunity. And we even proceeded to speak, even when she was in a state, she was as if we were not interested in a condition. Because at the center of everything else, all of us here, at the end of the day, we must answer the question, was the witness fit and proper to appear before us? And fit and proper does not only mean the pains at the back. Was she in a right mental status to appear before us? Because from time to time, she breaks down. This is the second time. She's doing it again now. You see, and it's not something that you can blame it at her. She could be going through something that we are unable to detect. What is this thing? And we just said to her, now just talk. And then she says, you know, actually, when you made me to talk, I was under a heavy medication of antidepressant or something like that. But no one cared to ask me, am I fit and proper? Am I ready, emotionally stable to take this on? Because this we are experiencing for the first time, Chairperson. But the last point I wanted to say was, I'm happy whatever way you continue with the witness, as long as there's nothing special that is being created for the witness. She must never be treated special or different to the rest of the witnesses that appeared here. So if that is the understanding, I'm more than fine if she goes without reading the statement, but speaking to the statement or going paragraph by paragraph for the statement. Whatever the issues might be, we'll get to the bottom of the truth of what she knows. So we are in your hands, Chair.
Honorable Thopa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Ms. Trent. I do see that Ms. Trent is emotionally really rattled where she's sitting, and Honorable Malema did cover me partially and to say, is Ms. Trent fit and proper to continue? I don't know if Ms. Trent would want to speak to a legal advisor. Does she feel that the statement is bothering her because we have questioned on one specific thing, which is the Section 24. Maybe Ms. Trent was advised to put this in and does not know how to articulate this, maybe not. I think it was a witness that said she was Mr. Nkambinda. He was sent back to revise his statement, if I remember correctly, and came back with his statement, and then he continued with his examination. Now, what Honorable Malema is saying, every time one of us speak, Ms. Trent does get emotional. And we can't treat Ms. Trent anything different than any other witness. But if that won't be the opportunity today, then we need to acknowledge it and move forward with the chair's discretion. But fairness will need to prevail, but in the conditions that we're currently sitting, I don't see that happening. And even if the testimony goes through to the end, when we do start with questioning, and Chair, you know how the questioning goes, what will be the outcomes then? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, firstly, we've always maintained that we've got to be fair. I think it would be wrong for Ms. Trent to now just read her statement without being questioned or led, because all witnesses, whether they were here with back pains, broken shoulders, in pain, they had to be led. Procedurally, Ms. Trent, you must be led, not read through your statement. Number two, we don't know the reason why you're emotional. But if your statement here is true, and what we've read in Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's statement is true, then you've been fighting serious criminals. You've been facing dangerous situations. Yes? Which means you have the capacity to deal with pressure. And perhaps you are pressured now, but I would want to believe that you know how to compose yourself. So, compose yourself. You will get through this. I can only give you what I always give as an antidote. It's a scripture that says, look at me. Look at me, Trent. Miss Trent, look at me. Don't worry about them laughing. Look at me. It helps me. I'm a nervous wreck. That's why I sit here with this thing. It gives me courage. I don't take it lightly. People laugh at me, it's fine. The scripture says, the truth shall set you free. Forget about the gymnastics, being cornered and all that. Calm down, speak the truth. And like now, if you are not sure about that answer, simply speak the truth and say, I'm not sure about that. Move on. But from me, you are a crime fighter, corruption fighter. I'm not going to believe that you cannot go through this process. You understand? All right.
Honorable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, good evening, Ms. Trent.
Good evening, Honorable Skhosana.
I'm not sure whether the question, but I think my question you must not misinterpret it. Sometimes people will be saying we are too harsh. We are not harsh. I want to ask you a simple question. For this purpose, before honorable members here, are you fit and proper for you to be able to go through this submission which you gave us?
Do you mean fit and proper sort of psychologically?
In whatever way, you know, for you to be, because if you keep on breaking, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult, because we have not started asking you anything.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Kodwa check sasa kwethiwa sibulela umuntu ngama question.
No. This is what we must do. Look, wait. Honorable members, wait. Can you listen to me? You know, when I go out to speak to the legal team and the witness, I'm representing you. And I'm acting in your best interests. Because the moment you are elected to a position of leadership, you become an elder in society. That's what happens. We elect you today to be a leader. You grow immediately. Because the position of leadership comes with responsibility. And the reason why all the things that you are saying, the questions that you are asking, all of them, they relate to the proposal that Advocate Mkhwanazi has made before you, because the intention was to help the meeting to move forward. And that is why she would not divulge some of the details here, which are not meant for public consumption. And the witness has said, look, here I am, this is who I am. I want to cooperate with you, give you the information that you want to hear. I propose we can go in there. If you allow me to speak, we can be structured in terms of the statement. And I tell you what I know. What I do not know, I will tell you that I don't know these things. And then the legal team will then guide the witness to say, we are on this. Then they give guidance and she makes a presentation. That's what has been suggested. But I can tell you, we can't in public ask a person questions like, are you sure about yourself? Who are you? I don't think we can do that. And we can't even expect anybody to respond to such questions in public. We can't. We need to have emotional intelligence. Honorable Skosana, and then Advocate Arens.
Chair, I think, I'm not sure if members will become comfortable. Perhaps the evidence leader must start questioning and we don't ask anything until the evidence leader is finished. Maybe clarity, we will get it at a later stage. I'm not sure, but I think my proposal will be that one.
We just deal with the presentation of evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Advocate Arens.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We just got a message, a request from Ms. Trent's attorney to have a word with her, if it's possible.
Where is the attorney?
Well, it's not present. He's obviously watching and is concerned about his client. I've got no idea what he wants to talk to her about,
No, that attorney.
but it may assist.
That attorney does not have a local stand here. You know our terms of reference. When we are here, we speak with the witness. It's us who said that an attorney cannot speak in our meetings. If we are going to have a request from an attorney, that is going to be problematic. What we can do, we try and move. If there is a requirement for a break, she can request a break. Yeah, but we can't present a matter of the attorney in our proceedings. The only person who matters here is our witness. I'm going to try the suggestion that Honorable Skosana has made and see how far we can go. Advocate Mkhwanazi, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Trent, we are at paragraph 19 of your affidavit.
Okay.
At paragraph 19, you say that you accompanied IPID investigators to Sable Hills. Please describe the circumstances of that visit.
Paul and I drove in, Mr. O'Sullivan and I drove in Mr. O'Sullivan's car to outside the Sable Hills estate, where we met with the late Nhlanhla. And I think for the first meeting, Mr. Timani Bimnang was there, as far as I recall. And they were in a vehicle with only 2 seats. So it wasn't like a 4-seater or it was just 2 seats. And then Paul said to Mr. Nhlanhla, you can drive in my car, we can all fit into one car.
What car? So you, Paul, and the 2 investigators.
Correct.
Traveled in
Mr. O'Sullivan's car.
From where?
From outside the gate of
Okay.
Sable Hills. So,
Why were you going there? What were you? What was the purpose of going to Sable Hills?
We were going to show the investigators where Sable Hills and to
show the investigators where Sable Hill?
To go with them and also to see the estate manager so that to get the plans because that would be part of the investigation. That's pretty much what happened. Oh, yes, and then.
What were you investigating?
The criminal complaint that Paul had laid with the iPad,
What was the criminal complaint?
of corruption. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
So I'm just talking at the top of my head.
Yes.
So.
You don't have to use technical terms, but there was a reason why you were at the house. So you met the investigators, as you've testified. You met the iPad investigators outside the Sable Hills complex.
Correct.
Or estate rather. And the two investigators got into Paul's car.
Correct.
And you were going to enter Sable Hills. What was the reason for that?
Because we didn't go in two cars.
No. What was the reason for entering Sable Hills? Why were you there?
To go and see the estate manager and to point out the Mr. Mkhwanazi's house, which was part of the investigation in that it showed that he had built a house so there was a lifestyle audit and a house that was built, and there was an analysis of that in the complaint. So, and that was the subject of one of the subjects of where the alleged funds or corrupt funds had gone into was the building of the house. So that was why we were there. It had nothing to do with anything other than this is the house. I think it was a 2-story, 8-bedroom, something or other, a very, very big house. And to see the estate manager, the estate manager.
Who is the estate manager?
His name was, it was a Mr. Yerster. I think it's Chris Yerster.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your meeting with Mr. Yerster?
So we went in into his office, and he had a security guard with him. And we introduced ourselves. I think Mr. Nhlanhla gave him a business card with that he was from iPad. I introduced myself as Sarah-Jane Trent. Also, honorable members, I recorded all these meetings, interviews. So you obviously, I will give that to you. You can also see.
Yeah.
So there was no impersonating of any kind.
We haven't gotten there yet. My question, I just would like to know if you can tell the committee members what was the purpose of your visit? Why were you seeing the estate manager where General Pahlane lives?
Because the house, the property, was the subject of the where the funds had gone.
What funds?
Okay. At the time, when Pahlane was the head of the forensic services at the SAPS, he had a certain salary, and his wife had she was also a police officer. So their joint income would have been a certain amount of money. And during that time, you can see that this house had been built that exceeded that income. Now this investigation came.
How did you come to know that his house exceeded his income? Were you aware of how much he earns a month, and his wife as well?
So his position as a SAPS officer, I think you all would have done this. So you could Google it or phone someone up and say, well, what is someone of this, a general. So it wasn't looking at anyone's bank statements or anything like that. And that is for.
And what was the value of the house that he had built?
I don't know. I don't know what the value of the house was.
Okay.
Paul did that, his own analysis and that, but I can't give a valuation on that.
Okay.
Just wait.
So the purpose of the meeting was to discuss what with Mr. Jooste?
To get the plans of
Okay.
the property, because that would have formed part of the evidence. Because in an investigation, you basically have to get every single thing. So if someone says, I phoned so-and-so, it's I phoned at this time, I phoned from my telephone number to this telephone number at this time, then you would get, so absolutely everything must be supported by evidence. And that was one of the things, because the house was a subject of the investigation. And that was the purpose of going there. As
Did
far as
you
I can
only
remember.
meet with Mr. Jooste? Was there anybody else that you met?
At Sable Hills?
Yes.
Yes, he did have a PA. I can't remember her surname, but I know it was Antoinette,
Okay.
I think. Sorry, I probably should have
Mr.
guessed.
Mkhwanazi testified that Mr. Jooste, on that visit that you have just described, that Mr. Jooste and Antoinette Venter were compelled to sign statements prepared by Mr. O'Sullivan. Did you assist in preparing statements?
Yes, but no one was compelled to do anything.
Okay, you can
No,
take us through.
so-
What statements did you prepare and why did you have to prepare statements?
So, as a certified fraud examiner, you're trained on interviewing witnesses, taking statements, evidence, all these kind of things. So, before we open a case, we'll sort of call witnesses up or possible people and say, would you like to, we know that you might have information, can we come and interview you and maybe you can give us a statement. So it would have been something like that. And we would have just typed it up. And as far as I remember, Mr. O'Sullivan emailed it to him and said, look, it's your statement, you can remove anything or whatever, but there was no compelling of anything.
Yes, no. I just wanted to know, for the committee to understand what the reason for the visit was. And what you've testified so far is that you went to meet Mr. Jooste and his PA, Antoinette Venter, to basically get plans for Mr. Mkhwanazi's home. So why did you have to write statements? Did you get the plans?
I believe so.
Okay,
I
so
believe so.
what were the statements for?
I don't remember what the statements were. It would have been, oh yes, okay. So the first one, I can't remember. It would have been evidencing whatever, but I remember the second time we went there was on the 11th. Mr. Jooste had advised that he had spoken to Mr. Mkhwanazi, and Mr. Mkhwanazi had told him not to divulge anything. It will obviously, to the honourable members, it will become clear if you look at the transcripts. You will see exactly what was said. And then I think that became a subject of a statement.
Okay.
And then that became a case of interfering, but I don't want to jump ahead, okay?
Advocate Mkhwanazi yesterday testified that, you sent a message saying, hi, Chris, please send your full name and ID number as appears on the ID for subpoenas. And then you sent the statement back and you asked for a paragraph to be removed.
So, sorry, can you just repeat that?
Basically, he testified that, in an email that you would have sent, you said that these statements that you are doing are to prepare subpoenas, and you subsequently asked Mr. Jooste to provide his full name, his ID number, so that you could prepare the subpoenas. You said you assisted. Is that what you assisted with?
Is there an email?
I don't have the email
So
here with
he,
me. He
he
testified.
said
Yeah.
that I sent him an email asking for his ID number for subpoenas.
Yes. The
I would
question
have
that
to
I'm,
see- I
the
would have
question
to
I'm
see an email.
asking is, the statements that you were preparing, were those in preparation for subpoenas? Or were those just, what were the statements for?
I cannot, on Chris Yoster.
Yes.
Cannot imagine it being for a subpoena.
Okay.
Oh, I can't answer. It's too vague. If I can be shown, perhaps if you said, I sent an email stating this, I would maybe be able to, because I don't know what he's talking about on a subpoena.
Okay. We'll find the email and then we'll put it, we'll
Great.
place it before
Great.
you.
I'd be in a
Now
better
we-
position to answer.
Okay. Now we are at paragraph 20 of your statement. At paragraph 20, you say that on January 3, in 2017, a case of fraud and impersonating IPID investigators was opened against you. What was your understanding of this development at the time? This would have been about a month after you would have visited Sable Hills.
Yes, okay, so I didn't become aware of this on the 3rd of January. I am using this date as it appears as the date of which it was opened. So I didn't become aware of it at this point.
Okay.
This is just for information that this is on the timeline and how it
Would have
how it
subsequently
occurred.
became aware of it. What
Yes.
happened? When did you become aware of it?
On the 10th of February.
How did you become aware of it? You had just mentioned,
I just
Yeah.
don't want to.
you had just mentioned that,
2017.
that on the
10th
10th
of
of,
February 2017, when a massive group of cops and guns and cars came and abducted me under the auspices of arrest. And yeah, that's when I learned. I was told it was for pretending to be an IPID officer.
you say you were abducted. If you could just turn to your annexure bundle,
Yes.
which is this bundle. Annexure ST7. SJP7, it's at page 14.
Ah, okay. Yes, the arrest warrant.
What is that document?
This is what looks to be the arrest warrant for Camille Driftcast 12 of 01 of 2017.
Okay. And in the middle of the section, it says that application is hereby made in the issue of warrant of arrest of, whose name is there?
Sarah-Jane Trent
You can read what's below.
on a charge of IPID Act 2011, section 33(5). Pretend to be IPID investigator, fraud.
Okay. At the bottom of the page is a stamp, and it is dated the 8th of February, 2017.
Correct.
And it is also signed at the section where there is where it's labeled magistrate.
Correct.
So you mentioned that you were abducted.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
or, yeah. Yes.
Would you not have been abducted by whom?
Well, oh, if we carry on going through
Yeah,
it's a very long story, and I think, I don't
Just
want
the
to jump
name.
around.
Just the name.
By whom, you mean?
Yes, by
Okay, so
whom?
I didn't hear.
Yes.
I don't know, I think it was, Brigadier Clifford Khorane, Colonel Ishmael Darwood, Brigadier Parasa Ngube, and Yanin Tebu Mabula,
Okay.
and others that I don't know.
So they would have arrived on the 10th. You're going to tell the events how they unfolded, but they would have arrived on the 10th of February to arrest you, but you used the word abduct. And
Well-
I've just sent you, if you can give me a moment, I've just sent you to SJT 7 at page 14, which is a warrant of arrest
Yes.
signed by a magistrate, stamped and dated 8 February 2017. Is there a particular reason why you use the word abducted and not arrested?
Yes. So when an application for an arrest warrant gets to a magistrate, there would have been a docket is opened. It is then given to an investigating officer. The investigating that's appointed, they carry out some investigation, and a prosecutor is appointed to a docket, and that investigator will go and see the prosecutor, if it's a weekly thing, or I don't quite know how it works on their times. And the prosecutor will then go through the docket and say, okay, we've got this, okay, we need this. And then they'll write the next instruction on it. And in the docket, we'll have the affidavits or sworn statements and the evidence and the chain of evidence and everything. And those affidavits are obviously under oath, but you don't know whether someone's lying under oath or anything like that. So by the time, so the prosecutor is then going on what is in the docket that
Okay.
the police officer has given. The prosecutor then says, well, looking at this, on the face of this, these affidavits and everything, let's go get, a magistrate might give us a warrant of arrest. However, there are different circumstances on this issue as well when it comes to the prosecutor, because we can get to
Okay.
that again.
Well,
But, and
we'll
then
get
when
to
it
that.
gets to the magistrate then trusts that the prosecutor is coming there with prima facie evidence or on a believes the prosecutor of what they're saying, and they say, okay, no, that's fine. And the prosecutor on the, I mean, I'm simplifying
So
it.
what?
So I believe, and then I know that there were certain statements that were either coerced or people lied under oath. And the other thing is that
So you say that you were abducted because you later found out some information relating to the charge and the docket and basically the process
No.
under which you were arrested.
that as well is one
Okay,
one of them.
We can move on.
The other,
We can move on.
oh, no, I
You're
think
going to describe the circumstances. I was just asking you specifically why you used that word, but we're
No,
going to.
there's another element, but I'm not going to go into detail. Is what happened on the arrest, which we can go into, but that was not a proper arrest, but we'll.
Okay, so at paragraph 21 of your statement, 'cause we're just going to take it paragraph by paragraph, and you'll be able to unfold your story as we go along.
Okey-dokes.
So at paragraph 21, you describe this investigation as a counter investigation. Can you explain why you view this, why you view it in this way, and what you believe General Patlane's intentions were? You can read.
Okay. The investigation was effectively a counter-investigation to the corruption allegation against Mkhwanazi and only concerned itself with the manner in which IPID was conducting its investigations. It was clear to me that Mkhwanazi was abusing his authority as acting commissioner of police to protect himself from investigation and reduce the credibility of IPID witnesses by requiring them to make additional, possibly conflicting affidavits.
The question is, can you explain why you view this as a counter investigation?
So in February, March, in or around or about that time of 2016, when Mr. O'Sullivan had laid the complaint at IPID, nothing had been done. But what we came to find later was that the then acting head of IPID at the time, Mr. Nhlanhla, I'm so sorry if I can't remember something, had informed Mr. Mkhwanazi that there was an investigation and a complaint made by Mr. O'Sullivan, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And he had signed acknowledgement of receipt on that. And I think they'd asked for a meeting, but
Yes.
that meeting didn't.
I can actually assist you with that because the evidence has already been led in respect of that.
Oh, I see.
Mr. McBride led evidence, into that effect.
Okay.
So we are aware of those circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah. So why do you call this investigation a counter investigation?
Okay. Oh, sorry. So he then knew that there was no investigation that happened at IPID, so he was fine. And then when he became aware, they've picked up the case now, this needs to stop. We need to stop this investigation happening. And he used the excuse of a security threat to then have me and Mr. McBride arrested, and we'll go into the circumstances of those situations and stop the investigation into him.
So in essence, what you are saying is that because Paul O'Sullivan and Associates was investigating General Mkhwanazi, he then launched a counter investigation and claimed that there was a security threat to counter the corruption case that you had launched against him, lodged against him rather.
Not exactly. It wasn't. So when I say the letter that went to Mr. Mkhwanazi in early 2016, it was IPID informing Mr. Mkhwanazi of an investigation or an investigation into a complaint made by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And IPID then, once Mr. McBride had come back from his suspension, had picked up the matter, of course, because it's the National Commissioner of Police for South Africa. It's a serious matter. It should be investigated. And that's when he came. So it was IPID that was investigating. Forensics for Justice had done investigations and taken sworn statements from whistleblowers and received evidence, but handed it over to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at paragraph 22, you say you were served with an application in the Pretoria High Court by General Mkhwanazi. And that application is in our bundle at
Page 8.
At page 8, and it is annexure SJT6. Is that the application that you are talking about that was served on you?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of this application?
So this, okay, can I just read it instead of,
Maybe what we can do is highlight it because we're going to run out of time.
yeah.
So in essence, the relief that General Mkhwanazi launched an application. The respondents is IPID, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you are cited as the third respondent, as well as a magistrate, Tsatsi. And it is a review, it's an application to review and set aside the search and seizure warrant, which was issued on the 29th of December 2016 regarding his home at Sable Hills at Waterfront. So when you went to Sable Hills, did you have a search and seizure warrant, or were you going for a meeting with Mr. Uester?
Yeah, we were going to go and meet with Mr. Uester. We hadn't made a previous meeting, but there wasn't a search and seizure, no. It didn't need to have a search and seizure.
So this application, there was no basis for it?
No. In my opinion, it was in order to, you know, he had to do what he needed to do to stop the IPID investigation, but it was one of, anyway, sorry, over to you.
Okay, so you don't really know what the nature of what the purpose of the application was. You say it was just, it was designed to distract, but you did not have a search and seizure warrant.
Oh, sorry. The IPID did have a search and seizure warrant at some point. But as it refers to me,
what was testified is that you also went to Mr. Mkhwanazi's home to identify a music system that had been fitted in his home. You were not party to that?
No.
Okay. Were there any other investigators within Forensics for Justice or Paul O'Sullivan and associates that accompanied you and Mr. O'Sullivan, or was it always just the two of you?
It was just the two of us.
Okay. Did the entity have other forensic investigators besides the two of you?
No, at that time, it was myself and Mr. O'Sullivan, and then obviously support staff, but it was.
So
yeah,
all the work
it
that was
does.
conducted, the investigations, you would have all knowledge of all those investigations?
Yes, unless Paul was carrying out something that he didn't need my assistance on.
Okay. Now we are at paragraph 23. On Wednesday, on the 8th of February 2017, you say that a warrant of arrest was issued against you. You state that you believe it was fraudulently obtained.
I think we've covered that.
Okay. And the reason why you say it was fraudulently obtained, just for the purposes of the committee, is that a proper investigation had not been conducted.
Correct. And
okay, we can move to the
okay,
next
thank
paragraph.
you. Please do interrupt me.
At paragraph 24, please describe in detail the events of your arrest on the 10th of February 2017 and how you were effectively kidnapped. That should cover paragraph 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Okay, so you want me to read this or to
You can
speak?
You can
Is it-
read your statement or
Okay,
speak to it or elaborate.
Okay, so 2 days later, on Friday, 10 February 2017, at approximately 4:15 in the afternoon, I was unlawfully placed under arrest at the offices of Paul O'Sullivan and Associates for pretending to be an IPID officer. I don't add fraud here because this is what I was told at the time. It is my view that I was effectively kidnapped owing to the circumstances of the incident. I've provided CCTV video footage of the events and asked that this be played to the committee. I was then put in an old unmarked double cab bucky and driven to a Shell petrol station on Marlborough Drive, Sandton, which is about 2.5 kilometers from where I was arrested. I was not taken directly to a police station, and the arresting officer did not have possession of my cell phone. When I arrived at the petrol station, I had not yet been handcuffed. Colonel Ishmael Dawood told the police officer to cuff me. The police officer then unlawfully tied a cable tie around my wrists, but she did not have handcuffs. Approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes after I was abducted, Khurane, Ncube, and others unlawfully took me back to my office to steal my phone. I asked to see my warrant of arrest, and if not, that I wanted to call an attorney when we were still at the petrol station. They refused. And again, at the office, sorry, I've repeated something here. They aggressively refused to give or show me the arrest warrant. In fact, they pointed at me. It was not a nice experience. They did not produce any order allowing them to force me to open the gate to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, to open my car, to search my car, or to remove anything from my car. I opened the garage door to the property as demanded by them, but one of the Mabulu team accomplices, Lucia, I only know her as Lucia, opened my car and stole my cell phone. The phone was not placed in an evidence bag. The phone was not seized when I was arrested, as has been falsely claimed. The search and seizure of my phone took place 1 hour and 40 minutes after my arrest, with no search and seizure warrant and refusal to see my arrest warrant when I asked to see it. I was then taken back to the petrol station where we remained for a long time, with no explanation as to why I was forced to wait there. I then heard Khurane instruct the driver of the vehicle I was in to take me to the Camille Drift police station. I was scared, as I knew that my legal representation would be at a Cullinan police station to meet me there, as I had been advised that that was where I was being taken. But instead, I was driven to Camille Drift police station, where a whole process of abuse of my constitutional rights continued. At approximately 6:20 p.m., 2 hours after my arrest, I was driven to the Camille Drift police station at times at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour on a freeway. I know this because I could see the speedometer. The driver had an R5 rifle across his chest and ate popcorn while driving. I was afraid we could crash at any moment due to the reckless conduct of the driver. When I arrived at the Camille Drift police station, not the Cullinan police station, one of the duty officers asked Khurane, "Is this Trent? People are looking for her." And I desperately, and I said, "Yes, I am. Please call them back and tell them that I am here." Khurane aggressively and unlawfully told the police officer not to call anyone, even pointing his finger at her. At approximately 7:15 p.m., I signed the constitutional rights form at the Camille Drift police station. One of the officers that had accompanied the arresting entourage wrote the time on the form as 6 p.m., when it was actually 7:15 p.m. I then crossed out 6 p.m. and wrote the correct time on the form. I believe this was done deliberately to hide the fact that they had hidden me after abducting me for longer than they actually did. In fact, I said as much to the officer. I was then locked up in a little cell in the reception area of the station. While still in the charge office, before I was detained in cells, a Colonel Mike Sales arrived at the police station and took possession of my cell phone from the arresting officers. My cell phone was by then in an evidence bag, which had been placed in SAM when we arrived at the police station. Khurane filled in the form list of seized items, and under seal bag number, but Khurane did not fill in the seal bag number. He filled in the IMEI number, I'm not going to read out that whole, of my cell phone. This amounts to a break in the chain of evidence. An extract of Mkhwanazi's statements dates her cell phone, iPhone 6S with IMEI number was handed in as an exhibit as per SAP 1340/49/2017 and sealed in evidence bag number. And I attach a copy of this statement and the list of seized items is Annexure SJT8 and Annexure SJT9 respectively.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. If I could ask you to then turn to page 15 of the bundle. Page 15, are you there? It is a statement which is attached to your warrant of arrest. It is deposed to by Mr. Clifford Makome Khorane. And I'm just going to jump around in his statement to speak to some of the things that you have said. It's your statement that you attached. Yes,
I'm
Khorane
sorry, it's just-
statement.
It's not attached to the warrant of arrest. This was a statement.
Okay, it's a
Yeah.
statement, okay, it's on the next page.
I-
It's on the next page. There he describes having arrested you, executed the arrest on the 10th of February 2017, that is at paragraph 3. In the middle of the page, he states that the docket is registered at Camille's Drift for intimidation, fraud, extortion, and attempted extortion, and pretending to be an IPID investigator. And then he goes on to state the time of when he arrived, him and the team arrived. It would have been 16:25, that's in the middle of the page. And we proceeded to number 7, Janine Street in Sandown, to execute the warrant. And when we were there, when we were about to arrive, I saw Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's vehicle coming out of the yard, and I tried to stop him, but he managed to drive away. Was Paul there the day you were arrested?
He
Had
was.
just left, okay, so he left you.
Yes, and you'll see it in the video. He
Yeah.
drove off and.
He drove off and left you to be arrested on your
I
own.
was, yes.
Sure. I saw a white lady through the glass door and trying to close the main gate with a remote control. And then further down, he says, I showed her, that's like 3/4 of the way on page 16. I showed her the warrant of arrest and informed her of her rights, of the crimes she was arrested for, pretending to be an IPID investigator and fraud. I also informed her about her constitutional rights in terms of section 35, 1 and 2 of the Constitution. She confirmed that she understood her rights as I explained to her, and she wished to consult her lawyer. I afforded her an opportunity, and she used her own phone. Did you phone your? Spoke to a lawyer, and then your attorney then asked where you would be, and he said Cullinan District is what he said there, Cullinan District. And then further down, he says that Paul O'Sullivan at the same time were waiting for traffic. So here, okay. I handed over the subject to Warrant Officer Mashake. We then drove through heavy traffic to a garage situated in Marlborough, where we all stopped to strategize and how we were going to trace Mr. O'Sullivan. At the same time, we were waiting for traffic to subside. So your statement says that they just parked at the garage for no reason.
It wasn't.
He gives an explanation to say that he was waiting for traffic to subside because it was 4:30 when you were arrested. So it was heavy traffic at the time to go to Cullinan area. I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'll just finish.
Please
reading
stop
it.
me if you see.
Yeah, sure. And then it also continues on the next page, and he says that at the police station, the suspect was again informed of her rights, and her cell phone, iPhone 6, with that number, was handed in as an exhibit and sealed in evidence in a bag, PA 600-1904 294. On the following page, at page 22, your cell phone with the corresponding seal number, iPhone 6, has also been listed on that page as the item that they would have taken from you. So do you want to comment on some of the things that you've said in your statement regarding the fact that you were abducted, you were not afforded an opportunity, your phone was stolen, you were not afforded an opportunity to speak to your attorney? Would you like to comment on that? And why do you still say that you were abducted if you were able to call your attorney before you left, at the point at which you got arrested?
Thank you. Firstly, gosh, firstly, he didn't know where they were going to, or I'm assuming he did not know where he was going to take me, because otherwise he would have told the attorney exactly where they were taking me. So why tell that it's Cullinan Police Station? Because they only found, I'm going to digress slightly.
Yeah.
They found me at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
because when I was in that holding cell, I heard the receptionist lady, sorry, who? Monica. And I screamed.
Okay, you can just maybe breathe for now and take it a moment. But what I was going to put to you that you can sort of think about. Ms. Trent, where I'm going with this is that this statement that you attached to your bundle from Mr. Clifford, I don't know what's his rank, Brigadier Clifford Horamo. He says that he was going to he told your attorney that he was taking you to Cullinan District. And your contention is that you were taken to Camille's Drift. And Camille's Drift police station, the jurisdiction, Cullinan Magistrate is within the jurisdiction of Camille's Drift. Why do you still insist that it was not the area where you were supposed to be taken, because Camille's Drift is in the Cullinan District? I'm trying to just understand.
Thank you for clarifying that for
Yeah.
me. The arrest warrant on SJT 7, page 14, it's very clear. It says the police station is Camille Drift.
Chairperson. Chair, I'm worried now. Chair, sorry.
Honorable James.
I'm so sorry, Chair. We agreed earlier on that we won't interject, we won't ask clarity-seeking questions so that the witness can get through a statement without breaking down. We're not doing that, and the witness is still breaking down. And yet, we have clarity-seeking questions. So what are we going to do now? Because we're not asking questions, and the witness is crying and breaking down, and we're suppressing ourselves when it comes to certain paragraphs here that's really questionable, where we need clarity on, restraining ourselves, because really there are certain things I'm feeling pressed now to ask clarity-seeking questions.
No, the evidence leaders are about to conclude now, and then we will take a break and come back. Let's allow them to conclude.
Ms. Trent, I'd asked a question.
Oh, yes. So Camille Drift Police Station, yes, is in the Cullinan District. But it's very clear on the warrant of arrest that it is the police station is Camille Drift Police Station. So he could have said, told the attorney, but, and then that is. that
Perhaps
is-
the question is, while we are there, so that we finalize this and just put it to bed. The brigadier says that I'm taking the witness, the detained person to, I'm taking Ms. Trent to Cullinan District. What is wrong with with that statement?
That's incorrect. It was Cullinan Police Station.
So were you at Camille Drift Police Station in the Cullinan District?
Yes,
Yes.
but
So-
not the Cullinan Police Station,
Yes, there's no Cullinan Police Station.
which my attorney and everybody that was looking for me later found out.
Yes, but he says the Cullinan
That's what he
District.
says in his statement. It's not
Yes.
what he said.
I say this because this is your evidence. So I'm not trying to like press you too hard. This is your evidence. This is the statement that you wanted to rely on.
Yes.
And this statement says something different to what you have said in your statement. And I'm just trying to get clarity on why then did you rely on this statement by Brigadier Nhlanhla that says that he was going to take you to the Cullinan District, which is what he did. Camille Drift Police Station is in the Cullinan District. I'm just trying to understand, because the clarity that I seek has to do with, firstly, why you say you were abducted. You've explained that. But even though there was a warrant of arrest, and even though your rights were read to you, and even though your attorney was contacted, you still maintain you were abducted. The second question that I ask is, what false information was given to your attorney on a call when the statement you rely on says Cullinan District, which is a jurisdiction in which Camille Drift Police Station is situated? I'm trying to understand your evidence.
The attorney said, what police station are you taking her to? And he said Cullinan Police Station or Cullinan Police Station, not Camille Drift. And that's why I say when the second time when we went to the petrol station, when he said Camille Drift, I started to freak out because now no one knows where I am.
Okay.
And I don't know whether there's a Cullinan Police Station or.
The last thing that I would like to also just highlight to you is that you say in your evidence that it was noted that you had arrived at, this is paragraph 31, that you had arrived at 1800 hours, but in fact it was 1915, and you scratched it out. Why did you not make that correction in this statement? Why did you not ask Mr. Nhlanhla to make the correction as you did on one of the?
Sorry, I don't understand.
So at paragraph 41, you say that you signed your constitutional rights statement and you noticed that they had noted 1800 hours, whereas you actually had arrived at 7:15 and you scratched it out and wrote the correct time. So which made the facts, you corrected the facts. The question I have here is that why did you not ask Mr. Nhlanhla to correct the facts? Because you rely on the statement, and the statement is very clear. It's still within what you've testified, which is the area. You were in the area, not the police station. The police station you were taken to after you were arrested falls within the Cullinan District in the area.
Yeah.
You still don't consider?
It's beside the point. What police station are you taking her to?
Okay.
Cullinan Police Station. They did not do that. They took me to Camille Drift.
Okay. If we can then move on to now discuss the theme of the cell phone. At paragraph 34, 33, 34, and 35. deal with the cell phone. You say that at 33, Colonel Sells asked for your passcode.
Correct.
What was your response?
I gave him a summary of what had just happened because I
Did you give
Oh, no,
Colonel,
no.
okay, you
I
didn't give the
said-
password.
I said, asked him if I would be defeating the ends of justice. If I did not, he couldn't answer me. He just went like this. And I said, I need to speak to my attorney, who was still looking for me at the time.
Okay. You say in your presence, you state that Sales opened the evidence bag and plugged in your phone. Is that not normal in the course of your items being,
I don't know.
taken?
No, but I can't imagine. And the issue around this is, if we look back at when with the list of seized items, you had to put the seal bag number of the evidence bag, which he didn't. You know, a very seasoned police officer forgets that, oh, that's not where the IMEI number goes. What happened is, and then Colonel Sales ripped bag open and plugged in the charger and took with him unused one. So there's no evidence of that first evidence bag.
So is that the reason why you maintain that your cell phone was stolen and they taken to Israel? I'm trying to understand because my understanding is that when you get arrested, whatever items are on your person at the time, if you're wearing a belt, it will be, form part of, the items that are removed from you because you can't have a belt on you. You cannot, so there's certain items, your cell phone will be put in, if it's part of the evidence on your cell phone is crucial to the investigation, it will be in a evidence bag, sealed as part of the evidence. What was unusual about these circumstances?
They did not seize my phone. They went back and forced me to open the gate, and they took it out after I had requested several times, may I see my arrest warrant? Does it provide for you having my phone? And if I cannot see my arrest warrant, I need to speak to an attorney. Why haven't you taken me to the police station? The other thing was, oh yes, when they arrived at the thing, they allowed me to log off my laptop, closed my laptop. I was, why now all of a sudden we get to the police station, the petrol station, and then they go, oh, I don't understand.
Okay. What would you like, what is your comment on, we now know that cell phone was taken. It was taken to Israel. It was testified yesterday that it was taken to Israel, which is not an uncommon thing because at the time in 2017, the country did not have ways to unlock the phone so that they could bring it back into the country, so that it could be downloaded.
Was that
So
based solely
yeah.
on Mashuka's set? Is he the only person that said that?
At the moment, that's what
Okay.
we know. We will look into it. So if we can take it as this, your cell phone, it's not contested, it's not disputed that your cell phone went to Israel to get
Yes.
unlocked.
No,
It's
not
not
contested.
disputed.
Yeah.
So it then came back into the country. And upon coming back into the country, the messages were downloaded off it. You say that was unlawful. What was unlawful about that?
Correct. They stole my phone out of my car. They had no right to it. They had no right to even download it. They had no right to it.
I've read the statement into the record that when you were arrested, you used your own cell phone to phone your attorney. So at which point would your cell phone gone into your car after you had it on your hand while you were being arrested?
Yes. So the Lucia police officer was holding it. And at some point when I said, oh, do I need my charger? He says, you're not going to need it. So when I was standing outside with this woman who was holding it, I said, oh, we don't need my phone. Let's just put it in my car. And so we put it in my car and off we went. So they didn't need it. They didn't
So your
seize
phone,
it.
your phone wasn't stolen. Your phone was taken on your person whilst you were being arrested. So if we then move on from that, you then describe the events of your arrest. We now have received a letter from the NDPP that states that the matter will be re-looked into. And so the merits of that case will still be dealt with. And we can now move on to the next section. Your affidavit then, after it's detailed everything about Camille's drift, on the last paragraph, you deal with false allegations of infiltration into IPID. You directly deny the allegations of infiltration into IPID. Can you state unequivocally your position on these allegations and why you deny them?
There was no infiltration into IPID. I had no control over anything in IPID.
Did you have, did you know the head of IPID?
Mr. McBride.
Mr. McBride
Yes.
at the time?
Yes.
And you also were involved in investigations and assisting the work of the investigators of IPID?
From time to time.
From time to time. What was your relationship with Mr. McBride?
We had a semi-social relationship, but nothing sort of serious. There was, we met for meals, not a lot. Yeah, so.
So you had a relationship?
Not a
No,
relationship.
a semi-social relationship is what you have, I want to use your words. So with that semi-social relationship that you had, did you talk about investigations?
We spoke about what was going on, the corruption that was going on in the criminal justice system, but not necessarily. You see, Mr. McBride wasn't doing any of the investigations himself. He was the executive director, so it wouldn't have been discussing the investigations. But it was a very long time ago.
Yeah. What Mr. McBride testified is that he personally put together a task team and allowed Mr. Cedric Nkabinde to head up that task team. That task team was formed of two of the members that you spoke about, the investigators. They also formed part of that task team. It was colloquially known as the Pahlane task team.
Okay.
And he was quite involved in following the work of the progress within that task team. That's what he testified. And Mr. O'Sullivan also testified that, yes, indeed, he had complained to Mr. McBride about the slow progress into the investigation of General Pahlane. So there was some involvement at a level that is not just as a senior, but he did have his eye on specifically that investigation. He testified to that effect. Now, my question to you is, as a person who had been part of that investigation, dealing with the investigators, what did you and Mr. McBride discuss in these semi-social?
I can't remember. I can't remember. It was a very long time ago.
Okay.
So,
and what kind of what time of the, I mean, what kind of meals would you meet for? Dinner, lunch, breakfasts? I mean, how often did you meet? And was
it would usually be like a last minute in Joburg or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I remember once a coffee somewhere in Pretoria. I remember a dinner maybe in Sandton.
Would Mr. O'Sullivan accompany you to these dinners and
No,
lunches?
no, he didn't know anything about it.
Okay. What we are doing, part of the work that is being done in this, within this committee is that we are looking into infiltration at IPID. And when the question was put to you, when you were putting to, drafting your statement, that's the only paragraph that you gave. But we need to ask a bit more questions to understand, because you have already testified that you drafted statements for Mr. Uester, you prepared subpoenas on behalf of IPID.
No, I didn't
You
say that.
assisted.
I didn't say I prepared a
Okay,
subpoena.
you prepared statements. You did desktop work, you did desktop work.
I'm just gonna ask you to stop there.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with how you're summarizing
Okay,
what it was. I didn't
okay.
draft a subpoena or anything unless,
What did you draft?
on the Uester
In assisting IPID?
I don't think I did. I'm sure that there would be a record of that.
So.
But I know, because
I can
at the
assist-
time it would have, there were.
I
there
can
was-
assist you, Sarah.
Yes.
Here's what you testified. You testified that you assisted in drafting statements. You also testified that you did desktop research. You also testified that,
Did I say I assisted in drafting statements for IPID?
Mr. Uester was in an investigation into Sable Hills on behalf of IPID. You testified that that visit to Sable
Yeah.
Hills was a IPID operation. You accompanied the two investigators, you and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. If my recollection
I
is
think
incorrect,
I'm
if
not.
it's incorrect, it's
not.
fine. You can
it's
correct
not
it.
the- Yeah,
You can correct it. You can give your version.
I think I've given my version.
No, I'm just summarizing it because now
So
we're dealing
as
with.
I understand, Mr. O'Sullivan drafted the statement of Mr. Uester and sent it to him to say, look, we've drafted based on our discussions of earlier. I don't know what it said, but I'm assuming something like that. And which is totally fine to draft a draft.
Yes. So my question, I'm not trying to trick you at all. I actually am not. What I'm doing is I'm at the last paragraph. The last paragraph, as you can see, deals with a very important part of the work we are doing in this committee.
Oh, yes.
And let me, maybe just to finish. So all you've given is you've just denied infiltration. And I'm asking specific questions and also reminding you of some of the evidence that you have already given. If my recollection of the evidence, it's on record, but if it's incorrect, I'm not making you, concede. You can give your version. But my recollection is that you said you assisted in drafting statements.
I don't,
Perhaps you can tell us what kind of assistance you gave IPID.
we've done this already. Okay, so let me, desktop research, file notes. If there was a person of interest that came up, I would then run that check and give it to them for them to use. And
if you can just pause there, what do you mean if a person of interest came up, you would grant them a check? What check?
if they needed to know information on someone, I have, as a certified fraud examiner, can access a certain database. Now, they're very strict. You have to have a reasonable suspicion that a crime may have taken place. So you can't say, oh, I'm going on a date with someone, can you check them out? Like, you can't do that. And then I would give that to them. With there's nothing wrong with it. It's almost like it's like a credit check. So there's nothing.
So you would conduct credit checks on,
But yes,
as part of your investigations?
yes.
And those would be on behalf of IPID?
Wouldn't say. On
Did you conduct any on behalf of IPID is the question essentially?
Can you explain what you mean by on behalf of? Because I think
The reason why I'm saying on behalf of IPID, in assisting IPID, because you couldn't have been doing the work that IPID is doing. So IPID would give you an instruction to say, as an examiner, I'm asking, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm asking you the question. The question is, how would IPID how would you execute the instructions on behalf of IPID in assisting them with the investigation work?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there would be, I can imagine going through.
I'm asking specifically around the credit checks that you said you were conducting, because that's where we were now. Remember, the other evidence is already in. We now know that the desktops, studies, you would do research, sometimes draft statements. We are now at the point at which you would conduct credit checks. So just limit the answer to just the credit checks. How did you have to do any credit checks on the instruction of IPID? That's the
On the
question.
request. On the request. And
Request.
yes, yes.
Okay, so you would also conduct credit checks on certain individuals.
I
in
would
your bid.
download it, send it on.
Okay. This work, was it only limited to General Patlane, or did you do other work on an ad hoc basis that they would require?
So usually in any of our investigations, we would, in our own investigation, before we'd open the docket, we would have done the searches like that as well. And for example, if I've got a client and I've done those searches as part of my investigation, I cannot give the client that information. So I'll give it directly to the police officer. Sorry, I've lost my place.
So you were giving an example of how you would basically execute a request from
Yes.
IPID.
So I would run it and give it to them. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with doing that.
You mentioned Nhlanhla Mahlangu. I think he's late. Is the late?
The late. He was shot in the head.
Yeah. Nhlanhla Mahlangu was an investigator at IPID. Do you know him beyond just the investigating work? Did you know him rather, because he's late now?
What do you mean?
Did you also have any social, occasional, relations with him?
We had lunch once and dinner once, yeah.
So you got quite acquainted with the investigators. You would meet them outside of the scope of work.
Correct. Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, in
And-
hindsight, but I didn't
Yeah.
do anything wrong, but I understand you have to probe it, so.
Yeah, I have to just ask. And I think this is lastly. So you were comfortable with the IPID investigators, you knew them, you met them socially. What other work did you do on, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully, on the request of IPID from either the investigators or Mr. McBride or anybody within IPID?
I don't.
Besides General
Not-
Patlane?
There was no project.
Yes, I'm
So
on an ad hoc basis.
I can't remember. I know that from time to time, there would be a request. I do remember there was a news article, but it was from leaked cell phone records, so I'm not comfortable going to that, but there were.
What do you mean by that?
There was people have said I was digging up dirt on the previous minister Nhlanhla.
Were you?
No, no, I wasn't digging up dirt, but
But
I did do a search.
Okay,
Yes, I
you
did
did-
do a
you
search.
did a
It was
search.
a lifestyle search. Yeah.
As part of the work that you did at IPID, you also conducted lifestyle searches. Can you comment on, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan testified that he assisted Mr. Chauke in conducting a lifestyle search regarding the national commissioner that was to be appointed. Did you assist in that work?
I don't remember that. I vaguely recall, I think I did one or two searches, but I didn't know who instructed or requested or anything like that. I was under the impression that Mr. O'Sullivan knew about, they were deciding on a new commissioner and yeah.
And you didn't do any work for that,
Oh, no, I did. I think I cannot say 100% certainty, but I do believe that I did a couple of searches on that. But I don't know the instruction, the discussion between how it came about between Mr. O'Sullivan and Mr. Chauke.
Okay. Lastly, did you have a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride?
I wouldn't say it was a romantic relationship, but it was social. I don't know quite what word to put it in, but for a brief time, we weren't in a relationship.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. And it was an infiltration.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm at the end of the affidavit.
Are you done, Advocate Mkhwanazi? Yeah. Are you done?
Yes, Chairperson.
Ms. Trent, what is a semi-social relationship?
You didn't, you're not like, sorry, can you put the question to me again?
What is a semi-social relationship?
So we saw each other every now and again. There was an attraction to each other, but there was no relationship that went on. But yeah, I don't really know how. Yeah, I don't know how really more to explain. But it wasn't some sort of, oh, I love you and I'll do anything for you and what do you need me to do for you kind of thing. It was what it was. Yeah.
What do you mean? You are like friends with benefits.
Are you allowed to say that on national TV?
Chairperson, I don't mean to interject while you're speaking, but I think there's new language for that. It's called situationship.
Oh. Yeah, no. We are old, we speak Shakespearean English. And I can see now that globalization has happened. Do you understand what is meant by situationship, Honorable Shongwa? This is English. If you do not know that people can expand the language and create new words and concepts, screenshot, screen grab, screen munch. That's what is happening. The language gets enriched. So there is situationship or semi-social relationships. Thank you. Is there anything that you want to say? Anything further that you want to say?
Not that I can think of.
Honorable members, it's now 19:55. What do we do with the time? When it is 19:55, we break. We come back at 20:30. And then we are going to have the long night with Mrs. Sarah-Jane Trent. Yeah, before we break, I want you to know that we tried to get Mr. Adams to come back tomorrow. He's not available. And the two witnesses that were supposed to be coming tomorrow, one of them is a Lesotho national. So I requested our team to first check with Home Affairs if that citizen is legally in the country, so that we're not seen to be promoting wrong practices. And because we do not have confirmation from Home Affairs, we can't allow that witness to appear before us until we get confirmation. Number two, the second witness, who is a South African, says she is in Lesotho for the event that is known as the 117 kilometers Moshweshwe walk. So we will wait for her to come back to her mother country, because in any event, she's coming back to South Africa. So when she comes back, we will arrange with her to appear before the committee. So the two of them, one is waiting, we're waiting for that Home Affairs confirmation, and the other, we're waiting for her to come back. So what it means is that the next proceedings will happen on Tuesday next week. And then we will have a committee housekeeping meeting on Monday. Agreed? I'm talking to myself. If you keep quiet, I will look for Honorable Escosana.
The question, Chair, perhaps was not clear, or the information you gave us is not clear, but if I heard you well, is that tomorrow there's nothing? We are having our house meeting on Monday as usual, and today after dinner we are coming back here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm Chair.
Yeah. No,
I'm agreeing with you, Chair.
Thinking progressively so that you understand what I mean. And you plan your things the way you want to plan them. Yeah. It's a report. Okay, I don't see any further hands, so I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Yes. I see you have taken off your jacket and these chambers are very cold.
Is it okay?
Are you fine without a jacket?
Is it okay that I've taken off my jacket?
Yeah, if you want to put on your jacket, you see, I have also put on my jacket. But no, it's not a problem. If you feel like you are fine, can we proceed?
Yes, sorry, I thought, okay.
The honorable members, I'm going to allocate 15 minutes to each of you. And I see if you want to speak, all of you, or it's half of you, or a quarter of you. Again, members who want to speak, raise their hands. Let me see. 3 from the ANC, 2 from the MKP. Yeah, but I have said members must raise their hands. 1 from the DA, 1 Bangazita, 1 Sols, 1 Matthews, 1 James, 1 Vessels. So it's Honorable Cameron and Honorable Kola Barnett and Honorable Chief Whip, who have not showed intention to participate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 3 hours. It's now 9 o'clock. Yeah. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I'd like you to note that I do not think that we are going to do justice to the witness and what information that we need on 15 minutes allocation.
What do you suggest that we increase the time?
Our 30 minutes,
Yeah.
normal 30 minutes, Chair.
130 minutes. Honorable James, you want to speak?
Yes, I just need 20 minutes, please, Chair. Please.
Okay, let me see. Who else is not happy with 15 minutes? Okay. No, it's fine. We will do like this. I will allocate the full members 30 minutes each and 15 minutes to alternates. No. We're not going to go back and forth. No. We will not do that. We will not go back and forth. Yes. If you want time, you want it, and I give it across the board. So 30 minutes, Honorable Sangoni, 30 minutes, Honorable Nhlanhla, 30 minutes, Honorable Nombalo, 30 minutes, Honorable Skosana, 30 minutes, Honorable Mwangu, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sols, 15 minutes, Honorable Vessels, Honorable
How many minutes, Chair?
30,
Oh, you said 50.
yes, Honorable James,
Did you say 30 for me?
15. Yeah. Then we start with the ANC. Who is the first speaker from the ANC? And if you don't use the time that I allocated, I am going to use it, exercise my discretion as the chair.
No, you'll use 10, don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, when the last speaker comes, the time must be 30 minutes times 10 and 15 minutes times 4. If it is not that, the remainder of the time, if we still have 2 hours remaining, I'm going to use the whole 2 hours to question the witness.
To yourself.
Yeah, we start now. 15 minutes starts with you, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's just few questions, Ms. Trent. In paragraph 18, you are citing about the assistance that yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan gave to IPIT. Then I want to check, were you aware who lodged a complaint against General Nhlanhla?
Are you talking about this matter, who lodged the complaint?
Yes.
So it was Mr. O'Sullivan, but I know that we had statements of other whistleblower police officers.
Were you,
So, yeah, sorry.
when you went to Mr. Nhlanhla's house, were you not assisting the IPIT?
It's not in not in an investigative capacity. We went in with them. We'd done a whole investigation on it and went to go speak to the estate manager. It was as short and sweet as that. Maybe I shouldn't have said.
Who lodged the complaint?
Pardon?
Who lodged the complaint?
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Then investigator Nhlanhla and Binang, why did they come?
So can you just ask that question again?
For instance, let me read out paragraph 18. You are saying that, in fact, it starts there from 17, but in 18, you are saying that you met the 2 IPIT officers, that is the late Nhlanhla, Mandla Nhlanhla, and Temane Binang, who requested your assistance. Then I'm inquiring now, who lodged the complaint?
Mr.
You are
O'Sullivan.
saying that it's Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
And then the IPIT guys, when they came to yourselves, but you are saying here, you were happy to get that assistance of giving that assistance of the investigators. And then, and now, when an assistance is requested, it is written. If it is yourselves who requested an assistance from the IPIT, was it written down?
Oh, I can't remember. It could have been, could have been a telephone call or a message or an email, but it wasn't how do I say,
You don't remember?
it wasn't like a formal, we weren't investigating like a formal investigation. It was, we met with the investigators had been appointed to investigate this. We met, introduced ourselves, said what, you know, we know the matter. And then I think it was a day or the next, around the same time, we said, okay, do you want to meet at the Sable Hills? And we can go and meet with the estate agent. We know because the house is part of that investigation and a whole lot of allegations have been set out in that, in the complaint. That is one of the things that they would have to investigate.
Complained about Mr. Patlana's house. Okay,
yeah.
I'll leave it.
I would love to answer your question. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking. So the docket was open and it had a whole lot of allegations. And then there was almost like a lifestyle audit, and that included the house.
You don't know who lost the complaint? Or is it Mr. Paul
It's
O'Sullivan?
Mr. O'Sullivan, yes. With other witness statements and evidence within that complaint.
Okay, and then now, you are going to Mr. Patlana's house. You take the two investigators from IPID. You all take the car of Mr. O'Sullivan. It is being driven by Mr. Nhlanhla.
Correct.
Were you friends with the two investigators to such an extent that Mr. Sullivan can give an investigator his car to drive to Mr. Patlana's home?
So well, I'm going to speak for myself. I had only met them, it was a day or two before. I can't recall the exact date when it was. And we then said, why don't we meet outside? So it was outside the gate. And Mr. O'Sullivan said to Mr. Mkhwanazi, you drive. And I was in the back seat and we went inside. That's what happened.
Then when you were there in Mr. Patlana's house,
Yes, so that's an estate. And then we went down and then we drove down to, they have the estate manager, they have an office there. So we went there and introduced ourselves to the estate manager.
you were saying that you were taking notes.
I recorded it.
You recorded.
Yes, but for situations like this, you know, when you're investigating people, there's a lot of sort of he said, she said. So I usually, and especially because I was quite new at working for Mr. O'Sullivan, I needed to just make sure that I recorded everything because someone's going to come back and say, yeah, but you did this and you said that and what. So that was the purpose of me recording it. Yeah, so I'm glad we did.
Then did you give those two investigators those notes? Or they had their own notes that they were taking? Did you give them the notes as the investigators?
When you say notes, you mean the recordings?
The recordings, yes.
Yes. We also, what we normally do is certain meetings that we have, if we think we might need it, we get it transcribed by an independent transcriber. So that's what we did. I think, but maybe not immediately, but at some point we did. And then
You met in a meeting situation to give out the recordings?
I would have put it on a USB, and given it to one of the investigators. But I can't recall exactly, but that's probably what it would have been. Yeah.
Because you're not giving me a clear picture of what happened from the start when you go there. Because if I knew who lost the complaint, kahle kahle, then also was that complaint written down? You don't have that written complaint that was lost. It's only a docket.
Yes, the complaint itself is a sworn statement. So when you open a case, and I think with iPad it's different. Either you open a case at the police station and then the station commander decides where it will go, what jurisdiction, and if it's to do with investigating a police officer, they will then send it to iPad, and then iPad. Or if you open it at iPad directly, it doesn't go through the CAS system, but I'm not 100% sure. This didn't go through the SAPS CAS system.
Okay.
So this had an inquiry number, and it was based on Ms.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry. Then I wanted to check because you had those notes and these are the investigators. I mean, the tapes.
Yes.
They didn't have the tapes. It's you, the Paul O'Sullivan attorneys that had, or whatever you call that forensic, what? You had that recorded items. Then then IP would come and go getting information from yourselves
Yeah, from time to time.
from time to time?
Yes.
So you are working for IP in that instance?
I don't see it that way at all. We have a lot of cases, so when they needed something, we'd assist. But it wasn't I mean, if I were to say I investigated that case after it was opened or after the Sable's Hills, there was really nothing that was done. Just.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Check.
You still had 5 minutes, so I will credit it to myself, Honorable. Is that Sangon or Nhlanhla?
Thank you very much, Chair. Quick. It's easy. Was the statement written by you?
Sorry?
Was the statement written by you?
Yes, it was.
So you take ownership of all the contents that are contained in the statement?
I do.
You did not write the statement under duress, undue influence and stuff?
No, it's
Yeah,
my
you must-
statement.
You must say it boldly.
Oh, yeah, no, it's my statement.
Okay. Allegation have it that in executing the project or the operation Phahlan, you had to first capture IP as a very important weapon against Phahlan. And amongst the strategies you have employed is that one of you must date McBride and the other must provide financial resource to McBride as a way of capture so that you are able to execute properly the program of collapsing Phahlan. What's your take on that?
I don't know how to put this, but it is the most absurd thing I have heard. I have at no time ever even thought of capturing anyone, let alone a state institution. It's absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
No, we'll go there. So with Mr. O'Sullivan, what is your working relationship? Are you a personal assistant or what?
So I haven't worked there since 2022. But when I was there, I was kind of a researcher, you know, the person in the office that if you need photocopying or you need pretty much anything that needed to be done. And as the time went by, I was trained.
Administrative clerk.
Yeah, and then the more I stayed, the more I learned and was trained, and then took on more responsibilities and bigger cases, and then I got my CFE. So it came about like that, and it was a normal employee-employer thing. You do what you take instructions from your employer, and
Okay. So Mr. O'Sullivan testified here that he went to the Sable Hills as a complainant to point out what he deems as a crime scene to the IPT officials. What was your business at Sable Hills, you?
Me,
Yes.
I, as his employee,
Of the
he
complainant.
said, let's go. And I got on the car and off we went.
So you're an employee of the complainant?
Correct.
So you went there in your capacity as a co-complainant? Or a
I wouldn't say co-complainant,
a deputy complainant?
more of a witness perhaps at some point if I had to, if I had to witness something. I know you're looking at me. But no, not as a co-complainant. No. But Paul said, right, we're going
Got a call to go and point out the house at Sable Hills Estate.
Who got a call?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
So Mr. O'Sullivan is called by IPT officials to come to Sable Hills.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you did not get any call.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
So you don't remember
It's
how you went?
possible that if you see, sometimes Paul would say, call so-and-so or message so-and-so, or he would do it himself.
But the point is, you, Miss Sarah-Jane Trent, did not receive any communication from IPT officials to go and appear in front of Sable Hills Estate.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember.
You say in both paragraph 7.1 and paragraph 17 that there is some CFE qualification and skill that allows you to access information.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on that? What is CFE?
It's a certified fraud examiner. It's part of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I don't know how much detail you'd like me to go into it.
No, but you say it allows you access to information. What information are you talking about?
Correct. So you have certain databases, and you have to have you apply to them, and you have to. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No, but what legal authority do you rely on in accessing people's information?
Okay, so before you do a search, you have to have. Sorry, can you ask me a question? I'm all over the place. Just
I'm
ask me again.
asking you a question.
Yes.
On paragraph 7.1, on paragraph
Yes, yes.
17, you say your CFE allowed you access to information.
Correct.
Your CFE qualification and skills
Correct.
allowed you access to information.
Correct.
So I'm saying you are relying on what legal authority to access information that you are not meant to access?
Okay, so with the service provider of the information, you have a contract. So it's the same as a estate agent or something. They can do
let's
sort
go
of a
to the
credit
estate
check, or if you're opening like an Edgar's or whatever. But with a CFE, and you've got limits on what certain information is. With a CFE, when you sign the contract, you have to provide your certification, you have to provide various things. And only then will they then accept that you can become you can have access. But they're very strict because you can't just do a search on anyone. You have to have predication, a reasonable suspicion that there is an offense. So,
For example, the state security agencies, if they want to tamper with my communication, they must make a formal application to the surveillance judge in a competent court of law so that they get permission. Now, you speak about the CFE and the association and speak about credit checks. Now, does the National Credit Act authorize you to access people's information?
I don't know on that level, but what I do know is that this is above board.
I put it to you that it doesn't, and if you are involved in anything of that sort, you are involved in an illegal operation.
Okay, I deny
can get
that
you
I
in
am, I deny I'm involved in any illegal operation. It's above board.
Okay, let's go back to section 24. That which you rely on.
Yes.
And section 24 bases itself mostly on people under investigation. Section 24 gives legislative authority to IPD investigators, not private individuals. Now, as a private investigator qualified, a lawyer qualified, you would have at least used your interpretation of statute skills to know that this thing you have written in your statement is actually irrelevant from what you are actually testifying. And from what is actually alleged that you would have done. You start your statement by making a reference from General Pahlane's testimony. But section 24 has nothing, completely no relevance to what you are alleged to have done at Sable Hills.
Okay.
Do you accept that? Okay. In paragraph 19, you say we accompanied IPD investigators to Sable Hills estate. We conducted investigations and interviews there. What interviews were you doing? What investigation were you doing? Under what capacity were you doing that investigation? You say in your statement, go to paragraph 17, you say the reason you went to Sable Hills, which is actually something against what Mr. O'Sullivan said. You say you went there, you say we conducted investigations, we conducted interviews. Under what capacity and authority to do that?
I think I've covered that. I'm just trying to think how I can put it in perspective. I don't really know how else to
Okay, so you agree with me that the investigation was an investigation of IPD?
It was an IPD investigation.
You agree with me that you are not an IPD official?
I agree, yes.
What investigation were you doing at Sable Hills estate?
We were part of the investigation prior to it being opened.
How were you part of the investigation?
At Sable
It's an
Hills.
IPD, it's a state investigation.
Yes.
You are not state officials. How were you part of any investigation? What authority did you have over any investigation?
All I can say is it was not unlawful or illegal.
No, it was unlawful. Do you see now why the state charged you on impersonating IPD officials? Do you understand now? Because you say it yourself. And this is a document, an official document to depose in Parliament. And the state is re-enrolling your case. And you say this in Parliament on record. And the state has got all the authority to request this information from us.
Of
And will gladly give them. You admit and confess on paragraph 19 that you conducted investigations and interviews at Sable Hills.
And not as an IPID officer
Yeah.
at all.
So
Not as.
why were you
They
conducting?
haven't re-enrolled it.
I beg your pardon?
They haven't re-enrolled it.
Okay.
They're investigating but sorry, I don't want to be rude. So I didn't mean that. I'm satisfied I have not impersonated anyone, and I'm just glad that we.
You
have
agree
the
that it
report.
was a mistake for you to say you were conducting investigations and interviews at Sable Hills? Before we pass, we must pass now.
Sorry, can you just repeat the
Do
question?
you agree with me that it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting interviews and investigations at Sable Hills? Because the investigations that were conducted there are IPID investigations and you're not an IPID official.
I see what you mean. Okay, I was not conducting an IPID investigation.
What investigation you conducted?
I was going along to go and see the estate manager and
Why was the estate manager said? For what reason?
to obtain, no, I can't, to obtain the plans of the house
Which house?
sorry, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
The one that
Table
was
here,
under
yes.
investigation by IPID.
Correct.
So you were conducting IPID investigation. Look, let's maybe tone
Yeah.
down a little bit. You go to Sable Hills Estate.
Mm.
There is an investigation underway by IPID on Mr. Nhlanhla
Correct.
on building a house in Sable Hills Estate. You go there, not as an IPID official. You enter the precinct with IPID officials. You say you conducted interviews and investigations inside. And when we ask you what interviews, when you met with the estate manager,
Yeah.
which subject of interview was on Sable Hills house? There is only one subject of interview according to the record.
Yes.
It's the house of Mr. General or General Nhlanhla.
Correct.
Yes. Now, there is no other interview we were doing. So I'm saying to you, that is the reason why you admit here that you conducted investigations and interviews, and the state charged you for impersonating an IPID official. Let's pass that part. I was just briefing you the can of worms you're opening for yourself here. So did you request the building plan from the building inspector or building what?
Myself personally, no.
Who requested it?
I can't remember, but I know that that was what the purpose of going, so I don't know exactly who spoke the
Did
words.
you request bank statements of General Nhlanhla and anyone close to him?
I didn't request any bank statements.
You did not request.
No.
Okay.
As far
That's
as I
fine.
remember.
Did you ask from the security guards that were there, the security detail of General Nhlanhla, including how many bodyguards, how many cars, how many guns, what kind of ammunition and all that?
Myself, no.
Who did it?
I don't know what was asked. I recall allegations of that, but I did not ask any of those questions.
Fine. Did IPID officials were with reprimand you from the alleged conduct of yourself and Mr. O'Sullivan?
No, not on that day.
So you just
On that day.
Okay, let's proceed. They did not reprimand you. Why are you saying the warrant of arrest was fraudulent? I didn't really get the explanation.
So the statements that they'd taken, that formed the basis of the warrant of arrest. Some of the statements had been, were not, sorry, I'd just like to the honorable members, this situation is, it's a trauma response. So it's why both are crying. So I'm very sorry if I get.
You can give me even if it's one reason.
Sorry?
You can give me even if it's one reason. Why do you think the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
Oh, yes. Okay. So people did not tell the truth in their statements, and that we had introduced ourselves as IFRID members or pretended to be, which is not true. And those were lies. And it was to stop any investigation into the acting National Commissioner of Police in South Africa.
Do you respect the South African judiciary?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So how could you say a magistrate has issued a fraudulent warrant of arrest?
I'm not saying
And
that.
then when we're asking about the reasons, you don't blame the magistrate. You blame some other people. I mean, you are supposed to note the weaknesses you're talking about, but still there is a warrant of arrest from a magistrate.
If I'm not mistaken, the magistrate makes the decision on what is presented by the prosecutor, because they have different.
Okay, it's fine. I'm still not getting any response. Do you know the concept called vicarious liability?
I do.
You do. You say you were under unlawful arrest.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you understand that in terms of the principle of vicarious liability, you should have sued the minister for unlawful arrest or wrongful arrest or whatever you want to call it? Did you do that?
I did not. I don't.
Why did you not do it?
I was told, well, firstly, I couldn't afford it. Secondly, and I did not have a lawyer. When Paul sued the state, he said that instead of me, because I probably won't get any, a lot, that I could have a percentage of what he gets. That's why.
Let's leave it. Still, you are not giving me an answer, boss. You are a lawyer. You're supposed to know that if you are subjected to unlawful arrest, unlawful or malicious prosecution, you can sue them.
Yes, I do know that,
but you
but you also
decided
have to have
you
money for a
decided not to
lawyer.
take that option. So it doesn't make sense, but let's pass
No,
it.
I couldn't afford a lawyer. Otherwise, I would have.
Okay. But
I would have loved to.
but
I
Mr.
would
O'Sullivan
love to.
paid more than 200,000 rands for McBride's lawyers.
For?
McBride's lawyers.
Yeah, but not mine.
So you are a child of a lesser court. Okay. So you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then when does it become fraudulent? Paragraph 27, you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then how did you then consolidate that the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
I hear what you're saying. Firstly, I had never committed any offense. So if there was a warrant of arrest, it had to be under a lie. Someone had to lie, because I did not commit any offense.
Yeah, but the point
So
is.
it had to be a lie.
Yeah, but the point is, at paragraph 27, you say, during the arrest, no warrant was issued out. So
No, I didn't say no warrant was issued. I asked to see it. So when they came, he had the clipboard. So you can't deny he didn't have the. I think maybe I've misunderstood your question.
you asked to see it. Paragraph 27, you say you asked to see it, you were not given. That's the point. So when did you then collate information that it was fraudulent if you were not given the warrant of arrest?
Oh, it wasn't at the time. I wasn't thinking about whether the arrest warrant was fraudulent or not. At the time, I was thinking, well, where the hell am I?
Yeah, okay. Paragraph 29, you say 2 hours after my arrest, maybe went to the police station and stuff. But the last time I checked, that was not an arrest according to you, it was an abduction. So when did it change to be an arrest?
I think that's,
I mean, at what stage did you change your mind that, no, in fact, this is not abduction, this is an arrest?
I think it's a bit, look, I understand the wording, but it's a bit of bit semantics. It was
No, no, it's not
under arrest warrant, but what happened was not okay. It was an abduction. And if anyone in South Africa thinks that that was a lawful arrest, then we've got a problem.
No, but the point is, you say you were abducted by men you don't know with unbranded cars. But in the
Where did I say that?
Ah,
No, where did I say I was abducted by men in an unbranded car? Like in that one, like that sentence.
you said unidentified.
No, I know I said that.
So, what's the
No,
issue?
no, I didn't say I was abducted by men that I don't know in an unmarked
okay.
car.
Ab-
There were several cars
Yes,
and there were several people,
yes.
some without uniform, others with uniforms and guns. I do have the videos here, which I'd love for everyone to see, because I don't think that words can quite show what it was. So no, I didn't say that it was one car. There were many cars.
Yeah, that's the point. That you said that from say, paragraph 25, but in paragraph 29, you changed that and say 2 hours after my arrest. That's the bone of contention. That it has changed now to be an abduction all suddenly.
Look, honestly,
Okay, you want to retract which one, arrest or abduction? So that we use one word. We know what was happening.
abduction.
Abduction.
Arrest, yeah, no. Don't,
Okay, okay, so you
I
are
don't mean to
retracting.
frustrate you.
Okay, you are retracting
No,
arrest or abduction.
sorry?
Which one are you retracting? You can't have one situation and it becomes an abduction and an arrest at the same time. It's either it's an arrest or it's an abduction. So which one do you retract? You were not abducted. That's the reality.
No, I was.
Okay, let's proceed. How did you get to know an internal memo at NPA? If you check paragraph 40, say on the 31 of May 2017, an acting Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng Division, Pretoria, Advocate Baloyi, requested the docket I had opened against Mabu, all that. There was an internal memo that he sent, but you get to have the contents of the internal memo, which you have altered some of them there. How did you access an internal memo of NPA?
What date was that?
It was the
2017.
31st of May, 2017. SJT 11. Yeah.
I don't remember how, but that, I don't,
What don't
I
you
don't,
remember?
I can't remember.
What don't you remember?
How I got it, but it would have been, I honestly can't remember how I got it. However, it was it was an update on the matter.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know,
Okay.
but yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that the Criminal Procedure Act gives an authority to peace officers to seize any property from any person under arrest if it is suspected of having been used for a commission of a crime? Are you aware of that?
Can you repeat that?
Are you aware that in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, a peace officer is legally authorized by national legislation to search or seize any property from any suspect if it is suspected to have been used for a commission, if there is a reasonable suspicion that it would have been used for a commission of a crime. Are you aware of that? It can be a yes or a no.
Are you, sorry, are you quoting a
Okay,
section?
let me say this. I think the law allows police officers to search or seize. There's even a topic, I think it's section 20 of the Criminal Procedure Act, that gives a scenario where a police officer can search and seize without a search and seizure warrant. So the point I'm driving is that for you to have peace in your life, for you to live your normal, proper life, leave this fictitious image of your abduction, your cell phone being stolen, leave those things. Accept the fact that the state is giving you an opportunity through its criminal procedure and process system, for you to prove yourself that this which you have been accused to have done, which include your extortion, intimidation, impersonating an IP official and all those things. Gather yourself around, prepare your case properly, because what you have given us here will not see the light of day in a court of law, because what you are giving here are just suspicions, but you are not giving a credible evidence on your phone being stolen. Your phone is this red phone that you're talking about? Is it this red phone that is in the annex of bundles? There's a red phone here, written Nokia.
No, no,
It's not
that's,
that.
I think that's Paul's, the red Nokia.
Okay, so we would advise you to go and prepare your case properly, because there is an indication, as it was said by one of the members here, that the state, through what the National Director of Public Prosecution wrote to this committee, is intending to re-enroll your case. And we are telling you that if this is the case you stand on, then you are in serious trouble, because what you are doing now, you are just giving insinuations. Your phone was not stolen. You were not abducted. So you leave that part and settle and prepare your case properly so that you are able to stand in a committed court of law. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. You are 30 minutes on the dot. This is my standard.
Yeah.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening once again, Ms. Trent. And let me maybe just, for lack of a word, commiserate with what you're going through. I mean, you've told us it was a trauma response, and I'm hoping that you've sought support around that trauma response. Ms. Trent, I'm hoping I won't be long, but I just want to check with you. I mean, we've just started with the questioning, but the evidence leader would have led you most of the afternoon. Do you realize the wrong that is being alleged here? Do you think that there's any basis for the issues that are being raised? And do you think that perhaps you could have erred together with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in some way or the other in relation to these matters?
Thank you, remember. I think that's the allegations against myself are what's ridiculous. Sorry, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's a word that I think of. They're very serious allegations, and I can understand why the honourable members are looking into it, because they are very serious. However, I know that I have done nothing wrong, and I know that you have a duty to investigate. Yeah, it's not a nice position to be in, to have these.
Okay, but you still maintain that you have done nothing wrong. So on paragraph 14, where you told us about the purpose of, I think, deposing this affidavit to us, you said you would be answering to issues of Mr. O'Sullivan's alleged involvement, interference, and infiltration. Interesting choice of words, different words with different meanings. Now, they do speak to the terms of reference, as you're saying. If you were to take those three words of yours, involvement, interference, infiltration, what is your averment? Was Paul just involved lightly? Did he interfere? Did he infiltrate the system? And why would you say that?
So it is, I have therefore been informed that this committee requires me to give evidence regarding the alleged involvement. I'm sorry, can you ask that question? I don't mean to.
What did Mr. O'Sullivan do as it relates to our law enforcement agencies, IPID in particular? Was he just involved with IPID? Did he infiltrate IPID, or did he interfere in the work of IPID?
Okay, no, he didn't. There was no infiltration, no interference. And the involvement would have been, if they needed something, we were there. But absolutely no infiltration. However, yeah.
Okay. What's your relationship like with Mr. O'Sullivan?
I left his employ in 2022, and we are not in contact at all. I think we got in contact because of this the Ad Hoc Committee and my name coming up, and that.
You weren't in contact before that?
No, I think on Christmas he would send like a Christmas thing, and then maybe I had another job at 2024, but we didn't.
But it's not a strained relationship or anything.
No, I left, amicably.
You just lost touch.
Yeah, I had no reason to be in touch with him. I mean, we weren't friends or.
Okay, let's go into that. So paragraph 8.4, you say Forensic for Justice NPO was an NPO that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminal or politically corrupt individuals, etc. How did you identify these elements?
It would have been through work that we're doing. So an example I usually use when people ask me is, because we're looking at alleged criminal offences that someone's if you come to me and you say, listen, someone's committed this offence, I listen to you, I say, okay, there could be something there, let's have a look. And we open the case, but then what happens is someone will bribe to have the case lost or something like that. So when something like that happens, then Paul would make a complaint of that, and then you start to sort of see.
Sorry, Sarah, I think you're digressing. How do you identify elements of the criminal justice system? So when do you start investigating somebody? Is it always because somebody comes to tip off, or as you say, you identify them? How do you
I see.
identify
Okay,
them?
I understand your question. It would be, it would be a tip-off or something in the media. I can give an example of one of those. But usually there are so many people that ask to meet with Paul. He always meets with anyone and they'll come and give their documents. And if there is something there, alternatively, if he's seen something,
Then
he'll decide.
discuss-
He'll decide and he'll say.
So
no,
how
yeah.
did he then identify the National Commissioner of Police to be investigated?
Okay, so my understanding of it is it went all the way back to his investigation into Radovan Kretschmer. And there was I'm going to try and speed this up, a death threat, and then there was a witness that came forward and turned into a state witness, and then he was supposed to go into witness protection, and then they kicked him out. I don't know all the details. I'm just telling you as I recall. And then Mr. O'Sullivan complained to, it was Ria Piecha or someone, to say, listen, this state witness is being kicked out of the.
Yeah, I think we know that Mr.
And then,
Manu.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then Mr. Mkhwanazi came, and then he complained about a General Munu in Durban and about what was happening to this witness. And then he was ignored, or he couldn't get any feedback because this witness, it's a state witness, it's dangerous people. And so then he said, I think there must have been an email or something. And he said, well, what's up with this commissioner of police?
Then he identified him for
yes,
investigation.
Then, as I remember, he said, he went to the media and he said something, and that brought attention to police whistleblowers, who then contacted Mr. O'Sullivan, and then he met with them, and they said, "Oh, we saw that you have identified red flags," and then that's how the IPID, or as we call it, the IPID
So
pipeline
basically,
came about.
Mr. O'Sullivan has got beef with the general, the National Commissioner of Police, who will not do what he wants, which is to investigate and deal with these people, including General Manu. I'm not sure if it was a general. Then he decides to go shout about it in the media, and then people say, aha, we've got something you can use, right? Okay, would you not regard that as extortion, Ms. Trent?
I wouldn't.
Okay, let's move. Sorry, I'm going to run out of time. Why
That's
did you
fine.
resign from Forensic for Justice and O'Sullivan and Associate?
So at the time, so it was, I don't want to get the wrong date.
No, don't worry about the
Okay,
date. Why?
so at the time, I didn't want to continue working there. I wanted to see what else I could.
But you
I
didn't
could
have a
do.
job. You just resigned.
Yeah, so I resigned, but Mr. O'Sullivan said that I could remain under employment until I found another job.
Why would you guys do that? I mean, you want to go somewhere, you resigned, you're fed up with your current situation, and then you still stay. How does that work?
Sorry. I resigned as a director, not as, yeah. I think because I'd been there for so long, how it happened is, we were chatting, and then he said something about, my attitude needs to change. Otherwise he doesn't want me to take over the company. And I said, well, I don't want the company. And then he said, okay, well, And then the next day we didn't have a fight or anything like that. It was just,
You just did
it
a
was
bad
my
attitude.
time to move on. And he said, okay, fine, no problem. You can work here until you find something. We've got a long, you've been here for a long time, but it was just that point where I
Amicable,
was like,
okay.
I'm not.
Then you
I
joined
can't do this.
Dr. B.F. Chauke Foundation. Is this the
Correct.
same Bajani Chauke you've been speaking about?
Correct.
What's your relationship with Dr. Chauke?
So I met him when at Forensics for Justice. There was a allegation against Mr. Andile Ramaphosa in the Bosasa matter, and Paul contacted someone who could communicate with the president, Ramaphosa, because he wanted to speak with Andile Ramaphosa to see if he would want to clear his name or give his version of events, because we were opening a criminal case and there were allegations against him. And so that's how I met Mr. Chauke, or Dr. Chauke. And then I think we had tea at some point. And then when I left, there was something happened in the news.
Must have become very close for him to now hire you at his foundation and come to you guys for tip-offs around, who to hire for national commissioner and so forth?
I don't know what the correspondence was or how that came about, but I do know that there were searches done on that. I don't think that he asked Paul to do that. I don't even think he had.
Sorry, you don't think he
I don't
asked
think
Paul
he
to
asked
what?
Paul to vet potential commissioners of police. However, I don't have the correspondence, but Paul and Bajani are not friends or anything, but.
Are you friends with Bajani?
I wouldn't say friends, but I worked for his foundation.
Okay. Okay, so Honorable Nhlanhla has already asked you about investigation, so I won't go back there. But I'm quite keen to find out. So when you and Mr. O'Sullivan were at General Pahlane's house and you were speaking about all these issues, why were you looking for the plans for his house? What were you going to do with that?
So, as I understand, the case on corruption, the house, it was impossible for the house to have been built on what he, within his means. So what Mr. O'Sullivan had done was, you have a Google Earth, but you can have, there's a tool that you can use called Google Earth History. I don't know if he's gone through this with you guys. And I'm assuming that's where the plans came, and then it's to get the
Okay, sorry,
architects.
let's leave it. I think I get what you're saying. I'm just uncomfortable about, civilians going into an estate looking for people's house plans. Now, Advocate Mashukha says that, sorry, he's quoting somebody, I think Mr. Uester, that when he refused Mr. O'Sullivan to give the information across, Mr. O'Sullivan informed him that he may be imprisoned for 2 years. And that's when Mr. Uester complied. Do you also refute these allegations that Mr. O'Sullivan said Mr. Uester would be imprisoned for 2 years if he didn't give over the info?
I don't think it was you, if you don't give the information. I think he may have quoted from the act that would have said, no, you know, non-compliance, but I can't.
But you agree that's not even his place. He's not an IPID investigator.
I think he was just quoting an act.
Why is he even interviewing Mr. Jooste?
In our investigations, we often will phone someone up that may have information, and so it's not
IPID was
unusual.
there, okay, okay. I mean, IPID was there, right? That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Tell me, now you've been saying that you recorded these conversations. Why were you recording and not the investigators?
They never recorded. For me, I just recorded all the meetings just so that I had that on my file. Actually, when I started working for Paul, if he walked into the office, I'd just push record because everything was the speed of light. So that's just what I did. And
Okay. But now, why did you not bring us either the recordings or the transcripts? I mean, I'm sure this would have just exonerated you from everything that you said. You know, about not claiming to be IPID, you know, telling them that you are not investigators. I just find it curious that you haven't included that as part of your bundle.
oh, have I given it? I didn't think to. I know that's not a.
I mean, that's like all the
I-
evidence to prove this case against you is manufactured. Because if you guys never said any of these things, you just produced the transcript, the recording.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have it here. I can.
All right, let me move quickly. I didn't get your response to Advocate Mkhwanazi about why you and the arresting officer seem to have two different versions of this phone. I heard you saying then you wouldn't need it for a battery. She doesn't even mention that you went back to the office. Why would that be?
Khorane
Yes.
doesn't mention. I don't know why he didn't mention it.
Okay. Did you arrange a polygraph test between Mr. McBride and Mr. Mokitedi?
I organized a polygraph. I think I was in contact with either the polygraph lady contacted it.
You did?
And did I contact him?
Did you organize?
I organized it, yes.
Why would
yes.
you be organizing polygraph tests on matters relating to IPID investigations?
So what happened is there was this, Mokitedi came with these outrageous claims of a bribe with overthrowing the government. I mean, it was just.
Yeah, but why are
so-
you
and
the
that
one
all,
that?
yeah, so and then that went viral all over the news. And someone dared someone to take a polygraph, I think, in a news on TV or something like that. And Paul said, arrange. He was overseas.
Okay.
And that's
Did
what
you
I
then
did.
agree to provide Mr. McBride with the questions so he would know in advance the questions to be asked to him?
I think that I can't remember.
That's quite a big thing, Sarah. You can't not remember that.
No, I honestly don't remember
That was cooking the polygraph test.
No, you know the questions. I
Okay.
definitely not.
I'm sure I will
Definitely
find
not.
your WhatsApp communications around that. In my last 10 minutes, I just want to move to last part. Were you part of a security WhatsApp group which had McBride, Siseko, Nhlanhla, Binang, Rapesu, and other people? Were you part of that group?
Yes, at one point.
Okay. Now, what business do you have being in WhatsApp groups with IPID investigators?
So as I remember, there was death threats, and then it was the Christmas holidays. And as I understood it, was to just keep everyone in, like, for safety.
So were they protecting you or you were planning Christmas?
No, we weren't planning Christmas. No, it was just so that keep everyone safe.
Were they your friends?
No.
So you, okay.
So this, yeah, I don't know.
What else did you discuss in this group?
I can't remember. I don't have that group. I don't have the messages.
Okay. I think you've agreed at some point that you have been getting financial credit information of citizens for Mr. McBride. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. What allows you to do this? What statutory authority do you have to do this?
I just know that it is lawful for me to do that. When
Sarah,
I
you're a lawyer. What do you mean it's lawful? You're a lawyer.
I'm just. Okay. Just give me a second. Yeah.
And while you're thinking about that, on paragraph 7.1 of your statement, you say that you became a certified fraud examiner in 2019, but in 2016, you were already conducting credit checks and running lifestyle audits. So I ask you again, how could you do that? You weren't even a fraud examiner.
I was an attorney, so that's also part of. I didn't think of that. I would also be. I can't think of the word.
Let me tell you what Mr.
Considered.
Sullivan said when I asked him this. He said the National Credit Act allows people to get such reports, which may be used for, amongst others, investigations into fraud, corruption, blah, blah, blah. He just forgot to mention that the regulation goes so far as to say, provided that SAPS or any other statutory enforcement agency conducts that investigation. Your company was neither SAPS nor a statutory enforcement agency. I think we can agree on that, right?
But yeah, but I don't agree that we're not the only certified fraud examiners that have this contract with the service providers. It's not just us.
Okay, I'm not
So I
sure
think
which contract we're talking about. I'm asking you about going to citizens, and maybe let me get to a specific citizens. Why were you getting all of this information on Minister Nhlanhla, former minister?
so that had just trying to think.
Okay, maybe let me prompt your mind. Mr. McBride sent you a message saying Nhlanhla is trying to get rid of me again.
Okay, so he and Nhlanhla and Nhlanhla, McBride, all of that was part of the state capture and state capture and the capture of the criminal justice system. And there was and Nhlanhla and various people and parties were trying to get some people out and some people in order to capture the criminal justice system. And this all happened together when the investigation into General Mkhwanazi occurred.
So you use the same modus operandi, right? Now, Minister Nhlanhla is unhappy with Mr. McBride. You decide, let's dig up some dirt on Minister Nhlanhla. Because let's assume you could investigate fraud, which is a disputed point right now. You respond and you say, do you have an ID number or a cell number? He asks you off, you say Nhlanhla, you said, yeah, send quickly. He sends you Mr. Nhlanhla's ID number, and you will respond by saying, I'll let you know if there's anything fishy. You're also asking for a title deed to his house and his vehicle ownership. We'll let you know when I get them. What on earth is this?
So that was on a sort of a lifestyle
Why are you
Audit.
doing lifestyle things on ministers because Mr. McBride is unhappy that the minister wants to get rid of him?
Well,
What authority do you have, Sarah, that allows you to do that? Sorry, Ms. Trent.
the capture of the criminal justice system,
By who? Because right now, that's the issue in question, whether it is yourselves or the other people you're alleging captured
no,
them.
I hear you.
So please just help me understand this.
Yeah, that's, I believe that this was part of the criminal capture and that there was interference and there was. And yeah,
Okay, I think maybe let's stop there. You just said something that was very interesting to me. You said, I'm actually looking for your comment because I wrote it down. You said, if anybody thinks that this arrest was lawful, then we have a problem. This committee has received a letter from the National Commissioner of Police, General Fani Masemola, and he says your arrest was lawful. I think we have a problem then.
yeah, we do. We have a big problem.
Okay.
We have a
Thank you
big
very
problem if he thinks that that was a lawful, huge problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Sarah.
Chair,
Trent.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, can I just get clarity? The witness was asked a question and she didn't answer the question. The witness was asked state capture by who? And she didn't answer that question.
I can't name just one person. There were, the state
Yes,
capture
but you
was,
were asked by who? Mention names, you said political parties, by who?
can you just, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
And the honorable, just
Yeah,
rephrase
if you don't mind.
that question again. We need an answer to that question.
You said, I was asking you about why you were doing all of these things to Minister Nhlanhla.
Okay.
And you said, no, there were all of these things, the state was being captured, and I asked you by who was capturing the state.
Ah, okay. So I'm just trying to think of the best way to. In the criminal justice system, there is a lot of grabbing for power. I'm just trying to think of how I can explain. State capture could not have happened if we had a functioning, uncaptured criminal justice system.
But
Okay.
No.
take it further during that.
Can we proceed? We cannot do a merry-go-round the whole night. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Nhlanhla.
I want to start by appealing to your conscience. When I look at your profile here and your educational background, I can safely say that you have worked hard to become who you are today. You are saying here you obtained a certificate in market management, you obtained the Bachelor of Laws, you got admitted as an attorney of the High Court, you became a certified fraud examiner, and so on and so forth. And then, in my view, you started to experience problems when you met a man called Paul O'Sullivan. Are you proud for having worked with Paul O'Sullivan?
That's a difficult question. What I will answer is that I learned a lot. I experienced a lot, some of which was a bit traumatic.
Yeah, no. Leave the experiences, ma'am, and let me contextualize my question.
Please, yeah.
The reason why I'm asking, there's evidence before this committee which shows that there's a widespread discontent against Paul O'Sullivan. Many people are bringing different complaints about him, and he has jeopardized, allegedly, many careers, wrongfully so. Now, the question is, I'm not going to go into detail. And as if that is not enough, he even threatened members of parliament. He threatened a witness which was seated where you are sitting currently. He even threatened a member of parliament last week. I believe that as a patriotic South African, you do not endorse such behavior. Now, the question is, are you still proud of having worked with such a man?
I no longer tell people that I used to work with him.
No, we are not. We are not responding to my question now.
Am I proud to say that I had worked?
Are you proud? Leave alone his questionable history and desire to be a South African citizen, because that's where I'm going as well. I'm going to ask you a question if you made enough research about him before you joined his company and about his intentions for coming into our country. For now, let's deal with this one. Are you still proud, having learned all these allegations and having learned all the evidence that has been adduced before this committee against him? Are you still proud for having worked with him?
I think it would be better to deal with the allegations because I have not ever witnessed him committing an offense.
Okay, let me ask you this question because seemingly I'm not going to get an answer on this one. Do you associate yourself with the wrongdoings orchestrated by Paul O'Sullivan? Ma'am, here I'm talking about a person who has not denied some of the allegations I've explained to you. He came to this committee. We asked him about threatening a witness who was there, Mr. Ngabinde. He has not denied. He did not even become evasive. He took ownership of all these things that I've spoken about. Now I'm asking you, do you still associate yourself with that character?
No.
Are you proud of having worked with him? After he has conceded to all these things, are you still proud?
I'm sad.
You are sad?
Yeah.
If you can be given an opportunity, because I believe you are a South African, were you born here in South Africa? And I believe you love this country. And I believe you are protective of your reputation and of your character. And the manner in which you have worked for your profile in terms of your educational background, you wouldn't allow your character to be easily destroyed by another person.
No.
Is that correct? Now, if I give you an opportunity here to clean your name, and the only way you can clean your name is by telling nothing but the truth. I'm telling you, South Africa will regain confidence in you. we've given some witnesses that opportunity here. And some espoused our advices and they received a standing ovation. If I'm giving you an opportunity here to clean your name, will you take advantage of that?
I don't know. I will tell whatever you need, but I don't know if, like I said, I've never witnessed him committing an offense, but I will take any opportunity. Sorry, can you ask that question again?
No, the question is too long, ma'am. There are many questions I have for you. Would you take an opportunity of cleaning your name if I give that opportunity to you? Because your name is currently tainted through your association with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And the only instrument you can use to cleanse your name is by telling nothing but the truth.
Correct.
Would you take that opportunity?
Yes, I would.
Would you take advantage of it?
Yes.
Let's start here. There are allegations backed up by evidence which has been adduced here. SMSs, WhatsApp text, and so on, which suggest that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
So the issue of my cell phone, I have taken legal advice. I don't want to deal with the issues of the cell phone. However, I will deal with the allegations or the question on Robert McBride.
So the question is, here we've been given evidence which is suggestive of a proposition that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
It wasn't a romantic relationship, but we did have a social relationship.
Yeah, what is
Also-
what is a social relationship?
We had meals together, and there was an attraction. I don't know what else. How
It was
else?
an attraction.
Yes, it was,
Thank you for
but it
being-
was not. It wasn't a romantic relationship. It was, yeah.
Thank you for being honest. Have you ever been in the same room together, both of you? Not in a restaurant, but in a private.
Yes.
You've been. Thank you for being honest. And at that time, Mr. McBride was working for IPIT, was the director of IPIT, correct?
Yes.
And on the other hand, you were busy assisting IPIT with investigations.
The assistance in the investigation was not investigation. We weren't on the ground. It was, could you carry out this? Could you do some desktop research?
I'm not there.
So it wasn't
I'm saying, yeah, even if that's how you describe it, but I'm saying at that time you were assisting IPIT in its work. Let me not say in its investigations, because I know what I want to get for now. So on the other hand, while you are having this relationship with Mr. McBride, you are assisting IPIT on the other hand in its work, correct?
Yeah, but it wasn't a relationship.
No, but you have explained it.
So
and
yes,
I
so
thought,
I had communications with IPID investigators, and I had socialized with Mr. McBride. I
yes.
don't
No,
believe that I've.
No, ma'am, let's not be all over the place. I'm going to guide you through my questions. So just follow me here. I'm the driver of this conversation. Now, you are busy with McBride. You are having the relationship that you have described, right? And then on the other hand, you are assisting IPIT in its investigations. or in its work, let me not say investigations because you become argumentative when I use that term. You assist IPID in its work.
I feel like the impression of assisting in, so we had the initial investigation of the Mkhwanazi and then there was
At
the
what stage did you have this relationship with Mkhwanazi?
January
January when?
2017.
When did you start the Pahlane matter?
So that was in February 2016, but then obviously there was no investigation and then
Yeah,
but I can, there was not, there was, the two didn't, it was, yeah, there was, it
And then
wasn't.
it carried on, right? The Pahlane investigation
They,
carried
yeah,
on.
they carried on
And during the course of that investigation, then this relationship emerged between you and Mkhwanazi.
again, it wasn't a relationship. I
No,
mean,
no,
it
no,
wa-
no, it's fine. I'm saying I'm not going to go deeper.
yeah, and we, you know, we didn't,
On how you
we
describe
didn't
it.
chat or phone or anything like it was.
No,
yeah.
but there's no way you can meet in a restaurant if you have not called each other on the phone.
You know, yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah,
like a
because here you are not sangomas, so you can't prophesize that he's going to a restaurant and go to a restaurant and meet coincidentally. It was coordinated. So,
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. It's,
Yeah,
oh,
so you
I'm in
can't-
Sandton, do you want to get dinner? And then,
yes, so you
Yeah.
can't say you were not speaking on the phone.
but you know, when you're with a relationship, you follow up with someone or see how they're doing, it was like there wasn't, anyway.
Yeah, so let's go back to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Okay.
Did you do some background check before you worked for his company?
No, I Googled him. I think, how old was I? I was, I think 29 or 30. I Googled him and I saw, you know, he had, you know, all these stories about investigations and that, and I sent him my CV.
Do you know where he
so I
was
didn't-
born and why he came to South Africa?
As far as I know, he was born in Ireland and came to South Africa for property.
No, that's not what he told us. He told us that he came here because he was in love with the weather. So I don't know whether he was in love with the rains or the sunshine. He was in love with the weather. So that's not what he told us. But the question is, did you bother yourself to do some investigation about his history before you joined his company?
No, I didn't, I looked him up. There was no reason for me. I mean, I've never done that for anywhere else that I've applied for a job.
Now, there is this company that you were a director under. It's a forensic. Who else was a director in that company besides you?
So there would have been, it would probably have been two of the staff or colleagues at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Were there no directors who were not South African citizens, foreign directors?
No, not that I know of.
So there were no foreign directors?
No foreign directors in Forensics for Justice.
Yes.
No.
Do you know who was funding the company?
Who was funding
Yes.
Forensics for,
Where was it getting its funding from?
from Paul O'Sullivan? I don't think we got any funding.
No, so was it not foreign funded?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, unless someone donated money, but no, it wasn't foreign funding.
So there is no funding which they received from an international institution?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What was your role as a director?
To basically do exactly the same as what I was doing before, but I was on as a director.
I didn't hear your response when you were talking about your employment at the Pejane Foundation, Chauke Foundation.
Yes.
You spoke about Andile Ramaphosa, Pejane,
Yes.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes.
Well, what is the story? How did you get employed in the Pejane Foundation?
So we'd kept in touch, and then when I had resigned, I think something maybe happened in the media, and we messaged, and I said, "Oh yes, I've resigned from Paul O'Sullivan," and then maybe a couple of months later, he sent me a message to say, listen, I'm looking for someone to run my foundation. Would you be interested in meeting and chatting about it? And
Who sent you a message?
Mr. Bajani Chalke.
Mr. Pajane.
Yes.
So you sent him a message and then he replied?
And then a few months later, I think he was.
Replied?
No, not replied. He said, "Oh, well, good luck," or whatever. And then a few months later, he messaged me. Obviously, thought of me knowing that I was looking for another. I don't know what he was thinking.
So you
but
knew Mr. Pejane while you were working for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Because we were opening a criminal case that had to do with the whole Bosasa matter. And in one of the affidavits, there was an allegation against Andile Ramaphosa. And Paul then, I don't know how he contacted or who, to try and get in touch with Andile Ramaphosa to get his version of events. And then Bajani Chalke then came to meet us, and then Andile Ramaphosa came and we met with him, and that's how I met him.
So what was Andile a friend to Pejane Chauke?
I don't know.
So I'm trying to connect
Because
the unconnected dots now. Because I'm asking about you knowing Pejane Chauke.
Yes, that's how I met him.
You are bringing in Andile Ramaphosa. You are saying there was a complaint against him. So how does Pejane Chauke come in that scenario?
I see.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
No, Chair. It can't be. Honorable Sangoni finished at 22:10. You said you are giving us 30 minutes.
What time was it?
22:10, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not for the first time we are doing this, Chair. It's not for the first time. And we are so lenient with ANC members.
We want to continue.
I sent a video in a group wherein you cut me before I finished my time.
Yeah, but can you use your time now?
Yeah, but I'm saying don't do this to me, please, Chair.
No, I apologize. I'm not in that mood. I apologize. You still had 10 minutes.
So what I'm trying to understand here, Miss Jane, Sarah-Jane, is that how does then Pejane come in? Because the complaint was not against him. The complaint was against Andile Ramaphosa.
I skipped a step.
So the dots are unconnected.
Yes, so at the time, Bajani Chowki was a political advisor to Cyril Ramaphosa, as I understand. And that was who had contacted us that would, what's the word? Liaise.
No, still it doesn't make sense.
But, okay, so should I?
No,
Explain it
I'm
again.
saying it doesn't make sense, but let's move on.
Okay,
You laid a complaint against Tutuzile Zuma.
so, yes.
Yes, on what capacity?
Forensics for Justice,
Or you were still working for that company?
correct.
Where did you lay the complaint?
It was emailed to someone at the NPA.
Why straight to the NPA, not to the police? Are we not reporting
It
crime?
was 2021. Yeah, I'm just, oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to remember who commissioned it because I can get back to you on that because I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember and I don't want to commit to,
No, the reason why I'm asking, yeah,
yeah.
is that, you know, when you were explaining your modus operandi, you told us that you were assisting institutions. And two, you were dealing with complaints which were coming from the members of the public
Yeah, not,
in the form of whistleblowing. Now, the question is, here in the Tutuzile matter, you became a complainant. Who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So it doesn't have to always be a whistleblower. I also said that if Paul saw something that he thought.
So who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So Paul called me up, I think he was overseas, and he had sent me some photos or screenshots, and he said, we need to open a case, and we did. And also, yeah.
So you were told by Paul to open a case?
Oh, we agreed. We agreed to. But yeah, he called me up and he said we should open a case, and that's what we did.
So sometimes you just pick up individuals and open cases against them.
I think it was
without receiving complaints from members of the public about them.
Well, we're also members of the public, but it was quite a serious issue at the time. And so I think that I was justified in doing it at the time. But yeah, but it didn't have to be someone else complaining to us. So, for
Paragraph
example,
17, you are saying, my CFE qualifications and skills allow me to access to information through a wide range of forensic investigative tools.
correct.
What investigative tools do you have?
So that would be service providers that you would have a contract with, and then you would submit a request. So it would be sort of the deeds office, or if you need to a number plate of a car, that kind of thing, ownership.
Go on, you say, my work included forensic investigations, compiling of criminal dockets. Are criminal dockets not opened by police officers?
So it's a criminal docket, and then you go to one, and then once you've opened the case, that is a docket.
Where? In your office?
No, you do the investigation and then that.
No,
that
no, no, no.
Investigation
But
then
you can't
goes-
open you can't open a criminal docket. Maybe you are talking about a file in your office, not a docket.
So, yeah, so that becomes the docket.
No, but dockets can only be opened by police officers
Yes,
in a police station.
yes, that.
And, and
folder.
your role as a complainant ends in submitting a sworn statement
Mm,
as a complainant.
yes,
And then they take further their investigations. And if they feel that there's prima facie evidence, they open a docket. So where do you get powers to
No,
open
no, no.
dockets?
No, they open a docket when you go to the police station and give, you go and, so we would always, we'll have something prepared with statements and evidence. And we'll go there and we'll say, okay, we need to open the docket with the police.
No, no, my problem with you is that you are giving yourself powers you don't have. You are saying here, your responsibility includes compiling criminal dockets. You
Yeah.
don't have powers to open a docket.
So what is the, I didn't say a police docket. I didn't say a South African Police Services docket.
For your offices have dockets.
It's a docket. It's a case that you've put together and that forms the docket.
So you have dockets in your office. Is that what you are telling us?
I do not have SAPS, South African Police Services dockets in the office.
So
The docket is formed. It is a criminal docket, but
Okay, no,
in
no,
the sense
no.
of it,
no, it's
I don't
fine.
have.
It's fine. I'm about
police
to run.
dockets
I'm about to run
in an
out
office.
of time. We are complaining here about a man who was driving you to the police station eating pepcorns. Was that a police officer?
Yes,
He was eating
he was a
popcorns. He was eating popcorn.
gun and then he's eating and driving like this.
Where was he eating popcorns?
It was the popcorn, it was in between the seats. And he was,
Then he almost caused an accident
it felt like,
because he was eating popcorns.
and driving at a
There's a complaint here by Advocate Mashuga that the memorandum, which was compiled by two DPPs, leaked. And here in your statement, you are quoting a memorandum. Honorable Nhlanhla has asked you about that memorandum. A memorandum leaks, and in your statement, you write about it, you quote it.
yes.
How did you get access to a leaked document? If it
don't
was
think it
not
was
leaked, if it was not leaked to you,
I don't think it was leaked.
do we have people you are working with in the NPA?
No,
Do you have journalists that you are working with?
no,
Do you work with Afroforum?
no, I don't know.
But your boss admitted here that he works with Afroforum.
Yes, he has a,
So how is
An
it
association.
possible that he works with Afroforum and you don't work with them?
um,
Whereas you do the same thing?
yeah, no, but remember, I haven't been there for 4 years, 3.5, 4 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Time is starting.
Sorry, need the loo.
Do you want a break?
I just need the toilet, but
No, you can ask the chair.
if I may, but I don't want to waste your time.
No, I'm fine.
Is your time running? May I go to the bathroom?
And proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Sarah-Jane Trent.
Good evening, Honorable Skhosana.
I'm going to start by following up to my honorable colleague, Honorable Nomvalo. The issue which he was trying to traverse with you was that the Busasa story of Andile, you said that Paul O'Sullivan called you. He was called by Pejane, Dr. Pejane Chauke, am I right?
No. Paul, I don't know who he contacted or how. He wanted to get Andile Ramaphosa's version of events on the allegations that were made in an affidavit in respect of corruption or corruption adjacent allegations
Yes.
to do with the Bosasa.
Yeah.
And that's how it sort of came about, yeah.
So it was Dr. Chauke who called Paul. That's what he told
Oh,
you.
yes. And
That's
that's
what
how,
he said anyway, yes.
so, yes.
Yeah. Now, in the case of Dudu, Zuma, Sambuka, was it who said you must open a case against her? Was it Paul or was it Andy Ramaphosa? Or was it President Ramaphosa? Was it Dr. Chauke? Or you opened that case on your own?
I opened the case, but Paul had called and said, "Have you seen what's going on? We should open a case." And I said, "No problem. I'll open it. I'll be the complainant." And that was how it happened. He was overseas.
Right. Let's come to the issue. I want us to be clear about this matter. Your relationship with Robert McBride, you said it's a social relationship.
Semi-social. I mean, we're not like friends.
Yes.
It was, I don't know if you know when you've got an attraction to someone, but you're not interested in like a relationship or anything like that. It's, we're all human.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. And it had nothing to do with, let's hang out so that and you can do this for me at IPAD or anything like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear up there because you ended up saying to Honorable Nomvalo that you were once in a room, not in a restaurant, you and him. Am I right?
Yes. I mean,
the rest is history, I guess. Thank you.
Not
now, let's come to the issue. Mr. O'Sullivan said he had visited Nhlanhla's home on his own without the IP investigators before November 2016. Were you with Paul O'Sullivan on the day?
No.
If you were not with Paul O'Sullivan, or once you had Paul O'Sullivan going to Surrey Hills to conduct an investigation, which law allowed you to do so?
Sorry, can just repeat that?
Which law allow you to visit a house of then acting Commissioner Nhlanhla in Surrey Hill? Which law allow you that?
I don't know if there's a law that allows you to look at someone's house from the outside or not to look at it from the outside.
And I understand that. I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
Yes. Now, on that first occasion, I'm putting it to you now. There was no IPID.
Pardon?
There was no IPID. I'm asking you. There was no IPID. Did Paul told you that he went there alone?
When he went there alone?
Yes.
There wouldn't have been. Actually, I can't say that. I wasn't there. I didn't know. I don't know when it was.
You said the lifestyle audit on Nhlanhla and his wife was done. Who conducted that lifestyle audit?
Uh,
And why, and where's that lifestyle audit report as we speak now?
Mr. O'Sullivan did that, and I think he set out his findings, which includes the house and the building thereof, which would be in the criminal complaint with IPID.
But you drafted a statement of the people, among others, Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Pardon?
You drafted a statement of people, among others, it was Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Drafted statements.
Yes. Of people, among others, yes.
I'm just trying to think. So if I can explain.
Okay, let me put it to you quick
Yeah.
because of time.
Yes, please.
You sent that draft to Nhlanhla on his request. And where's that draft statement as we speak?
Which draft?
Remember, I asked you about the lifestyle audit,
Yes.
about the Patlane and Patlane's wife.
Yeah. Is this before the investigation started at IPID or?
No, even after you visited the Sabil Hills.
Okay, no, I don't know.
Don't remember.
I thought that you meant the lifestyle audit that was in the criminal complaint.
I'm not sure why
Sorry,
are you mixing the two, but relax a bit.
Okay.
You went to Mr. Frick's Teterenplas, the building contractor
Oh, yes,
in
yes.
Sinoville,
Correct.
with also Sullivan,
Correct.
Binang,
Correct.
Mahlangu.
Correct.
Right. The following day after your visit, Mr. Terenplach and his wife workplace in Sinoville, you invited Mr. Terenplach to the office of IPID for a meeting. You provided
Yes.
him with an address of IPID offices and the time of which they must attend that meeting. Who gave you the authority to do so? Are you an IPID official?
I'm not.
But you invited them to come to IPID offices.
I did. I did, but we had been in the meeting. And so he knew that I wasn't an IPID official. And he knew that we were assisting, so it wasn't, and yeah, it was a message that was dictated to me while we were driving and sent it off.
Were you a partner to O'Sullivan in the car company, a director for that matter?
From 2021.
From 2021.
Yeah, and it was, I think, until, so it was probably only a year.
So in 2015, when you were doing the Transnet, if you remember well, you remember the Transnet?
Was I doing in 2015?
Yes. Let me remind you before we come back.
Yes.
Because I want to follow this with you. In 2015, you call it any port in a storm. Do you remember that report?
What report?
Any port in a storm. It was authored by you. It was authored by you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I do. It's
You remember that?
Yes.
You authored that report and O'Sullivan approved it.
Gosh, I can't even remember that one.
Yeah, hence I was asking you to say, you said you started in 2022 to become a director, am I right?
No, 2021.
2021. But for me, you are misleading this committee if you say so. Because this report, which was authored by you, drafted Sarah-Jane Trent, Bachelor of Law, LLB, Executive Director, Sarah Trent, Forensic for Justice, and then approved by Paul O'Sullivan, the founder. That report was done in 2015. It's here with me in front of
Can I see that?
No, you'll see it. I'll send it to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember you said,
It would never, I wouldn't have signed anything in 2015. I was,
no, in fact, I'm the one who was making a mistake.
okay,
It was 2018.
2018.
Yes. So if you say you become a director in 2022, it's misleading. The report was done in 2018, 11, 18. You drafted an 18-page report. Yeah, okay, because of time.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
there you were,
I will follow up on
yeah,
that.
because there you were accusing the Mkhwanazi, the PG Mkhwanazi,
I
the
remember that, yeah.
yeah, and the Italian car company. Now let's go back there. So do you agree that you didn't become a director in 2022?
I'm just trying to think what happened there, why that would be, can I come back to you on that?
It's fine.
Because I
I'll
think-
give it to you. I'll
Pardon?
give it to the evidence leader. The
Please
report
do, and
which
I can
you did.
then go back and have a look and respond if
Yeah, now
you wouldn't mind.
you are the person who called McBride on his first day back in the office following his suspension and said to him that you are bringing a Patlane dossier to him. Who compiled that dossier? Who were the people's affidavits in that dossier?
I'm not sure if it was his first day back, not that it matters, but who compiled that that was Mr. O'Sullivan.
Now, Ms. Trent, can you tell us about your investigation in the report of Transnet widening of Harbour project, which is alleged to have been terminated or set aside as a result of your report? Or I must just shy away because you say you don't remember anything about that.
I really don't, but I would be more than happy to go back and have a look, refresh my memory and.
Yeah, because there were black
assist you.
companies, just to remind you.
Yes.
There were black companies who were awarded a contract of 4.2 billion rand at Transnet. Now there was WPSO and Group 5, which indeed were the people who had an interest in that tender. And the rest is history, but I'll send you the report and I'll send the evidence leader. Let's come now to the issue again. The allegation which you made yourself and also Sullivan in that report. Anyway, and let me just leave it because you said you don't have. I thought that you'll remember because it's not long anyway, because your partner, your court director says 40 years, 25, he can't remember. But you should remember, 2018 is not long,
I remember the matter, but yeah.
Now, were you working with Nhlanhla,
Yes, I didn't work with him. It's the same thing. If he needed something, but he was the one that I think I saw or met. If he came to the office and said, "Oh, can you quickly run a check for me?" But because I think he was the lead.
But you sent a memorandum, internal memorandum to Karen, who was speaking about the warrants of arrest. Do you know Karen?
No, I don't.
But it's your WhatsApp message.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's your WhatsApp message, to Karen Morgan. What do you call it? The surname? It's the journalist. Mon.
I can't remember.
No, but it's your WhatsApp to Nhlanhla.
I don't know if it's my WhatsApp.
Remember what I'm reading from you here. There was a bribe which took place at 3 o'clock. You remember that bribe?
At the infamous Kretcher house.
You were part of that bribe.
Yes.
Now, you sent that email, and you were speaking about the was it Nhlanhla, the conflict with McBride. I mean, this is your conversation between
Okay,
yourself
I don't
and Nhlanhla.
I don't have any recollection of this. I have no idea.
You know, you.
Yeah, when,
Okay.
after my phone was taken, I never got any of those messages
Nhlanhla,
back.
Let me remind you, Nhlanhla said to you, you said to Nhlanhla, morning, hope you are feeling better. What magistrate court will your section 205 go to? Just finishing the draft. That was you telling Nhlanhla that you were finishing the draft.
I don't know what that's about.
Nhlanhla responded to you, I'm much better today. I'm resting at home. Sorry, I didn't tell you. We actually done with 205 and have been signed directly today. Imane Cedric will take them to the banks. The one for Vodacom has been sent and signed by Cullinan Magistrate, and for the banks, it was Pretoria Magistrate Court. Did you have a good relationship with those courts?
No, I don't remember any of.
But what I don't understand,
I-
Sarah,
Yes.
you were controlling Nhlanhla yourself and also Sullivan and Kabinde. You were controlling Nhlanhla and Kabinde. You were drafting section 205 for them.
So
That's what you said. It's not me. Remember, it's your WhatsApp message.
the thing is, I dispute the WhatsApp messages, but you've put a question to me. So a section 205 affidavit is just an affidavit. So if you've done an investigation, I've done an investigation and
Yeah.
I've put it together, right? You know what needs to go in the section 205, but I cannot issue or
I
go to the
understand
court.
that. But what I'm asking you, were you drafting section 205 for IPID? I mean, Nhlanhla could not draft a section 205 for himself.
Oh, no, and I
and
think he
Kabinde.
did. I don't, look, there was no, bad faith. It was under pressure, lack of resources.
From
We
where?
have computers.
From IPID. IPID don't have those things we are mentioning.
No. I'm just saying that, like, we offer.
No, I understand that you offer.
Okay.
But I'm saying IPID does not have, I'm talking about the state here. That you were drafting for them a section 205 because they didn't have the capacity.
Oh, I cannot remember, and I don't know what it was, because it could have been just this sort of the skeleton of a statement, or it could have been, I don't know, but it wouldn't have been the actual official document. Sorry if I'm not answering.
But is that correct in your view?
What?
What you were doing with Nhlanhla, with IPID? When we say the IPID or the security justice system in this country were infiltrated, we were correct. Because you were doing that. You are not a member of IPID. You are not a policewoman.
I did
Do
not.
you agree? Do you agree?
I'm not a police
Yes.
woman. I'm not an
But
IPID officer.
But you were 100%.
But I did not
involve
myself unlawfully at all.
No, it was unlawful for you to do that. Nhlanhla could have done that himself.
I think he did.
Could have done. But why then were you drafting for them?
Just to help.
No. No, there's more to it than what meets an eye. But be that as it may, let's go to the next one. You've been communicating with Nhlanhla here. In fact, you are in charge of your company with Paul Sullivan. You are in charge of IPID, and there's evidence. It's not an information. Evidence. I'll tell you now. Let me tell you about the issue of your correspondence with Nhlanhla. Hi there. Do you have a statement for Alvin?
Sorry, Chair. Sorry. I don't want to be discussing what's on my cell phone records, please. I'm sorry, I
time
don't
stand a
mean-
bit, yes, because if you say so, my time will as well stop a bit.
I can't, the cell phone records, I don't have them. I don't have my cell phone. I don't know where they come from, and you really.
But you were
keep
responding
putting
well.
it to me.
But you were
I
responding
know,
well.
but it's,
So far, you were responding well on the same thing which I was asking you about. Because now I want to ask you about the use of cash, the issue of EFTs which were done. You were talking to IP official, Nhlanhla, yeah. And there's more. I mean, you went to Sinoville. You wanted an architect to give you a plan. For what? You went to Sinoville, a builder who built Pahlane's house. Do you agree?
yes,
Yes.
Mr. Frederick Ter Blanche.
Yes, yes. I want to go there. Even if there's no cell phone, is it true or is not true? That you
Yes,
went
we
to
did.
the
No,
house?
I
Yes.
also
Now-
recorded that. Yes.
Now, because you recorded it, hence I'm asking you
Yes,
about this
I
thing.
just, yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah, now,
Oh, yes.
yeah, now, you made emails, proof of payments, and all that, and there's a disappointment that there's an EFT, it was not cash. The cash was only used once, but otherwise they were EFT. And this architect gave you the plan, but I wanted the relevance of the plan. Why did you ask for a plan? Somebody's house.
I didn't get any of that. I didn't understand.
Remember, the meeting was set up between 3 and 4 by you. It's you. It's not nobody else but you who arranged that meeting.
With Ter Blanche.
Yes. And Nhlanhla was you were communicating with Nhlanhla. Nhlanhla's work was done by you. And you were not an official, and it's illegal for you to do that. It was illegal at that point in time. Because hence I'm saying to you, you were in charge of IP.
No.
I mean, you said you were helping them.
The helping is, it's absolutely not true. I did nothing illegal, nothing unlawful. And, yeah.
So you don't feel any compunction on that?
I wouldn't do it again, but I did not act unlawfully.
Can you please state a period during which you were supporting IP in the investigation? And how many cases did you handle that involved individuals from IP? Can you please state the period during which we were supporting IP in the investigation? And how many cases did you handle that involved individuals from IP?
So it was the Mkhwanazi matter and that the
It's about 2 or 3 or
so you want how many cases?
Yes, yes.
So it was only that one. And then there were a couple of searches that I did, which I'm assuming was for another matter, but I wasn't involved in investigating any other
so you
matters.
don't know how many cases you've done with IP?
No, sorry, you're misunderstanding me. I haven't investigated on any other cases or been involved in any other, or opened a case with IPID. I don't know if that's what you're asking me.
But remember you said to Honorable Nombalo, when he asked
Yes.
you that about the dockets, and with Paul O'Sullivan, I've said that to him, because he's been saying he opens docket. Opening a file is not opening a docket, or giving statements to the police is not opening a docket. Only the police who can open the docket. Do you agree?
Only the police can open a docket.
Do you agree?
Yes.
So this issue of Paul O'Sullivan and you saying you're opening a docket is wrong. Okay. Now, are the individuals involved in those cases still employed the IP to which you were helping? Beside Manda, and may his soul rest in peace. Are some people still involved, like Metu Sisoke.
I don't know. I think he's at IDAC. He's not there anymore.
Yes, at IDEC now. Now, because of time, you know, there's
Please,
time.
yeah.
Yes, you must remember there's not enough time for me. So I have to push you a bit. What instrument have you used to spy on Tutu?
On
Zuma.
who?
On Tutu Zuma.
What instrument?
Yes.
To spy on her?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I've never spied on anyone.
Did you never use Pegasus
Never.
in your life at all?
Never, never, never.
Are you sure?
I swear to God.
Did you have any permission to spy on Tutu?
No, and I never spied on her.
Does the police have an authority to spy on any citizen in your view?
I guess if they have a warrant, or I'm not exactly sure how they
Works.
do the interception
Now-
and that kind of thing.
Now, you say you've never used Pegasus for spying.
Never.
Did Paul use Pegasus or your company use Pegasus to spy on Tutu?
Never. I can't speak for Paul. I can't imagine him doing so, but never. Pegasus are very serious. I've looked at it because I thought maybe they were using it on me. So no, I've never heard of this.
Yeah,
This allegation.
but I wanted to correct you on this one. In fact, my mind comes in now.
Yeah.
Who called or Sullivan? Is it President Ramaphosa or is it Dr. Pechan?
I
No,
doubt it
you
was-
said it.
No, oh yes, what I said earlier.
Yeah, you said President Ramaphosa called or Sullivan.
No, he didn't.
So who called him?
Johnny Chalky was then put in touch with Paul, but I was not privy to the communications as to how that came about. So I don't know or remember. He could have sent an email or a WhatsApp, and then someone would have said, well, but Dr. Chalky is the person to liaise with and speak to him.
Did Mr. O'Sullivan have direct access to investigators, prosecutors, or IPD officers during the course of all this investigation which we're involved in?
When you say access,
Yes.
in what?
To investigators. He'll call Mahlangu, he'll call whoever he wants to say, let's go, like they did when they went to Sabi Hills.
Yeah, but I mean, he would call up and say, look, there's I don't want to generalize, so I'm trying to think.
Now,
If there was new information that came to light, I'm thinking of a situation, then he would say, hi,
Okay.
we've come across this,
Okay.
let me come and show you.
So do these communications suggest the possibility of a coalition between private actors and state investigators, and has been independently, in your view, investigated? Because you as well said that you were drafting papers for IPD investigators, Nhlanhla for that matter, and said Cedric Nkabinde.
No.
I'm not dumbsanging. It's in your.
Yeah, but drafting a skeleton affidavit doesn't mean that I was doing anything wrong.
No, but you were saying that was the evidence which you were drafting. That was you who said so. So my question was to you, why were you doing that? You were saying you were helping IP. And I said to you, why helping investigators? Because those people
I hear you.
Yes.
I hear you.
Okay, my last one. Do you have regrets of working with Mr. Paul or Sullivan in other matters?
I think all our matters have been, I mean, I don't have any regrets of the matters we've worked on. We've taken on a matter, investigated.
So are you saying that you can repeat what you've been doing with, without any doubt? Because for me, I'm a bit ambivalent with you. I've got mixed feelings now about you.
Yes.
Yes.
I have a completely different way of doing my work and how I handle and.
No,
and
but
do-
my question is, if you've been given another chance, will you do the same thing which you were doing over years with Mr. O'Sullivan?
No.
So you have
Sorry, that's
some
too-
regrets.
That's just too general a question. Let me first understand what you're asking before I answer.
No, I was asking you that if you have to repeat what you've done in the past few years you work with Mr. O'Sullivan, will you still do the same thing? Will you repeat the same thing which you were doing with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Are you talking about a specific?
No, whatever you have done.
Everything.
Yes.
I don't know if I can answer.
Intimidating people
Oh,
and threatening people and
No, I would not do that,
extorting
no.
people as well. So you'll never do that again.
I did not send threatening emails.
No, it's
or-
him. I remember it's your
Yeah,
company
but,
as well.
no, you're right. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that
won't
way
repeat
of,
that
that's
again.
the way to speak. I don't agree with it.
And
I
you'll
would
never
not do-
repeat that again.
Never.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Chair, can I confirm time for me? 15 or 10? 15. Thank you, Chair. Sawubona ntombazana. Uyaphila? Are you good?
I'm good. How are you?
Ngifuna
Thank
sikhulume
you.
ngendaba yempahla enkulu. Awuthithisa khona uMcBride impahla enkulu. Honorable James asked you ukuthi actually Honorable James asked uMcBride ukuthi was he on a relationship with you? And his answer was no. Did he lie?
No.
Okay. You were asked, were you in a relationship with McBride?
Mm.
You said yes, but
Sorry?
did you lie?
When?
When you said you were in a relationship with him, but it was social.
I didn't say, I said I was
Did-
not in a
The
relationship with
question is,
them.
did you lie?
No,
Okay. The message on your phone,
I'm not going into
Says
my
different.
messages.
It's fine. when you said to McBride, two blue balls, that's what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't know if those are my phone records. I'm not going into my phone records. No,
Why did Paul McBride hate that you called him a horse? And you were angry when he said, do you wanna bang? Why were you?
what?
Do you wanna
No,
bang?
Chairperson. I need protection, please.
These messages were obtained when you were arrested.
No, that was stolen.
No,
It is
was not
subject
stolen.
of a
Phones
criminal
were seized when you were
investigation.
arrested.
I'm-
Your phones were seized when you were arrested.
I'm not discussing my cell phone records. I will answer
Have you
anything,
ever
but I'm
slept
not
with
going,
Mr. McBride?
I'm not answering that.
Okay, something else now. We're not on message. Have you slept with Mr. McBride?
Not answering that.
Okay. Were you in an intimate relationship
Not
with him?
answering on my cell phone.
Not on your cell phone, I'm no longer there.
Yeah, okay.
Have you ever slept with Mr. McBride?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you were not in a relationship.
I was not in a relationship.
What is that? What do you call that?
A hookup?
Okay. How many times?
I don't know.
Were you a weapon used by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
No. And if I was, I did not, and I will take my revenge if I was.
Okay, before we go somewhere, let's start here. Duzile Zuma writes a tweet on Twitter, and you go and open a case against her, correct?
There were quite a few tweets and videos.
And you opened a case against those because of
Correct.
those, right? Andile Ramaphosa is alleged to have been part of the Bosasa issue and saga. Why didn't you open a case? Why did you go for clearing his name?
Well, if you compare the two matters, firstly, you would have to ask Paul
No, no, I'm
about
asking-
no, I understand, on, why he wanted to contact for that version of events. But if you compare the two matters, that was 2021 riots. I mean, that brought the country to
Let's
its knees.
quickly-
It's
remember
very
they
different
said I
to
have 10
ask.
minutes. Remember,
Sorry?
remember they said I have 10 minutes.
Sorry, just.
So the question is, to write a tweet, you open a case.
there were
Andile
ma-
Ramaphosa is implicated in the Bosasa issue. You don't open a case. Why?
If you look at the two cases, the one of Andile Ramaphosa, it was something about, it was some
Bosasa.
alleged.
Bosasa.
No, if you looked at the allegation, it was an alleged allegation, but this
And
was the
there's
July.
also an allege
unre-
that she started it's an allege as well. You
No,
were in
no,
court right now, when
Yeah.
you were asked whether do you think this is political? You said yes.
What, do I think what is political?
The attack on Duduzile Zuma.
I didn't say
But
yes.
let's go back. You did. Let's go back. The question is very simple. Bosasa is a corruption case. You are known in your organization to be hating on corruption, right?
Yes,
And the Ramaphosa is implicated there.
yes.
Did you investigate? You
Yes,
went straight for
No,
clearing
yeah,
the name. And again, on your what you said here, first thing you said Ramaphosa called Bejan.
I don't know.
Ramaphosa called
don't know.
Paul Sullivan. You said that.
No.
It's on record, you said that.
No, I said.
Do you want to correct
Danny-
that maybe?
No, I never said,
You said, okay, let me repeat to you. You said Ramaphosa called Paul. Then Bejane comes in the picture to clear this matter. We'll rewind the video. I did check it. You said that. Now, my question specifically is this. Why on Duduzile Zuma, you'll go and open a case, but on Ramaphosa's son, when he is implicated in corruption, you don't investigate, you don't open a case, you go for clarification of his name. Why?
it has to do with both the cases. It's not as simple
Are you
as.
sure you're a lawyer?
If
Are
there
you
were,
sure you are a lawyer?
I'm a non-practicing,
Did you study law?
yes.
Seriously, I'm not that good in English, but I'm going to ask you this question again. Try to listen to my question. Why on Duduzile Zuma, you went and opened a case on those allegations, but
He was inciting violence and brought the
Al-
country to
alleged.
its knees.
alleged, right?
And Andile Ramaphosa was alleged to have freaking received something in a bank account, and that was it. It is
Was there money
very
received by Andile?
different. Pardon?
Was there money received by Andile?
No.
Are you
Uh,
sure?
The allegation was
Wait,
about.
just there, just there.
the
Are you
alle-
sure?
The allegation was about him receiving money into an
From?
ABSA bank account. I can't remember, but he had no
Okay, wait a
ABSA
minute.
bank.
Let's not rush. You say the allegation was about him receiving money from
Sorry,
Usasa, right?
And then I
Let me help
corrected
you.
myself.
Okay.
It was about a bank account, an ABSA, and there was an ABSA, he was alleged to have received or paid, it was something about an ABSA, and we checked whether there was an ABSA bank account registered in his name. And that was
And
it
money was in
wasn't,
that account, right?
he didn't have an ABSA bank. Look,
Money was in that account.
he didn't have, if I'm remembering the bank name
Okay, but let's
correctly.
leave it there.
the-
Let's go back to
the
a very simple
alleged
question.
bank, he
But
did
we're gonna
not-
make it implicated for yourself. Let's make it easy. On this side, you went to clear his name immediately. On this side, you went to open a case immediately. Are you with me?
Mm.
Why there's so unfairness? Why? Because it's Ramaphosa. Are you getting something from Ramaphosa?
No,
Do you think Paul is still friends with Ramaphosa?
I don't think,
Have you met Cyril Ramaphosa?
I have
President
not.
Cyril Ramaphosa?
I have not.
You have not? You have not?
No.
Okay. When last did you speak to Paul Sullivan?
Yesterday?
On phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You,
Oh, today, I mean, I saw him, but yeah.
you saw him before to yesterday and today?
We've been chatting since I've been there was the talk of me being called. I was not very happy, and so I told him that he needs to come and that
Okay, so
I
you
can't
were-
be.
You have been in contact.
It's his.
Let's
it's his,
quickly go to this
main-
now. Since you say you studied law, do you understand what is infiltration in regard to IPID? What would be
maybe
infiltration?
maybe
What
you
would
could.
be? Okay,
What maybe you could tell me what it could be, and I.
between you and Paula Sullivan, who infiltrated IPID?
Neither.
Let's qualify this with a definition. Infiltration is a person who works in a space where he's not supposed to be, right? Like being in going to Pahlane's house as an IPID official, that would be wrong, right?
No,
If it was the case. Going to Pahlane's house as an IPID.
I
official.
wasn't going as an
No, I
iPad.
didn't say you went. You are saying that. Did you go to Pahlane's house as an IPID?
I went to Mkhwanazi's house. I did not
You
go as an
answered that.
iPad.
Now you've answered that question, and I did a favor and asked you that question. Now this is a different question. I'm asking, if you went to Pahlane's house as an IPID official, that will be deemed wrong, right?
So I'm sorry, I don't, if I had gone, if I was an iPad official, sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. Who between you and Apollo Sullivan infiltrated IPID?
There was no infiltration, neither.
Okay. Let's test your law again. Is it allowed for a civilian to have information from an official of a minister or information that is supposedly to be known by an IPID official only? For example, McBride gives you an ID number of Honorable Nhlanhla. Was that correct? Was that in law?
I don't remember if he sent me the
He did
ID
send you.
number.
It did.
Um,
Was that correct? The question is, was that
I don't
lawful?
see that there was, that was illegal.
Why not? Are you sure you're a lawyer, Marae? Are you sure? If I'm a police officer and I give you information in my docket as a civilian, isn't that, is that lawful?
You have to understand that as a certified fraud examiner,
Ah,
it's I don't know how to explain it.
are you allowed to mingle with the dockets of IPID?
Pardon?
Are you allowed to mingle with the dockets of IPID?
Am I allowed to?
To mingle, to be part, to touch or even see dockets of IPID? In terms of law, the one that you studied.
It depends if we.
Are you sure? Would you studied law? I'm gonna ask you again.
Yeah.
Are you sure you studied law?
I did.
Are you allowed to be touching documents or dockets that are from IPID?
Not without their consent.
So did McBride give you consent to give information?
To give information.
Yeah,
To you?
to you?
Did McBride give consent?
To give you
Sorry,
information?
what information?
You said you must be given consent before you start handling information.
No. I can't demand to look at information from them, but if
But
they,
if he gives it to you, is it doing a lawful thing?
it depends, no, not necessarily, but if it's for, I don't see why he
Which
he
school of law
would.
did you go?
Pardon?
Where did you study your law?
UNISA. I studied,
Is UNISA credible in terms of law? I want to study law and I want to go to UNISA. Now I'm starting to doubt it. Is it credible?
I don't know.
Do you trust it? Do you think they did a good job on you? let's go again. Are you allowed to have information of the minister, i.e. ID? Is Mr. McBride allowed to give you such information?
Yes.
Is he allowed? Is that on record? You're saying that on record? And can you follow the
What
mfundo
I
yalo
say
sisi
is,
ngakithi?
at the time, I did not believe that there was anything wrong or anything unlawful.
Okay,
If-
that's fair.
If evidence is presented to the contrary, so be it, but it wasn't some, yeah, sorry.
Okay, when you,
Hmm.
okay, let's leave that. Just put it on record that you and McBride did something very wrong, especially McBride. A case must be open on that matter. Now, did you and your cabal that had a meeting apparently with two DA members, AfroForum and journalists, did you have control of media?
Did I have?
Did you guys have control of media? Did you control media?
When you say
Journalists-
control,
Journalists, did you control journalists?
in,
Did you know information before it appeared on the media? If something will appear tomorrow, did you know today that heads up, tomorrow something is coming? Did you have such privy?
sometimes,
Why was that? What is it because of friends in the media or you control media?
well, usually CCs every single journalist or media house.
But
blind
would
copies
the
every
media
time
house
emails-
tell him something that he didn't send to them?
Pardon?
Would,
Honorable Kapa.
Good
thank
day.
you, Sarah. Wasinda kanjalo.
Sorry, Chair, must I begin?
Yes.
Good evening, Ms. Trent. You spoke on contracts with companies that are part of the forensic tools,
Yes.
which are at your disposal. Which companies are they specific? If you can give me a list of names.
Sure. It is TransUnion, CPB, the Credit Profile Bureau, Marisit, so I call it Marisit, it's MARISIT. And so for me, if a lawyer or a certified fraud examiner has certain things that they have access to, whereas an estate agent, that's what I can think of at
That's
the moment,
fine.
yeah.
Ms. Trent, how are citizens protected by abuse by this system?
Pardon?
How are citizens protected by abuse from this system? If one were to be corrupt, and I'm not saying you are corrupt, I'm asking if one were to be corrupt and have access to these systems, would it put a citizen at risk?
Yes.
Are they-
And yes.
Is there anything in place to prevent abuse?
So, I don't know. I think that the best would be to look at sort of how their structures are. But for me, if I do a search, I have to have reasonable suspicion of something. You
And-
can't just, yeah, but it
Reasonable
doesn't.
suspicion,
but
who do you give that to?
Yes, exactly. So it would be, they could possibly, I'm not making a judgment, but it is a good question, you know, how is the public protected from that? Because I think only a certain, sorry, I'm rambling.
No problem. When you went to Sable Hills with Mr. O'Sullivan, you were working for him, correct?
Correct,
And you mentioned that you were pretty new at that stage.
correct.
Is it fair that you were under his directive at the times when you went to Sable Hills as an employee?
Absolutely.
You were, as you describe it, new. So at the time, did you even consider the allegations that could arise, such as unlawful presence, undue diligence, access to protected information?
No,
Do you think that there was a possibility that Mr. O'Sullivan may have known that there are consequences to such actions?
I would, I don't
Just
know.
a possibility.
Yeah. Look, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here today for a reason, you know, not,
No.
so.
You described your CFE qualification and you described your work, including compiling criminal dockets, assisting branches of criminal justice systems in investigations. Were you ever contracted by a state body directly or indirectly? Or was all the work done via private clients?
Private clients. No, government,
You do say that IPID officers requested your assistance on the 9th of November 2016. And you were satisfied under the IPID Act that you're entitled to. So I'm not going to get into that section 24, it's been traversed. Here's where things get a little bit blurry, Ms. Trent, and I just hope you can assist me.
okay.
And it was mentioned early on, I just didn't get a complete clarity. In 2016, you were certified as a fraud examiner.
No,
Sorry, you were not certified.
no, I was
That only
appointed
came
an
in,
attorney.
sorry, that only came in 2019.
Yes,
Correct. And the evidence for decision at Harvard Kennedy, that was only in 2020, April. And you admitted to it as an attorney on the 24th of October 2016, which is about 2 weeks before your assistance was required with IPID. So, Ms. Trent, I think this brings me a full circle because at the time you started with Mr. O'Sullivan, you didn't have all the qualifications that you possess today. And I think that really refers to you being new and you maybe headed into something that you weren't completely sure about. Is that a correct assessment? And if it's not, if you could just try to assist me then.
I think it's a bit of a broad, maybe if you can ask it again.
So I went through your qualification.
Yes,
And your qualifications seem to come much later
yes,
than when this investigation took place at Sable Hills. And I asked you in the beginning that you were pretty new at the firm with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You were just admitted as an attorney. You didn't have the forensic expert background that you have now, the certification and so forth. And the circle that I'm making is that you might have led yourself or be led into a situation that you didn't know you were letting yourself into at the time.
you've just made me remember when I was at John Walker Attorneys and for the insolvency, we also had access to one of those systems. So when I was doing the checks on the people that were part of the inquiry, so, and that was for a law firm. So I'm sorry if I'm going over the place. So here in 2016, it would have been on that I'd had a law degree and working in Paul O'Sullivan. I don't think I'm answering your question.
Don't worry. Ma'am, I just want to quickly find out who initiated the contact again. If you can just clarify, was it IPID towards Paul O'Sullivan's office? Or was it Paul O'Sullivan that contacted IPID?
So when Mr. McBride was returned to IPID, Mr. O'Sullivan said to me, see if you can get a meeting with Mr. McBride because we need to present this, this complaint. It's about the Acting National Police Commissioner. It's a big deal. And that's what I did.
And for how long did you work on that case specifically? You can just estimation, days, months, weeks. I mean.
So it was the two Sable Hills, the Tabalanche, the Alvin de Priya, then there was the death threat, and then maybe once or twice, and then there was the whole sort of kidnapping, arresting, all of that debacle. And then from there, there would be 1 or 2 inquiries every now and again. Yeah.
Just want to make sure about your duties versus those of Mr. O'Sullivan, because I want to differentiate between the work that you did. In everything you've described, even when you were the director, and I mean this with no disrespect, ma'am, it sounded more like you were doing PA work. And I just want to know the difference between the work you did and the work that Paul O'Sullivan did.
So by the end, I was sort of running my own matters. Paul was away most of the time. So when we're talking about 2016, 2017, that was a very different story to when, by the time I left.
2016,
in
more
26
specifically, yes.
In 26, yes.
Because I want to refer to this.
Sorry.
This is where we're at, yes.
2016, yeah, it was, whatever I was told to do. That's if you send an SMS or send an email.
And who was doing the bulk of the forensic work and the checks? Who was making the decisions? Was that Paul? And you
Yes,
were
that was
just
Mr. O'Sullivan. Yeah, I didn't make any decisions.
Why did you need to run checks on iPad persons of interest? Are they unable to do it? Is it I just want to understand the reasons for you needing to do the checks, or at least the firm having to do the checks. Why wasn't iPad capacitated to run their own checks, do their own research? Is it that they didn't have resources? Because we're trying to understand what the problem is in iPad, what the problem is in SAPS, whether it would be in the NPA. And if the problem is resourcing, and then that's why they couldn't do it, then we understand the reasoning behind it. So that is why I'm asking you that specific question. So try to limit it within what were the reasons you needed to do that specific work for iPad.
Okay, it was the quickest way to get information for their investigation. And if we could get it for them, that would just, I'm assuming, I don't know what helped them as investigators, because I can't speak for them, but I'm assuming that that's what it, you log into the system. And also if it's an iPad member, they are investigating crimes, and therefore that would be the purpose. And I am not sure whether they have the capabilities to do this available.
Ms. Trent, you spoke about you accompanied the iPad investigators to Sable Hill, and you said both of you and Mr. O'Sullivan went. And in your affidavit, I can't remember which paragraph, you spoke about actually supplying desktop support. Why do you think Mr. O'Sullivan wanted you to go there as well? Because your duties were secretarial in nature. You were in the office, desktop research, doing checks on the systems, so forth.
And also a aspiring certified fraud examiner. So
it was to learn.
Yeah.
Ms. Trent, I think I'm going to rest there. I think I've got my conclusion, and again, I'm going to say it, and I don't mean it as an insult to you, but it feels when you do explain that you're a bit confused as to why certain processes took place. And whoever's watching soccer can maybe just put that off. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Trent. You seemed just a little confused through some of the explanations, as if you're not 100% sure why you were doing things. And it does concern me, because I do think, again, and I'm going to repeat my full circle, you were new at a firm, you were told to do certain things, and you performed the due diligence as what a worker should do, and that's what it looks like to me. And I've listened to you speaking today, I've listened to you when you were speaking to the evidence leader, and it feels like you were led like a cow to the slaughter. And I'm watching you here today, and that's just the impression that I get. And, but I thank you for your time today, and it is almost 12 o'clock in the evening and you're still going. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairperson, I conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthias.
Good evening again, Ms. Trent. I want to go to start off with your torture abduction case. The NPA declined to prosecute.
Correct.
Did you consider going to the Human Rights Commission?
I know.
Why not?
Was back to work on Monday as usual.
I don't think there's a time period on when you can lodge a case, so it might be something that you want to consider. There was discussions here just prior when we were on our break, that you were having a response to your trauma. Mike, I normally talk so loud. What is making it traumatic for you to be here in Parliament in front of the entire nation to tell us about the alleged abduction and torture within SAPS? Do you feel like you are trapped here in Parliament?
I do not. And I wish that I was not crying. It is mortifying, and I would love to be composed and answer your questions. This whole Mkhwanazi whole thing, I thought I'd left it, moved on. It was extremely traumatizing, this whole thing and surrounding factors. And I was not expecting to respond this way. And it's.
No, I understand that you might not have been, but I would have thought that it could have also been a healing process to be able to tell your story on the platform that you
Yes,
have.
yes, it's just hard.
Understand. When we spoke, or when the question came up about Dudu Zuma and you opening the case, is she convicted? Because my understanding, she's still on.
Oh, she's still on trial.
Yeah. So when you refer to her, you said you spoke as if she was
I'm
already.
sorry, I must apologize for
And when you
that.
spoke about Andile, you said alleged corruption, but when you spoke, and very passionately so.
Just from the weight of it, but I apologize for not, for making that judgment.
Let's talk, you said about the mess. So you had some communication. Yeah, I am talking by the way. You had communication with O'Sullivan when you referred to this whole Parliament process.
Yes, the ad
You
hoc.
referred to it as a mess.
Oh, no,
His
no,
mess-
no. No, yeah, that he's caused
Yeah,
this
his
mess
mess.
for me.
Okay, so before the mess that you refer to, his mess, when was the last time you communicated with him?
Long time.
Okay.
There would be no reason, 2023, maybe.
Okay. And then what is the mess?
You know, I thought I'd moved on. And, you know, we did a lot of good work. And then, there was you know, he's just started to make, you know, you've seen fighting and accusations and everything without considering, you know, and it might affect me, one, and the work that we've done, because it takes away from that. Yeah, it's all coming back, you know, when you've left a part of your life, and then, you know, that saying, you thought you were out, and then they come and they drag you back in again.
Is Paul a bully, O'Sullivan?
Paul?
Yeah, in your experience,
In my,
yeah, would you
Yes.
consider him a bully?
yes,
Are you afraid of him?
I'm not afraid of him.
Okay. Has he intimidated you? Even if,
No. I've always, you know, he was my employer, so,
no,
He-
during this period, during his mess period?
no. To put in context, last year, I think it was around when he had some fight with Athol Trollop, and I could not understand what it was, and it just became this huge issue about that had nothing, and I could just see all of this happening in front of, I could see it happening, and I said, like, please don't, it's taking away from what is important. And anyway, sorry, I'm rambling on, but yeah.
Did you get any incentive during your discussions with him on how you should approach your testimony with us today?
No, he was just very nice. We chatted about what was going on and what the questions and that kind of thing, but not in I will say what I need to say. The days of me not saying what I want to say are over, if you
Did
understand.
you
right?
have those days with him?
No, you just do. I don't want to sound like a victim or anything like that, but yeah, it's a job. You do.
Do you think he made you do things that you shouldn't have done in retrospect?
No, but there were things where had I had I been able to have a say as to, for example, an email going out, I would have said no. Because, you
Can
know,
you
so
think
that
of a
so
particular
stuff like
email
that. So
that you would have said no?
it's not a particularly, I think you guys have discussed seen. I just have a very different way of doing things. And I got to a point in my career.
Ms. Trent,
Pardon?
when you said you guys, what did you mean?
Sorry?
You said something you guys know, and then you moved on. So what?
I think you've covered some of
you
the
guys?
emails.
Okay, so you're talking about that in particular.
Just in general.
But that's one of the things that you would have handled.
Yeah, if he had
Because it
drafted an
exposed
email.
you, or because it was wrong?
Not
Or-
illegal wrong, but wrong. It's just not, I would just not write something and send something like that. I'm not saying it's illegal or unlawful or anything like that. I just would not do that. And I know that by doing that, it would bring negative attention back. And that's my personal feeling. That's my personal,
No problem.
yeah.
Anthony Fritz Henry,
Mm.
do you know him?
Yes, I've met him. I know him. I don't know him well, but I've met him a few times.
Were you not both directors at a company?
Yes, St. Helena.
Yeah. So you were business partners? Mhm.
So I was a non-executive, so I didn't have any sort of role in the company, and I don't think that it did anything. I actually, yeah, and then I can't remember when I was.
Dangerous to be a non-director with,
Yeah.
and you don't know what they.
I mean, it was part of the job, I guess.
Didn't the St. Helena Corporation, they were property development?
Yeah, so I remember when I arrived or came to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, they were looking at, I think that they were planning on building an airport on St. Helena, which would improve tourism or something like that. So as I understand, it was a property development project.
Did you know what was in the portfolio when you were a non-director?
So I think that was the what was in the portfolio of this, of the
Yeah.
one that I was,
Because they're
no,
property developing, so outside of
No.
the development. You don't know?
no, I don't think that there was anything.
So that was the only thing they were working on.
No, sorry, I'm confusing myself and everyone else here. There's the St. Helena Corporation PLC, which is in England, a trading company, which has something to do with that. And then there's the St. Helena in South Africa, which I don't think did any trading or anything like that, but I wouldn't have been involved in any of that.
So which one were you?
In this one, in the South Africa, the one that's on the CV.
So it had done no trade, there was nothing,
Like, do-
they just opened. You
I-
signed up to be a non-director, you put it in your CV and you didn't know anything about what. they-
No, well,
They
what
could have been
happened-
laundering money for.
I found, I called Paul. He said that nothing happened in that company.
And you believe him?
Yes.
So if we say, or someone says to you that Forensic for Justice wasn't established just or mainly to expose corruption, but it operated in a way, and I want to read this because I want to get it right, but it operated in a way where people who were alleged to be involved in wrongdoing or corruption were investigated and they were pressured, right? And when those individuals lost their assets or their money, then you'd get the likes of Fitzhenry and Paul O'Sullivan through their companies like Tradewinds Corporation, and they benefited from these outcomes. Including, so this Tradewinds company actually bought Kitchebear's house.
Okay, so what I know of that is, and again, this is what I know. That Paul had this whole long history war with Radovan Krejcir, and SARS went in on and took all the seized the assets and put it all on auction. And then Paul or a company bid on the house. And I read it in the news on the Monday, and then found out. Pardon?
Did you ask him about it?
No, I had only just been there. I don't even think I was still on the ad hoc basis thing. But when I read it, I was like, I bet you that's Paul. And
it didn't make you suspicious of who you're working with.
No, I didn't think that there was anything wrong because he'd had this huge sort of fight, he wanted to kill him and he'd been fighting this awful guy. And
do you think he was awful too?
Who?
Radovan
Krejcir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go on to Robert McBride. I'm not going to ask you about your sex life. Did he ever ask you to profile a company called SASTEC, SASSTEC? And we're not going to mention the names of the people involved, but also requested that you profile the CEO of that company and family members.
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I does not ring a bell.
Okay, so we wouldn't find messages if those messages of yours is found to be legally obtained. We won't find a message like that.
I don't know. I don't know. So I can't deny or confirm. I honestly don't remember.
Were you responsible for communication between, or not responsible, but were you the go-to between Robert McBride and O'Sullivan?
Yes.
Why?
I had, firstly, you know, would be working or whatever, and he'd be like, phone this person, message this person. And then I think Paul was a bit late to the smartphone. So he didn't, you know, he didn't.
Was
he
he
had
late or he just wanted to have so he can have
Nokia.
messages? Yeah.
Yeah, he had the old Nokia that you like open, and we've all got our, you know, iPhones and everything, and
You don't think
He-
it was strategic on his side because now he doesn't have messages that were downloaded. And that you were
Hindsight.
actually might have been used
hindsight.
and you were thrown under the bus. Let's go to the Mkhwanazi matter. In Robert McBride's statement, he says that IPID also received some information from O'Sullivan and Trent as they had access to systems, plural, that IPID did not have for investigation purposes. What systems was he referring to?
So I think he would be referring to the entities that I just mentioned. It's TransUnion, CPB, Marisit, and that. So if he's saying that that's not what they had, I don't know what they have access.
So IPID doesn't have access to that, or IPID has to do things legally and get requests to get credit checks, etc.
I don't.
So you didn't ask McBride?
No. I
When
don't
they
think
were
that there's
asking
any.
you to do that, a whole state institution is asking you to do it. It didn't bother you that they were not able to do it? Because it can't be that IPID cannot do credit checks if they need. to
Oh,
do it.
I mean, if you look at the resources, have you been to the iPad offices?
Besides that, it can't be that IPID does not have access to do that, so they were taking shortcuts.
I don't know, that I don't know.
There was something that was said today that's not making sense, and we didn't get proper clarity. Who took the pictures of the house plans, of Mkhwanazi's house plans?
I think Paul, Sir Sullivan, he had his phone in the one, and then the camera.
So he used a camera because he was using Nokia phones?
Yes.
Okay, so he did take the pictures, and that was at the,
As far as I remember, that's.
but you were there to take notes, so you would remember. And
Yes, I have the recording.
so there was this thing that Robert McBride also said, that his investigators reported to him that the reason the two of you went, because you used your white, okay, I can't say whiteness, but you used the fact that you were white to get information.
I do remember Paul saying something to that effect. I do remember that because, yeah, there was.
So what does that tell us if citizens need to have white people to come and ask them? But you were there and you were part of it.
I know.
Today, we asked Mr. O'Sullivan if he had a police station in his house, and he said 3. Have you, because you've stayed at his house a few times.
Yes.
It was almost your second home, from what I understand. Have you ever seen police documents in his house or SAPS
No.
materials? You've never seen it?
No.
So he was lying when he said he has 3.
I thought, so he wasn't joking? No.
I
What do you mean, 3?
And the reason we're asking this is that in 2024, Kretschevic's son Dennis was arrested.
Okay.
Right, and there's, I think it's in an affidavit rather, that Paul opened the docket in his house. Then a SAPS officer came to collect it and took it to the police station to finalize it. Do you know anything about that?
I know
And then
nothing
later
about
the NPA refused to prosecute
I don't.
because the case was so weak. I want to go back again, Ms. Trent, to this this certified fraud examiner thing, because I think I don't understand it fully, and I'm sure South Africans want to know. So tell me, do you have access to a portal of information, being a certified fraud examiner.
So so there's an option, for example, on TransUnion or Marisit. So you say, okay, you want to find out the company details, like a SIPSI search, but you've got to choose under what you are doing it. So it's fraud examination, corruption examination, whatever, and you've got to click on that. And you can only click on that if you have been approved by the service provider, and the approval is
So
based
which service
on-
provider? So TransUnion, for
So,
example?
so there's TransUnion.
Okay,
there's-
that's fine.
okay.
Okay, just say one of them, right?
And I'll check if there are any others, and
Okay. And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, right? They issued the certificate
yes,
that you would use to go and register at TransUnion, for example.
correct.
Right. Now, this Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, who regulates it? Like, forget their self-regulation.
Yeah,
Like,
the
which
self-
statutory body regulates them? Because if I want to go and lodge a complaint against a member, it might not be criminal. Which regulatory authority would I go to?
I don't know.
Okay, that's interesting. And then what happens, so what we understand here in South Africa, I don't know about in other countries, and even with real estate agents, they can't go and access your information without you giving them permission. So you were accessing people's information without their permission. If you suspected, and we don't know about this association, who they answer to. So Chair, who's disappeared, we want to ask our evidence leaders that we write to this association and get clarity on how are they issuing out certificates, and also to the credit unions, TransUnion, Western Union, and all the others, on how they just allow someone who has a membership that they pay for to click and say that they are a member, and then they can just give out information. Because we've got very strict privacy records, and people can't just be accessing information based on them being suspicious. The polygraph test, you said that, are we not going to find any evidence later that this was something that was instigated between you, McBride, and O'Sullivan?
I wouldn't say
You've agreed that you facilitated it, but
Yeah.
asking who instigated it, was it part of the plot?
It wasn't a plot. It was basically, it was how I understand it is, Mkhwanazi was on the news making these wild allegations of treason and Arab Spring, and then Paul's overseas, and it's when you have that kind of allegations.
we get that.
Sorry, I'm
Say-
wasting a time.
Right.
And so I think maybe Mr. McBride dared Mkhwanazi to a polygraph.
But was there a discussion amongst the group of IPED people who were doing this investigation?
And
to
then
do so?
yes, and then I spoke to both Paul and Robert, and I spoke to the polygraph
Okay,
woman.
then you
and
facilitated it, but it wasn't that, it was something that was decided, it was instigated here in response to what was going on outside, that you were being accused of overthrowing the state, etc.
Yeah, and it wasn't anything like, oh, let's cook up the whole thing. It was
But it was
literally,
a plot.
it was the most ridiculous allegations.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the allegations.
Sorry,
I'm
I know,
saying-
I
I was
know.
asking about, you saying that was, your response was to do that.
Yes.
Let's talk about, why would Paul O'Sullivan say that he was asked to vet possible national commissioners? I mean, it's even there in his book. And he's done multiple interviews about that I'm sure you might have even helped facilitate those interviews.
Which interviews?
When he goes on
He's
TV
the
saying that,
media guy.
oh, he's the media
He's the
guy
media-
that
You don't
says
see
you
me in the
must feel-
media until I'm crying on national TV.
No, I know
Thanks.
that. So, but I'm saying you facilitated the interviews for him to go and tell the world how.
Oh,
he
no,
was
I didn't
Oh, you
facilitate with the
Only-
media,
okay.
no, no.
But do you have anything to say on why he would tell the world that he was asked to bet possible national?
Don't know why he said that.
Is
Um,
it something that he did regularly just to make up stories and position himself as it's something he does?
I would say that things do get exaggerated a lot.
I don't think you put in that a bit kindly.
And I just sometimes don't understand why he would say what he says. It just, there's just no reason. I don't know. And it makes everything very difficult because now you don't know what you're looking at or investigating. It's,
Okay. No
yeah.
problem. Let's talk about Andile Ramaphosa. What case were you about to open that implicated him and that you needed to get clarity or to clarify his name? Because you said you were
Yes.
going to open a case and that's how the contact happened. So what was the case about that? Because it wasn't a case against him.
No.
He was implicated in a case that you were about to open.
Yes.
Right. So what was that case?
So we had, I think it was the inquiry, and there was this affidavit of Van Tonder, maybe, if I'm remembering, and he had made allegations. And around that time, Vincent Smith had tweeted saying that he had taken a loan from someone from Bosasa, perhaps Gavin Watson. I don't want to say something if I don't remember it correctly. And that in itself was proof of a corrupt activity. And then there was that, it was like a one sentence allegation. And I think that, and Paul said, well, we must either add it or we'll find out what his version is. So and that's what happened.
So what case were you about to open against whom?
It was, Vincent Smith.
Ah.
And and it was, look, I can't
He just
recall.
got sentenced to 7 years today.
Oh,
So my question here is that O'Sullivan and Associates or Forensic, whichever it is, Paul O'Sullivan, he looks around to see who might be involved in corruption, exactly what I was saying before, digs up some dirt, and then those who he thinks he can extort money from, and then Andile's name came up, and then that's how Andile Ramaphosa, you contacted him. Why would you just randomly go and say, I'm going to go and open a case against Vincent Smith? Like the target is high profile people. And then you go and look on who's involved in this, and then let's go and see. Because, and then soon after that, you get a job as a CEO.
Oh, no, not
wasn't soon after.
Not soon after. There was nothing
Okay.
dodgy there.
But you were only a CEO there for 8 months.
Yes.
When you joined, there was no money, or there was?
There was, but it was also wanting to expand it, and to look at almost like a feasibility in a way at whether it could happen and it wasn't going to be possible, and to but it was a
What's
beautiful
the relationship with the Oppenheimers?
I know one of the granddaughters, but I know her. We have mutual friends.
So you know them well enough to stay at some of their holiday homes and lodges and Do you know them well enough in that regard?
Yes, I have holidayed at,
Through the granddaughter?
yes.
Okay. So you
But I-
would, because it's,
I'm from Stellenbosch.
no, I know you said that, so that's what. So your relationship with the granddaughter is quite decent enough for you to say, I need a holiday?
No, no. So basically, I met her through another friend, and I happened to be driving in her car. You know, we caught a lift, and got to know. And then we had a mutual friend who was going away, and so she hosted his friends for that, and that's what happened there.
Anything else outside with the Oppenheimer family? Outside of holiday in India, holiday homes?
Anything
Anything else outside of having had holidays?
with the
at
Oppenheimers?
Yeah.
No,
No,
no.
Yeah.
Only on a social, mutual friends.
with the granddaughter only?
Yeah,
And
just
what
with
is
her,
the
yeah.
granddaughter involved in?
She runs what I assume is I don't know, but I think she runs a family office or something. I'm not sure.
The social media that you touched on just earlier, you said Paul is the social media person?
No, not the social media, the media.
Oh, the media.
Sorry, did I say social
Yeah,
media?
I might have, and I might have heard.
Oh,
wrong. So
no,
who was
so the
responsible
media-
for social media?
Pardon?
Who's responsible for, or who was rather?
I used to just look around, wouldn't really post, but on Facebook, there's a company that's just posts some like a post. What do you call them? Postcard type thing with the Forensics for Justice thing twice a week, or boosts it or whatever. But
So you'll
I
have
don't know.
spent money, have you spent?
Pardon?
You'll spent money, or they have spent money boosting social media posts?
Yeah, but I mean, it's minimal. I don't think they even boost it anymore. It's just.
But it has been done. Boosting on the social media. Have you
But
done
I
that?
mean, I
with-
think it reached like 1,000 people.
And have you ever spent money on boosting matters regarding Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I don't think so.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Sarah.
Good evening.
Do you own a company registered under your name?
Yes.
What is that?
SJ Trent Pty Limited, and but I call it SJ Trent Inc.
Okay, what does it do?
I give services as a certified fraud examiner. So so a client will come to me with an issue, and it'll usually be about a fraud or financial crime, and then I will look into it and give all kinds of advice or feedback or a report or something like that. So that's what I would then do.
Is it still operational?
Yes.
Who is the complainant in in General Patlana's case?
As far as I know, it's Mr. Sullivan. And I know that there was a Colonel Moonsamy, and there were pop crew guys who gave statements as well. But the complainant was Mr. Sullivan.
But what is he complaining about?
Corruption.
What corruption? Can you unpack that?
Gosh, it's so late. So if I had the complaint, I'd be able to assist a bit better. Yeah, okay. he had said something in the media that about then General Mkhwanazi and how I don't know what it was said. And then because of that, police whistleblowers came to him and said, look, we've been trying to have someone investigate what's been going on at the forensics lab where Mkhwanazi had been. So he did that and took statements, and then you with that made the complaint to IPID. I don't know if
I'm asking that because you were part of the team that investigated. What exactly were you investigating? If put differently, what were you investigating against General Nhlanhla?
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So the allegations were that service providers to the forensic science laboratories, and then, so for example, there was this, they gave us one of the supposed fingerprint brushes, but it was a makeup brush. Now, with a fingerprint brush, it has to be very fine squirrel hair. So what was happening is that they were using makeup brushes for fingerprints. And then the other thing is they had expired crime scene chemicals that were exploding on the scene or in the vehicles. So we got the photos of that and we got the statements and all of that. And then then we had a woman who was a whistleblower as well, who had intimate knowledge of one of the service providers and their relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi then, and that's what it was based on. And then the further investigation would have led to whatever it led to.
Was corruption part of the the issues that you were investigating?
I think so. I just can't, perhaps I should have, yeah, I can't remember. I don't want to say something that I mean, yeah, corruption, yes, yeah. It was, yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, how does his house then become a focal point of the investigation?
Because in the lifestyle, if you look at, so what he did was, he goes, okay, let's do a lifestyle on him. And so he'll see, look, there's this property. And then you go on Google Earth and you can see in these, oh, okay, that's a pretty massive house for this. And then off we went on that. And then when you compare the income that he was getting at the time to how much the house had been built, what the cars he had at the time, it was impossible to have been able to afford any of that. And that's where the red flag came up. And this was the head of police for South Africa at the time. So, yeah.
I find it very contradictory. You are actually saying to us that he was the head of South African Police, National Commissioner. Why would he not be able to afford a car?
No, at the time that the house was built, he was not.
What was he?
He was heading up the forensics lab.
What was his rank?
I don't know, but I think
Not a lieutenant general.
I don't know, but I just remember that he couldn't have afforded it.
Can I put to you that he was a lieutenant general?
All right.
Do you know how much they are paid?
No. No, I mean, we're talking a long time ago, so.
So what was wrong with General Mkhwanazi building for himself a house?
Nothing's wrong with building a house. Where did it, and you know what, our investigation did lead somewhere.
I'm asking, you are part of that investigation.
Yes.
What is wrong? Is he the only human being in South Africa that was building that kind of a house?
No.
I see a lot of houses, marvelous houses in Johannesburg.
Have you investigated all of those people?
No, but I think that if there's a red flag like that, what excuses the chief of police in a country just because he's the chief of police? He should be held accountable, and he shouldn't be protected because he is the head of the police.
I can't accept that. I find it hard to accept that you want to actually condemn the general simply because he's head of the police, that he should actually
No.
not be actually able to build a house of his dream, a dream house of his own. He's working, he's getting a salary. There are institutions out there which are ready to actually give him money to go and build the house because he has a stable income and is the head of the South African police. I mean, what?
I
why
don't
all this
believe-
drama.
I don't believe he could have afforded that. But again,
And Paul was here and he
Yes.
told us that he owns a private jet.
Paul owns a private jet.
Is that true?
No, are you saying that? Sorry, I
He-
interrupted you. I should have listened
He
to it.
said so.
Sorry?
He said so himself, telling us.
Paul said, no, he has a private plane.
Paul O'Sullivan. Does he not own a jet?
No.
But he
well,
told us that he
I
was
don't-
actually he was driving his own jet.
No, it's a private plane. I don't know if he still has it now. But when I was working for him, it was like a 4-seater plane that you fly. There's no, I don't know
I
where.
was going to ask whether the lifestyle audit has actually been carried out against him to find out exactly whether he can afford that kind of flight.
He doesn't have a jet. Oh, actually, I don't know because I don't, but at the time, I can't imagine.
Okay, move on.
Sorry.
The question about the photographs that were taken at General Patlane's place has actually been answered. You said Paul O'Sullivan actually took those photographs.
As I recall,
Yeah.
correct, yes.
Okay. When those two investigators, IPIT investigators, that is Nhlanhla and Binang, came to your places, I don't know where you met them, they were traveling in an unmarked police car, which could only accommodate 2 people.
I don't know what the car was.
No, I'm not
If it was
interested
marked
in
or
what
not.
car, but it could only accommodate 2 people. That's what you said.
Yes.
And then because of that, Paul actually said, no, leave that car, let's use my car so that all of us can fit in.
Yes,
Is that true?
yes.
And
As far as I remember, that is how I remember it.
Okay. So then you drove off to Patlane's place.
Yes, we went into the estate and went down to the manager's office. Yeah, you go.
All 4 of you.
Yes, in the car.
Okay. So who was leading the team at that particular time? Because it could not have been those 2 IP chaps because they knew nobody.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So between you and Paul, one of you must have been leading that team.
So when we got there, we walked in and look, I mean, I can't remember exactly what happened,
No,
but
it must have been one of you. Remember that the whole idea of actually, roping you into that trip to Patlane's place was because you 2 are white. It is only one of you who could actually be able to persuade those people to actually cooperate in the investigation. So that is why I'm asking, who was leading that team between yourself and Paul.
Okay, we- it wasn't as sort of, it was very simply.
Somebody
we
must have
walked in-
actually, must have led discussion when you're talking out to the branches and the Eustace and all of that crowd. Somebody must have
okay.
been leading discussion.
Yeah, I think Mr. O'Sullivan would probably have spoken the most, but the IPID officers were made, it was made clear. And the thing is, if you do listen to the recordings or see the transcript,
So
you will see
therefore
that
he-
it's because he had all the information, he knew all the information.
So on that day, the lead investigator was Paul.
I wouldn't say that, no. He's been investigating matters forever. So it's not like anyone that doesn't have sort of experience in an investigation. So it just comes naturally. You sit down and you,
Ms. Trent,
yes,
you were requested by the IPT to
Yeah.
SAPS to accompany them simply because they realized that the color of their skin is actually going to make it impossible for them to communicate with those people convincingly. So they roped you in. They phoned you. They phoned one of you.
okay.
And then you agreed to accompany them.
I don't.
You
know.
even provided transport to them. So the entire operation was a Paul O'Sullivan's operation, backed up by Miss Sarah-Jane Trent and the two guys. My question is, when you got there, somebody must have led, the discussion between the two of you, because those two already had actually, made their disadvantage known to you. Okay. I just want to put to you that you were actually leading that investigation. And secondly, Paul, when he got there, he took photographs. Not Nhlanhla, not Binang, but Paul took photographs. Where are those photographs? What was he taking photograph for?
As far as I
What
can
did he do
recall,
with them?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Was General Patlane aware that you were coming to his place?
No,
So you trespassed.
no,
Did you have any permission to enter and do what you did there? Did you have his permission?
not Mkhwanazi's.
If you did not have his permission, then you trespassed.
No, I don't think.
You were not police officers, were you?
No. We
You
were,
went there and you took photographs without his permission.
we were assisting the IPID investigators and
Okay,
went
I don't
in
care
with them.
whether you were.
We
assisting.
didn't trespass.
No, I don't care. You were not police officers.
No, I never made out to be
Took-
such
You
ever.
entered the premises of somebody without his permission. And to make matters worse, you took photographs of his place.
Mm.
To do what with the photographs? Okay. So I want to put it to you that you were leading that investigation. All right. When you came back from there, Lieutenant General, is that Mabula, opened a case of fraud and impersonating IPID against you. And you actually say in your statement that this investigation, namely the case that has actually been, or that had actually been opened by this general, was effectively a counter investigation into the corruption allegation against Nhlanhla. That is you saying that, and only concerned itself with the manner in which IPID was conducting its investigation. Now here is the crunch. It was clear to me, and that is you saying that, that Nhlanhla was abusing his authority as acting commissioner of police to protect himself from investigations and reduce the credibility of IPID witnesses by requiring them to make additional, possibly conflicting affidavits.
Yes.
Why this? You invaded his privacy. Without his authority, you took photographs. Why should he not have opened a case against you?
We were not trespassing. There
What
was
did you do?
we were.
Did you have permission to go there?
No, it was, this was.
Then it's
Okay.
trespass. That's private property, that one, isn't it?
Yes, but I disagree that I was trespassing.
What were you doing?
I accompanied IPID on their investigation into Mkhwanazi, and one of the parts of that investigation was the home. I did not trespass.
Are you aware of something called Mkhwanazi Task Team?
Yeah, is that what they refer the IPID team?
What does it do?
So what I know is in the beginning, the late Nhlanhla, sorry.
Okay, who are involved there? Who constitute that Mkhwanazi task? Is Paul O'Sullivan and who else?
Constitute the Mkhwanazi task team.
Yeah.
No, not Paul O'Sullivan. It was Nhlanhla, at some time Cedric Nkabinde, Timani Binang, Mansara Pesu, and there was a couple of others, but
Robert McBride.
I don't know if he was on the Mkhwanazi task team, but obviously I don't know what his role was or how they had their meetings or.
Mr. Nkabinde was seated where you are sitting
know.
right now. And he told us the composition of the Mkhwanazi task team.
Okay.
Paul O'Sullivan, Robert McBride, and the crowd that you have actually named right now.
Yeah, Cedric.
I wonder why you are running away from mentioning the name of Paul O'Sullivan.
No, Cedric Nkabinde must stop his lies. He's sorry,
Nkabinde is a long associate of Paul O'Sullivan.
Eh?
They used to work together.
Who?
Nkabinde and Robert McBride at IPID.
Yes, I know. I met.
Then you
Mr.
cannot say that.
Nkabinde.
You cannot say that Nkabinde.
No,
is a
I'm
liar
saying
because he was one of the trusted.
implications when he was sitting here.
Was one of the trusted, officers in IPID. Was given to investigate
Yeah.
very, very, difficult and sensitive cases. Okay. The BRI. You were very central in that because you invited people to come to the BRI. Who was there?
The Angelique Sarayo, who is a journalist. She wrote a book called Kretcher. Then it was Cedric Nkabinde, Nhlanhla, Robert McBride, Candace Coetzee, Anthony Fitzhenry, Shadrach Sabia, Paul O'Sullivan.
General
well,
Spear.
General, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Myself,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay. Was it a braai, a book launch, or a meeting?
it was a braai. Okay, so, I went and got the meat and, Angelique came with her books and Paul had a document called Joining the Dots. And we had a braai and, it was about 2 hours and there was no discussion on taking, Arab Spring, overthrowing the government or anything like that, unless going through the document Joining the Dots was, but that had been released, a media release or whatever.
You actually classified that gathering
Yes.
as top secret.
Oh, did I?
Yes,
Okay.
the invites that you sent out to people actually was saying top secret.
Okay.
So much so that when this thing actually was leaked, there was a great deal of panic.
Oh.
Don't you remember that?
I remember the panic, yes.
The panic, yes. Why panic over a braai?
Yeah.
Why
I don't,
panic? Why did you panic?
no, I didn't panic. There was this huge thing about what had happened at this braai, which hadn't happened. That I wasn't saying I panicked. It seemed like there'd been some or other information, or I don't know what the story was there.
You actually have confirmed that Mr. Nkabinde was there.
Yes.
Mr. Nkabinde, seated where you sitting right now, told us that in fact it was not a braai. And neither was it a book launch, but it was a top secret meeting to actually concoct a plot to ensure that General Pahlane does not become, is not confirmed as the National Commission. That is what Nkabinde said.
Okay.
So that is why there was panic when that gathering and the issues that actually were discussed there had been leaked. And then, so what is your take on that? Would you still maintain that it was a braai? Obviously, when you met there for some time, you would obviously have something to eat. But the purpose of the gathering was to actually was not just for a braai, it was a meeting. Do you have anything to say?
I never saw it as a meeting.
Why did you actually classify it a top secret?
That was, I can't remember.
Where was
remember.
that?
It was in
Where was it discussed?
that,
would imagine that
I would
when you were
Paul
doing-
would have told me to send what to send and
Oh,
to,
was it
whom
Paul who
to,
sent?
and to whom to send it to. So I probably sent it to everyone, but it wasn't me, Sarah-Jane Trent, inviting. Am I answering your question?
Could it have been Paul who actually said that, hey, look here, Sarah, because I don't want issues that would be discussed there to leak. Put just right on the invite, top secret.
It's something he would do to say top secret because it's just what he would do. But I don't know. I just wrote it and sent it as it.
Yeah, can I put it to you?
Yes.
You know, that IPID is captured.
by Paul O'Sullivan, Sarah-Jane Trent, Robert McBride, and a few others.
No.
How often do you interact with Spear?
I met him,
General Spear?
I met him twice at that braai. And once I went to, when he was at the city of Johannesburg, I just went to get a document or something of his,
Was
or
he
what I
the
was,
only general invited?
yeah, that was, the people that I named are the only people that were there.
Does he frequent your offices?
No.
Who actually invited him? Who put him on the list of invitees?
To the braai,
Sorry?
to the braai. Who puts
General
Sophia
Spear.
onto the list for the
Who
braai?
compiled the,
No, that, Mr. O'Sullivan.
okay,
I didn't get a +1.
okay. Listen to what, do you know Advocate Mashuha?
Yes.
Okay. Listen to what he has to say. And I'm quoting him. He was seated over there yesterday.
Yeah.
He said, the objective facts set out in this affidavit, and in particular, the evidence emanating from O'Sullivan and Trent. You are Trent, isn't it? Clearly demonstrate that IPID, to the contrary, was captured by O'Sullivan and Trent. What do you have to say?
I think it is a ridiculous thing to say when capturing iPad or an institution, it needs a lot more than a couple of illegally downloaded WhatsApps to show capturing. The criminal justice system has been captured for a hell of a long time. It's not just now that this is happening. It's been a long time and it's very, very broken. And sorry, I'm not going to ramble.
One of my colleagues actually asked you about the Section 205 subpoenas.
Mm.
And listen to what Advocate Mashuha had to say about that.
Mm.
The evidence clearly demonstrates that Trent and O'Sullivan even went to the extent of preparing Section 205 subpoenas and statements, which were presented as if they were compiled by IPID officials.
When you say presented, presented to whom?
Subpoenas and statements which were presented wherever, could be court or wherever, as if they were compiled by IPID issue. I think the operative word here is as if.
Okay, I think it would be issued to whom? It would be one thing if
In other words, you prepared those statements as if they were actually prepared by IPID. You prepared these documents for IPID to actually prove that IPID actually is in the palm of your hands.
No, I disagree. I think it would, yeah, no.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you.
Honorable Sauls. Your time will end at 1:19 in the morning.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Sarah-Jane, Ms. Sarah-Jane.
Good morning, Honorable Souls.
Um, how would you describe your upbringing?
It was a good upbringing. Where do I start? I grew up, my father was a farm manager. My family, I don't know where to start. Would you guide me a little bit?
Anything you want to share about your experiences in your upbringing?
I grew up in a family where so I wasn't expecting this question. Values and sorry, you've thrown me. You've thrown me.
What was your childhood dream as a little girl?
I have a family member that was a politician and in ANC before and after. I said to him, "Oh, I want to be just like you. I want to be a politician just like you." And he said, "Over my dead body." But that's kind of household I grew up in. Small town in Stellenbosch. It was before, it's now this it's very different now. Small community. What can I say?
Were you a daddy's girl?
I don't know.
Why don't you want to talk about
I feel like I'm in therapy.
I have a little girl,
Okay.
and when someone asks my little girl, "Are you a daddy's girl?" she starts glowing and she starts. You don't seem to have the same reaction. Why?
I don't understand. Sorry, you're putting.
You say in your annexure, at your CV,
Yes.
you say,
But that's okay.
you say, throughout, you use the word, throughout my school and university day, I worked various jobs. And then you describe the jobs. You had to work at waitressing, au pairing, giving wine tasting. But you say throughout
Yes.
your school days.
Yes. So
What do you mean by that?
the rule in our home was in the holidays, we weren't allowed to sit in front of the TV. We needed to work. So because my dad managed the farm and we lived on the farm, we would then get a job carrying the wine to the car and getting a tip, or waitressing, depending on the age, doing some waitressing, giving wine tastings, and that kind of thing. So that would be in school holidays. And then when I was in Stellenbosch studying, it would be weekends. So I would give wine tastings at 2 farms because they would, the one weekend here, because they would rotate, students would get jobs in that. And then when I started studying through UNISA, then I, through a family friend, found an au pairing job, so then I could study and then pick up the kids. And then I would sometimes waitress maybe 3 or 4 times in that evening. And that's kind of how I, those sort of odd jobs.
Then 2011, you say you packed a suitcase with only the essentials.
Quite literally, yes. So I had,
And made your way to Joburg.
yeah, I had quite literally sent my CV. Now, remember, I was studying through UNISA, so I hadn't gotten very far in my studies. So to try and get your articles as a candidate attorney is near impossible. So I made an Excel spreadsheet of every single law firm in Cape Town and then started with the Joburg. And eventually one company, John Walker Attorneys, got back to me and they said, listen, we are now doing this inquiry into Pamotsi Gold, but we need someone on this. You're going to have to come to Joburg in the next 2 days. And I said, the time was about 4:30 in the afternoon. I said, cool, book me a flight for 2:30 tomorrow. I've been to Johannesburg once. I literally packed a bag and the secretary had me on her couch for a couple of days while she helped me find a room to rent. And that's how I got there.
Yeah. You want to go back to how would you describe your upbringing?
I had a very good upbringing and very grateful for my upbringing.
Why?
There's too many reasons.
Give me one. Okay. So,
It's quite personal, I feel like, yeah.
yeah. So then in 2015, so now you just have a bag, go to Joburg, you're gonna start this job, sleeping on the couch, you're trying to make a way for yourself. 2015, at age 31, you then look on Google, see this guy, Mr. O'Sullivan. And Google will show you hero. Google will show you the master investigator. And that's what you are introduced to. Do you have a pen with you?
A pen?
There. You have a pen with you?
Yes, I do.
You have a blank page? My time, guys. Relax. It's my 30 minutes. Your pen? Draw a 6. Draw a 6. Do you see the 6?
Yep.
Now, if I had to stand on the opposite side of you, that same 6 would look like a 9 to me. You see that? Who would be wrong?
It depends on which side of the page you're standing on.
So if I say to you, I see a 9, you say to me, no, I see a 6. Who would be wrong?
I'd say, yes, you see a 9 and I see a 6.
So neither would be wrong.
Yeah.
So Google was right. But Google only showed you from one perspective, right? Until you got into it. And you also started seeing the whole. It can exist at the same time. And my fear, Ms. Trent, is that you don't want to talk about the whole. The things that you really experienced. So I'm going to try and see if we can get there. You see, I put it to you. Listen to your story. And I put it to you that you are for the boardroom, not the streets. You are about books, not bullets. You are a dove in a snake's den. And you began to see the whole wasn't as Google showed you. Ms. Trent, does Mr. Paul O'Sullivan care about you?
No.
Doesn't? And you're sitting there, and the reason why you can't explain anything to anybody here is because you're trying hard to explain something that you yourself don't even understand. I'm going to give you an opportunity to try and speak about the things you don't want to speak about. When you couldn't afford your legal fees, he didn't think to pay for you. Ms. Trent, does Paul O'Sullivan care about you?
As far as I'm concerned, no.
During this arrest, his lawyer comes to pick him up. You stand outside, stranded in the dark. He drives off, leaves you there alone. Ms. Trent, does Paul O'Sullivan care about you? Look around you. Turn around. Who's here with you? Who? Nobody. He walked out on you again. And yet, you must sit there and try and cover up these holes. But whilst you're doing that, I'm here to warn you, you're digging a deeper grave for yourself. Yeah. Because you can't explain the things that you're trying to. But you truly believed that what you were doing was genuinely trying to make the country better. But I want to show you the holes. And when I show you the holes, you're going to have to decide. Are you going to be honest about it and say, hey, that's wrong? Because you know what? When you were 38 years old, you resigned. You weren't fired. You resigned. Biologically, your prefrontal cortex.
I'd been in a lot of therapy and
Now let me.
it was starting to work.
Yeah, your prefrontal cortex was now online for over a decade, and you were no longer apologizing for your boundaries, and you decided, I'm leaving. That's why you left. And you walked out, and you went to go help orphans, because that's really who you are, not what you've been experiencing for 7 years. So now you're in your 40s. And let me tell you, if you're not going to decide today what you walked away from, you're going to continue walking. You're going to be stuck at this point for the remainder of your life. You have to make a choice today. Are you going to open those holes, or you want to defend it? Walk away. You survived already. You're independent now. You have your own company. But what you do in the next few minutes is going to determine whether it's going to pull you back or push you forward. Paul O'Sullivan is not coming for you. You are alone. Ms. Trent, you guys were not investigators. In section number 18, paragraph 18 of your affidavit, paragraph 18 of your affidavit, on 9th November 2016, Paul O'Sullivan met two IPED officers, and then you describe it. And then you say they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. You then say this included what? Informing them if and when we had any new information, carrying out certain forensic report checks, that's what you were qualified to do, on persons of interest, desktop research, and consulting from time to time. Now that is within the framework of the law. You were informants, not investigators. The moment you say you're an investigator, that's why you put that section there, but that is outside of the legal framework for what you guys were doing. When you say you informants, you are then saying you were assisting the police with information with their investigation. You were not doing the investigation. Yeah? I'm not saying it's in your affidavit, but that's not what you've been saying the whole time. You know why you haven't been saying it? You're about to talk now, and I'm giving you the understanding of what truth is, because that will set you free. You were not investigators. You were informants. It's described here, as you have described it here, is how it should be. That's legal. You see that?
I see that.
Now, take me to the day on 9th November when you went to Mr. Patlane's house. How did that happen? Did Paul call you, or how did that happen?
I can't remember. I would have been at the office.
Yeah. So you at the office, what happened?
Get in the car and
No, but how does this happen? You at the office, you don't know about going to Patlane's house. He comes and tell you.
I can't remember because he could have asked me to call Nhlanhla, or he called me, or I'm not sure how the communication was, but at the end of the day, it was agreed that we would meet at SAPS.
Yes, but he explains to you, you are going there for what?
Oh, we're going to show the IPIN investigators the house and to go and see the estate manager.
Wow.
I can't remember exactly what was said. Please, I need to.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Relax, listen. Trust me. I have some inclination of what you're going through.
Yeah.
It's on you to just be truthful.
Absolutely.
Now, the idea you have is you going to deal with corruption, you're going to find evidence for it. That's you, because that's the impression you're getting. And it's your job, you're going to get in with your boss and you're going to go there, right?
Yeah,
You know what?
correct.
Do you know what really happened? What really happened, Ms. Trent, is that 11 months ago, before that day, your boss sent a threatening email to General Patlane. And he wanted him to deal with General, is it Musul or Moon?
Munu.
Munu. He wanted him to deal with Munu. And then he gave him 10 days to deal with Munu, and if he doesn't, then he's going to take focus off Munu and he's going to go for him. The 10 days passed. Patlane refused. He didn't do anything. And guess what Paul did? Now, if it was about corruption, then you guys should then deal with both Munu, and General Patlane, because it's about corruption, it's not about the person, but because of Paul O'Sullivan's God status, which you know about. He needs to decide. We're not going after him, we're going after him because he doesn't want to do what I tell him to do. And you just have to follow. You went that day on the 9th of November, not because there was some investigation that came up. It's because Paul O'Sullivan decided to change his target because General Patlane did not obey him. You guys now get there. As you walk in, you now there were two iPad officials. Do you tell the staff there, you are not iPad officials? Do you tell them?
I don't say I am not an IPID official. But I introduce myself, yes.
Sorry?
I introduce myself, but I
As
don't.
what?
It's Sarah-Jane Trent from Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. And look, I'd rather give the
That's okay.
recordings or the transcript.
It's not your fault. You were not supposed to do that. Your boss was supposed to do that. Your boss was supposed to say, I am Paul O'Sullivan. These are IPID officials. The fact that you guys didn't say that, now you,
It's possible that he did. It is possible.
he
Sorry.
testified he didn't,
Okay, okay.
right? So you are an attorney, although you're not practicing. But there's a legal principle called the color of office, where you present yourself as something without saying, but the impression of the people is that you are. Misrepresentation by silence. And that's what you all are guilty of. You did not, you had a legal duty. Not you, your boss. But if you want to continue to close up the holes for your boss, you're right in there with him. Your boss had a legal responsibility to say with his mouth, we are not police officers. The fact that he didn't means it was misrepresentation by silence, because psychologically all of you knew that if you don't say it, there's a huge possibility that the perception might be you are together as police, all of you. And you played the role together, that's why you could ask the question. When you use the iPad office, it is all giving the impression that you're part of iPad. Misrepresentation by silence. Do you see that?
I see what you're saying, yes.
Now separate yourself from that. You know how you do it? Truthfully, which is not a lie. Your boss instructed you. You were doing your job. You went with the understanding that you all are fighting corruption. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Stop trying to explain something that you have no clue of. That's how you separate yourself. The semi-social relationship that you had with Mr. McBride, was that meant to be private?
Yes.
No one should know. Do you know why, Ms. Trent? Because to your boss, that too was leverage. Your access card to information was that relationship. You know why he chose to pay for McBride's legal fees and not yours? Because you good enough for him to have something on McBride. And he needs to get him and keep him in his job, because he needs that in order to solve these cases. Ms. Trent, you were used, but you were brave, you walked away. Keep walking. Keep walking. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Trent.
Good morning, honorable vessels.
I'm considering if I should ask questions just to get us to breakfast times.
Well, we're up for it.
We've had the best of this, but no, I'm literally covered in terms of all the questions. The colleagues have covered me. Yeah, Chairperson, I rest. Thank you.
Honorable James.
What just happened with honorable vessels now? We're still busy stretching. Sure, okay, yeah, I'm drained. Good morning, Ms. Trent.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am okay.
You okay? You were crying profusely earlier on.
Yeah, it's this.
Why were you crying?
It's this PTSD, kind of, I was completely fine and then it all comes rushing back.
Oh.
And it's very overwhelming and embarrassing as well.
It is embarrassing.
It is very
Especially all the
embarrassing.
things you've done.
Sorry?
The last couple of years. It is embarrassing. The things you've done is embarrassing. So I want to know why you were crying. Were you crying? Because you got caught
No,
out? Or were you crying because you regret doing everything that you
no, I was crying because of what happened to me.
What happened to you?
I was, abducted, my
You were
phone was
abducted?
stolen.
You weren't abducted. Your phone wasn't stolen. Your phone was booked into
Absolutely.
the SAP 13 book at the police station. What makes you think your phone was stolen?
It was
It wasn't stolen, I'm telling you, it wasn't stolen. It
It
was
was.
booked into an SAP 13 book at the police station. It was put into a forensic bag in front of you.
Have
You
you got
signed the
the
warrant
chain of
Yes,
custody?
I do.
Then
So
you
why,
must know that
why
it's-
did you come before and saying what happened to you like you're the victim? You are not the victim here. South Africans are the victims. Our communities, those are the people who's the victims here. While IPID was meant to be investigating corrupt policemen, what were they doing? Working hand in glove with yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You are not the victim here. You should be celebrating today. Because Mr. Vincent Smith was arrested. You shouldn't be crying. That was all you're doing. You said earlier on. Am I right?
I opened the case, I didn't.
Yeah, you opened the case. He was finally arrested today to 7 years imprisonment. Thrill-seeking behavior. We did it. We won. We made history. Then you come here today and you tell us that you don't want to talk about the extraction reports from your phone.
No, this is illegal.
No, it's not illegal. Ma'am,
Absolutely
let me tell you something. It is no longer illegal. We've received a letter
A
from the
letter
national,
does not mean,
we've received the go-ahead from the National Commissioner, General Masimola, earlier on today, saying that the documents, these extracts were obtained legally.
no, they weren't.
They were.
No, they weren't.
I don't care what you say, but they were, and we have them now. And this
also,
can you give her a copy? Is there a copy for her?
I have, but
You
also
do have a copy.
judge needs, determines that in a,
Okay,
in a
fixed you
trial.
said you don't
Not
remember, then you said, you know what you're not gonna do now? I have 15 minutes. Jy gaan nie praat as ek praat nie. That's what you're not gonna do here. Because you wasted our time this entire night lying. And the only thing that can vindicate us are these extraction reports.
I'm not dealing with them, I'm sorry.
And that's why you don't. If you don't want to deal with them, I will deal with them. You don't have to. Because I will read all of these messages. I was going to be selective in my questioning, but if you're going to give me that attitude, ek gaan alles hier lees. And you'll crawl out of here. Because you have been lying under oath the entire day. You have been lying about not writing statements. In your conversation between yourself, and you must pick a side now. Do you want to do McBride or do you want to do Nhlanhla? Who do you want to do?
No, you're putting, you're remembering things wrong. I did not.
I am what?
What's happened?
Be very careful what you say. What did you say to me? No, what did you say to me?
I'm sorry, but your tone is very intimidating and it's putting me off.
Yes,
so-
you know what, ma'am? Your behavior has been intimidating since 2016 to many victims that you have targeted and plotted against. So this is a taste of your own medicine.
Okay.
So when you follow people's children and probe their mothers' homes, that is intimidation. That is intimidation. When you go through people's private records on their homes, their bank account, when you expose them like that, that is intimidation. When you're sharing numbers of ministers, when you are saying, let us next on our list is the minister, let's go. That is intimidation. You came here today crying. Yet you were going after top cops of this country. And today you are a victim. I don't
No.
understand. I
No.
don't understand why you were crying.
Well, you don't know me, so.
No, I don't have to know you. I know you based on what you were busy with. Based on these documents. I even lost my trail of thought now. Let's turn to the Patlani matter. Who was the complainant in the matter? Because in your paragraph 18, you say IPID requested your assistance in the case. But if I understand it correctly, you, Paul, your boss, was the complainant. So how does that work? You can lodge can the complainant investigate a complaint? Yet you said earlier on when you were being questioned that they reached out to you, but Paul was the complainant. That you were helping IPID. How does that work? And please don't lie, it's late.
The case is opened. That is what we do, is we put cases together. We meet with them and we say, look, we do investigate if you need any assistance.
So you,
let us
in
know.
case you meet with IPID and you tell IPID if you need assistance, call us. Does that even make sense? Are you listening to yourself? You are embarrassing yourself in front of millions of South Africans right now. Why did you leave Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? And who are you working for now?
I work for myself.
You work for yourself. Who do you represent? Do you represent a guy by the name of... Give me a minute. Who do you represent in a matter? Do you know Zunaid Moti?
I do, but I don't represent him.
Who do you represent?
I don't want to talk about.
You know Mike Miller?
Yes, I do.
Do you represent him?
I have done work for him. Yes.
You've done what work for him in what capacity?
I have a confidentiality agreement with the client. I can't talk about their work.
Isn't it that Zunaid Moti is in a major dispute with Mike Miller at the moment?
That is correct.
That is correct. Who's representing Zunaid Moti?
I don't know.
Paul O'Sullivan. Why are you saying yes? You just said you don't know.
Well, representing.
You
in
remember
what way?
now?
No,
In
representing.
a dispute, there's a dispute between the two of them.
Correct.
Between Zunaid Moti and Mike Miller.
Correct.
And you are representing Mike Miller?
I'm not representing Mike Miller.
Okay, you're working for him, you're doing work for him.
I've done a couple of things for him, yes.
Did you tell Mike Miller why you left Paul O'Sullivan? The real reason. You only have this one chance to come clean, and I cannot believe this is how you're handling it. Did you tell Mike Miller the real reason why you left Paul O'Sullivan? Paul O'Sullivan left you out to dry the night of the arrest. He drove off. And today you are sitting here still trying to cover for him when you have only this one opportunity. Really? Really, Ms. Trent? You are opting to cover instead of the truth. So why is it so hard?
there's nothing to cover up. I mean, I've always said, I've never witnessed him committing any offense. And that's what I said that very clearly to.
So he's never lied and created false affidavits, Paul O'Sullivan?
No,
Never
not,
ever.
no, not false affidavits.
What has he done?
What do you mean? What has he done?
You said no, not false affidavits, like there's something else.
No, you said lied or made false affidavits.
I cannot believe that you are wasting your one chance. As to why you left Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, as to why you didn't have contact with him for 4 years. Why didn't you have contact with him for 4 years? Why only now? I cannot believe. What happened? Breathe. You were a strong girl. For 4 years, you didn't have contact with him. There's a reason. You and I know it. Yes, we know it.
It has nothing to do with whether he's committed any offenses or anything, but I had to get out. I had to get out of there. I wanted a proper life.
Why wasn't your life proper?
It was just very, oh, I'm so bad. It became destructive, self-destructive, and it got to a point where just couldn't.
You couldn't what? Into the mic.
Carry on working there. I just it didn't feel right. I'd been getting therapy, you know, from we disagree on the trauma and the was it for me.
Ms. Trent, breathe and cut all these soul ties tonight. Cut the soul ties, because that's what it is. It's a bondage. You're in slavery. You have this one opportunity. He used you. He used you.
Yeah.
Not only with McBride, with Nhlanhla as well. And I'm not going to mention more names because I'm not here to humiliate you. I want to give you an opportunity to speak to South Africans here tonight. He used you. Tell us. That's why you left. That's how come you haven't been speaking to him for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he did. Didn't help me. Yeah, and I think, you know, you go back to work on the Monday and eventually,
We're going to give you time to get your life back tonight. so that you can be removed and detached from all of this. But you've got to speak to us.
I don't, there's a lot to say. For me, there's a lot of resentment, but also it took me a long time to feel like I could leave. I sound like a, I don't want to sound like a victim or anything like that, but it was a very stressful environment. It was, like Honorable Source was saying, you know, bullets and streets and what. You know, I think I don't know what I would do, to be perfectly honest, right now. I'm just happy I'm out. I'm happy I'm out.
What was in connecting the dots the night with the braai? That information that he had.
It's called joining the dots.
Joining the dots.
And it was about how he had joined the capture of the criminal justice system, and how, so it would be, for example, burning in Tlemesa and the DPCI, and then it would have the connection with sort of the Johan Boysen and the thing. So it was how that was connected and joined, and you know, I think he handed it out then. I remember it like that, so it must be. But basically the braai was pretty much listening to, you know, how wonderful he is.
You can say it.
How wonderful he is. And it was, and then he rushed off to the airport, and that was it. A couple of us stayed for another drink and went home.
Do you have access to that document, joining the dots?
Yes, yes, I do. I think I have given it to the evidence leaders.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Am I done?
Yes, the 15 minutes have expired. From 7:15, yeah, you can check your time what it is now. Mrs. Sarah-Jane Trent. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you open a case against General Patlan?
Did I open a case against General Mkhwanazi? Me personally, no. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you open a case against General Patlan with IPID?
Paul O'Sullivan opened the case, yes. Not me, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you went to Patlan's house, because you have not opened any case against him with IPID, when you went there, what justified your presence there as a South African citizen?
I worked for Paul, and I had worked.
No, listen. Paul is the one who opened the case, not you.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Correct.
And you worked for Paul.
Correct.
If Paul had a reason legally for him to be there, let's just say in case he had a reason, what reason did you have yourself? Because you are not what? You are not joined to Mr. O'Sullivan. In terms of South African law, you are two separate citizens.
Yes, I understand.
Yes. What justified your presence there?
I think I've answered that.
No,
I was told.
I am asking you now. I want to know Why were you there? Because you have not opened any case against General Pathan with IPID. It was opened by your employer.
Correct.
Yes. Why were you there? What is your locus standi?
Sorry,
So you acted in common purpose.
no, I didn't act unlawfully.
We want to hear you speaking about the lawfulness that makes you to be there. What is the lawfulness that make you to be there?
I think, Honorable Chairperson, I feel like I'm a bit on the spot here to defend myself as if a criminal trial, as opposed to giving information and facts. And
No,
I feel like
you don't have to defend yourself. You must give us.
because you've just said
we
you
must give
acted
us
in common
evidence.
purpose.
We are investigating. We read you before we saw you in. We read you the 4 pillars that we are investigating in our terms of reference. We are investigating public interference. It's one of them.
Yes,
You are a member of the public.
yes.
You have not opened any case with IPID against General Pathan.
No.
Where do you get the right to just stand up from where you were and go to Pathan's house? The honorable members are right. If you listen to what Honorable Mkhwanazi was asking you, he was telling you that you did not have any business to be there. Whether it was going to be a pointing or anything, you have not opened a case, and you must tell the people of South Africa that I was there wrongfully. Don't try and justify something that is not there. Number 2, let's deal with the dramatis personae. The dramatis personae, the people who were there at the braai. You say you say they were invited by you.
Yes. Or I sent the
Invitation.
yes.
On behalf of Mr. O'Sullivan.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go through them one by one. Just mention a name.
General Sabia.
What justified his invitation?
He had been mentioned in the joining the dots document.
No. You said that it was a braai and a book launch.
Yes.
And then joining the dots, is it the book that was being launched there?
It had just been
Joining the dots is a separate document from the braai and the book that was being launched.
It was
yes.
At one table, yes.
No. Wait. The people were invited for a braai, isn't it? And there was also a book launch. But there was a third item there, which was a document called Joining the Dots. Am I correct?
Correct. That is how I remember it, yes.
Yes. It's not the book that is alleged to have been launched at that event. Because yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, when you talk to us about inviting, number 1, inviting people to the braai. Number 2, that there is also a book that was being launched. You even said that he came with some copies of the book.
Yes,
What was the title of the book?
Creature.
Yes. So number 3, there is this document called Joining the Dots, which when you are pressed to explain what it means, you say it was about how he exerted influence in the criminal justice system. Am I correct?
How Mr. O'Sullivan exerted influence.
Yes.
Um,
Or how he immersed himself.
it was, how I understood it was to join the dots of how things were connected, to show, capture in the criminal justice system. That's how I understood it. But I understand,
It's fine. If it was, wait, let's follow your explanation. That it was meant to illustrate how capture manifests itself in the criminal justice system. That's what you are saying.
yeah.
So what was the position of Sibia in the SAPS at the time?
He wasn't in the SAPS. He was at City of Johannesburg at the time.
And then how was the City of Johannesburg joined in the dots?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was, City of Johannesburg wasn't in the,
It was not
No.
joined in the dots.
no,
So,
it wasn't joined in the dots.
no, remember Sibia was invited by you.
Yes.
So are you saying that he was Iranian?
No. It's like a, I don't know how many page document. I have given it to the evidence leaders as well.
Yeah. I want to understand, was Sibia a friend of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I don't think a friend, but they knew each other, yes.
If a person organizes a bribe, can you just look at people?
No, he knew,
Can
General
you
Sibia.
just look at people in the police service and say, no, I'm now throwing the dice, whichever way it falls, I will invite this one, I will invite this, I'll invite that.
Yeah, no,
Do you agree with me that those people were carefully selected?
Yes.
If we ask you about them one by one, will you explain why each one of them was there in that bribe, if it was a bribe?
I could explain, where they're from, although.
No, I'm not asking about where they are coming from. I'm asking about what legitimizes their presence at the bribe. So the questions are very difficult for Mandla, the late Mandla Mahlangu. What was the reason for him being there at the bribe? What was the reason for Mr. McBride to be at the bribe?
So Paul said, invite these people, and that's what I did. So it wasn't me that decided who came or for what purpose he decided on who to invite, if that makes sense.
No, it does not make sense.
But
We are investigating public interference
mm,
in the work of the criminal justice system. And the fact that we put to you now shows exactly how you and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan have captured the IPID. That is why you are even able to invite them without explaining to us whether you had a friendship with them or what. And it's not only those two IPID, you also invite Sibia from the City of Johannesburg. You are unable to tell us why did he have to be there?
I don't know.
Do you agree with me that you don't know why they were there? Or you don't know the logic behind their invitations?
Correct. I don't know if there was a plan or what do you call it? What's the word?
A conspiracy or a plot.
No, you know, a play, like a move, you know, in a game of chess or whatever what it was, but yeah, it wasn't. I don't know why they were invited. I just sent the invitations and I bought the meat and it was 2 hours. It was not a meeting on how to overthrow anything at all.
Okay, was after you were arrested for impersonating as an IPIT official. The IPIT officials who were with you in the car, was there any action taken against them at their workplace?
Was there any?
Action taken against them?
I don't know.
But you might have heard if there was anything.
I have no idea. I know that Nhlanhla was shot.
Yeah?
I know that Nhlanhla was killed, but I don't know.
What was it after he went there?
Hey?
Was it after he went?
He was supposed to be giving evidence, I think. Anyway, yeah, you know what, I'm just not going to finish that sentence. Yeah, very tragic.
Did you ever have IPIT letterheads in your hands?
No, letterheads. I remember Paul had, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know what a letterhead is.
You must tell me, what is it that you remember?
What I remember is that there were allegations that he had a letterhead. I've never sent a letter on a letterhead, iPad letterhead. I haven't.
Why, when we ask you questions, you make a statement, and when you must complete the statement, you make a 360 degrees turn? Why? All these members, each one of them who asked you a question, you will start by responding to the question, and in the middle of your statement, you make a 360 degree turn. It's exactly what you are doing now. When I ask you, did you ever have an IPIT letterhead in your hands? You say, I remember Paul had, and then you change it.
No, I mean, maybe I'm not thinking before I answer and just jumping in.
No. I come from a village. Many people in my village don't know English. English is a first language to you. There is no way you can be confused about your language.
I'm not saying I'm confused about my language.
No. You can't do those things to us. Okay, tell me, if we were going to give you an opportunity now, after the questions that honorable members have asked you, what do you say about the allegations that have been made against you by witnesses that have come before us? Your name has been mentioned repeatedly here, not by one witness, more than 2, more than 3, more than 4 witnesses, senior police officers who have access to information in the SAPS. What do you have to say about these allegations that have been made against you. You listen to what Honorable Sol said when he spoke to you. He was trying to speak to your conscience.
I'm concerned that you've made a decision that I am guilty and that I must confess. This is how I'm interpreting what you're saying to me.
Who made the decision?
The way that you're putting it to me is, come on, come clean, confess. I maintain my innocence.
Nobody says you are guilty.
That's how you're coming across to me. You said, you know, how Honorable Saul said, you know, it's time to come clean. I have not committed any criminal offense.
Nobody says you are guilty. I am saying to you that there are these allegations. Very serious allegations.
They're very disturbing allegations.
Yes.
And I deny having committed any criminal offense. And it is very unfortunate that I've been dragged into this, but, you know, I'm here to assist the committee, but I have nothing to confess or about any wrongdoing.
Do you think that there are things that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan did which are outside the law?
No, no.
Everything that you did was lawful.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that anything I have witnessed, that I have not witnessed any Paul O'Sullivan doing anything unlawful. I've not witnessed it because I would not be able to be sitting here today and speaking to you with a straight face if I knew that he'd done something
Has
unlawful.
the semi-social relationship give you undue access to certain IP documents?
Not at all.
Has it had undue influence to decision-making in IPID?
I don't know. It's their decisions. So I haven't influenced anyone's decisions, but they're not my decisions to make.
Okay. Let me ask you this last question. I don't want to ask you, I want to respect what you said. The cell phone conversations that several honorable members have made reference to here. Do you understand them to be private and confidential?
Yes, but I mean, it's a whole.
Do you understand them to be private and confidential?
Of course.
And then if there is a legitimate way that you may have to be answerable to those messages. If there was to,
no problem. If I could get my phone back.
Wait. If there was to be a legitimate way where those messages will be accessed and you will have to be answerable, are you ready to answer?
Of course, sorry, are you finished? If I can get my phone back and we download it and only extract the relevant data and not any of my personal information.
No, there is nothing.
Because they have leaked that.
Yeah, there is nothing personal.
But they have leaked it.
If you come here, listen, if you come here and make an admission before us that you had a semi-social relationship with an office bearer in a government institution, the committee must investigate the extent to which that relationship has influenced the decisions of that office bearer. Do you understand?
Mm.
And maybe not even one, more than one office bearers. The committee must probe that. Are you ready to have that information being probed?
Not on whatever these things are. These aren't, that's never going to stand up anyway.
Yeah? I don't hear what you're saying.
Oh, no, not on these things that came from Israel with a letter, not even a commissioned statement for chain of evidence. No.
We don't talk about Israel. We talk about, you're not Israel. We talk about you and your semi-social relations. There is no Israel.
I thought you were talking about my phone records.
Yes, that information is in your records.
Purported records, yeah. Purported records. We don't know where these are from.
Kawazen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have a few questions to round up and then I'll be done to round off. Ms. Trent, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I don't want to disclose how long I've been awake for. The chairperson has just reminded you of the work that we are doing in this committee, that this committee is doing. And you've been invited to assist the committee with what you know, and you took an oath to do so truthfully. But repeatedly in your evidence, you kept saying, I've never seen Mr. O'Sullivan commit a crime. And that's not the question before you. I'm just going to leave that at that.
Okay.
The question before you is not whether he's committed a crime or not. The question before you that you have to respond to in assisting this committee is the work that his entity, Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, was doing within law enforcement. And so you are correct to say that this is not a court because that is not what is being conducted. However, you are still being invited to provide the committee with information that you know, that you have in your possession regarding some of the work that you did within law enforcement. And it is for this committee, together with the evidence leaders, to weigh that evidence to see whether the conclusion of infiltration can be made. At this stage, there is no such infiltration. We are investigating into infiltration. The question that I have is, Mr. Patlane testified that he had an incident at Dunkeld. And Advocate Mkhwanazi testified that, so the incident ended up on social media in essence. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Do you have a comment?
This was,
perhaps because, let me just shorten the time so that I can be a bit more pointed. Advocate Mkhwanazi says that the video that was posted on social media was posted by you. You first posted it using your handle, your name, under your name, and then you subsequently deleted when you realized that you'd made that mistake, and you posted it under the handle Amanda. Did you post that video on the video clip regarding the incident at Dunkeld?
I don't remember, but possibly.
You may have.
Yeah.
So you did, okay. What we know is that that video clip was in the possession of Mr. McBride.
Okay.
Would you have gotten it from him?
Possibly. Yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is, well, not question. Well, you joined Paul O'Sullivan and Associates in May 2015, which is the point that Honorable Cameron was trying to make. In 2016, you were then roped into matters that was a few months after you had joined, about 7 months or so, that you had joined, you were roped into matters. You started off as an assistant, but you had a formal role in 2016. What was that role? Your position within the entity?
Yeah, in 2016, I
Yes.
think we've covered that.
No, we haven't. What was your role? Not what you carried out. What was your position?
Yes.
Yes.
1 second. Sorry, it's very late.
Yes.
My
Eventually
eyes
click-
are crusting over. In
16.
yes, corporate counsel. That was because
You were-
I had
you-
been admitted as
yes.
an attorney, so. I
Indeed,
used
you were
that, yes.
corporate counsel and
Yes.
not an assistant as you have been made to seem. So you were corporate counsel for Paul O'Sullivan. And every time you
And- yeah.
accompanied him, you accompanied him in your capacity as corporate counsel for the entity.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And, but what you also testified throughout this evening is that as corporate counsel, you took instructions from Paul, you sent out invites.
No, but this was
Um,
before.
At every given point this evening, you've constantly told the committee that you took instructions from Paul. You have not testified that I sat with Paul, we strategized, this is how I advised him as corporate counsel in how we should deal with these matters. In going to Sable Hills home, I advised them that we are unable to actually enter this home because that would be unlawful. That's what corporate counsel would do. So the point I'm just putting to you is that your testimony tonight has only been about taking instructions from Paul.
Yes, and over that period, correct.
And you also just conducted research, compiling dockets, which is why you could almost be mistaken for an assistant.
Correct.
Okay. What did you understand by being corporate counsel?
That if you're admitted attorney and working in a company or in-house, it's just another word it's like a new word that they'd sort of accepted for in-house counsels.
But the division is legal.
Yes. So it would be.
So you would have been in-house legal.
Yes, and then later on CFEs, which is, yeah.
So everything that you would have conducted in that period, you would have done it in your capacity as corporate counsel.
I would have to think about that one.
It's the role you were in. It's your
Yeah,
position.
that's what was
You
on my
would have been-
letterhead, yeah.
You would have been working in
So-
that position
sorry,
every day. And you would have been conducting your day-to-day tasks as
Yes, as
in-house
is with
legal.
yeah.
You were providing advice to the staff in the entity, also providing advice in support to the executive team.
This was just a handful of
Yes,
us.
but those handful of people would have relied on you for all the policies within the entity, as well as anything, contracts, whatever operations you would have been doing, you would have been the person to go to advise on whether you are in a position to give you would have been the person who would have been able to advise the entity and including Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, whether it is lawful for your entity to take statements on behalf of IPID. That is the role of legal.
No, I don't agree with that. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a bigger discussion or debate on that. I can't just
Yes, I
accede to
don't
that.
take away the discussion because obviously how entities operate depends on the size of the entity. I'm talking
Correct.
specifically about your position as reflected on your CV.
Yes,
is that of corporate counsel. So all legal matters would have come to your desk,
yeah, which, I mean, the.
which include advising the team on how you conduct operations in assisting
No.
law enforcement.
There was nothing unlawful about that. And I know
I
that.
haven't said unlawful. I haven't said anything about unlawful. I'm talking about your position and the kind of support you would have been giving the team, which is what corporate counsel does within an entity. What I'm trying to ascertain, Ms. Trent, again, it's 2:00 in the morning. I'm not trying to trick you, and I'm not cross-examining you. I'm putting your evidence on the record. Up until this point, we have discussed, everything that we've discussed has been about you being an assistant to Mr. O'Sullivan. And I think that as a lawyer, an attorney who's admitted, it's a very difficult degree to obtain. And once you've obtained it, I'm sure you were proud of it. What I'm trying to say is to be reduced to an assistant, whereas your position as reflected in your CV is that of corporate counsel. And some of your duties would entail supporting the team on legal matters. That's
Yeah,
correct,
yeah.
okay. So Mr. Uester, whose statement you assisted with, did you assist as in your capacity as legal, or did you assist in your capacity?
If you can, I can't remember if I assisted with drafting a draft, or if it was Paul, if I was in the email. I can't remember.
Okay, because of the time, let's assume it was Paul. Let's assume it was Mr. O'Sullivan that drafted the statement. He would have relied on your legal advice on the status of him taking a statement on behalf of the entity, because it would have been within the scope.
Oh, no, he wouldn't have asked my advice on that.
But you were with him at Sable Hills?
Yes.
Yes. So you were aware that he's taking this statement?
There was nothing wrong with taking the statement.
Did you warn him that?
No, I didn't need to.
He has to, you didn't need to? Okay, I'm just asking a question. It's okay?
No, it's a good question.
Okay. You also then testified that of spyware called, I don't know, can you say it again? Pegasus.
Oh, yeah, it's very serious.
What is Pegasus?
So, I don't know what Pegasus is, but apparently it is this super phone intercepting device. And apparently it's from Google. It's.
How did you come to know about it?
Oh, I went, when I was trying to find out about my phone in Israel and what Israel and the phone stuff has to do with, and then I kind of came across sort of what spywares they use and that kind of thing. And then I saw that there was something about a spyware in South Africa. There is one, I'm not sure which one apparently, but it's, sorry, I am so tired.
No, it's okay. I can remind you because I'm not trying to trick you, so I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. You testified that you suspected that somebody was using it on you. Who was using it on you?
Oh, no. That was more of an ingest. I didn't state that as I actually, it was when Honorable Skosana, was it you,
Yes,
who said, were we spying on Dudizile Zuma
Yes.
Sambutla?
Yes.
sort of laughed and said, "Oh, I thought they were using it on me," not as
Yeah.
a statement.
No, what you did say is that, no, I did not spy on Duduzile, but are you talking, that's hectic. You reacted. You said, that's hectic. I suspected somebody was using on me. That's how I know about it. I have it in.
Oh, is that
debate.
what I said?
That's what she said, yes.
Okay.
And so I'm just more interested because I've never
Okay.
heard of it
Oh,
before.
okay.
I've
didn't
never
know
heard
that
of it
side.
before, and it falls within the terms of reference. of what we are
Okay.
Going to investigate.
Yeah.
And you've just enlightened me about this.
Yeah,
new thing. So I'd like to just
I do-
basically know who was trying to use it on you.
I don't know. I mean, it was just a slip of the tongue, but I do know that there's a problem with spying devices. I think it's an issue.
Ms. Trent, because it's very late and I think everybody here is not happy with me that I've detained them for a bit longer than they would like to. I don't have enough time to press you, but I don't accept that you said it in jest. You reacted and you told the committee it's on the record. Do you have a comment about that?
No, I don't think anyone was using Pegasus on me, but I don't.
Okay, one of the things that was being investigated, if I may remind you, on the Pahlane matter with the Pahlane trust team, is that Pahlane had been accused of trying to procure, now I don't really know what the difference is between a grabber and spyware, so I'll just say spyware. That he was trying to procure spyware, and that is part of what you investigated. It was a contract which had been inflated, the amount had been inflated. How did you know that?
Is this the 45 million
Yes,
thing?
indeed, that's the one. How did you know the amount was inflated? Are you familiar with prices of spyware?
Oh no, I just know that it was inflated, not because I looked at anything. I've never seen that investigation or any of the docket or anything like that. I don't know what a grabber would cost.
Okay, so
Yeah.
amongst the things, various complaints, or rather the things, what you were looking into investigating, General Pahlane, you did not come across this 45 million rand contract.
A contract?
Yeah, you didn't look into, you didn't.
No, I didn't look
investigate.
into any contract, no.
Okay, we'll move on. Are you aware that General Sibiya also procured spyware on behalf of the city of Johannesburg?
I did not. I know that there've been allegations in the media. No.
Do you know anything about it?
No, nothing. I don't have any information on any purchase of spyware.
Okay. You also spoke about the brushes for fingerprints.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you know about brushes for fingerprints? What they're supposed to look like and?
So that is from the whistleblowers that came to see Mr. O'Sullivan when I was there, and they brought an example of the makeup brush that they had been given. And in the, I think there was a David Klatzo, he's a forensic specialist. He was a South African, he's moved, but he did a report on what the squirrel brush, hairbrush, and the, why it's important, and it's very fine, and it doesn't smudge the print and that kind of thing.
Okay. Lastly, do you have more than one passport?
No, I only have one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Trent.
Oh, it's waiting for me, Chair.
Are you done? Can I see hands of people who want to speak? What is it, Honorable Skosana?
Chair, just before before you close, Sarah-Jane Trent, when she broke down earlier, I just want her to be frank to the committee. She said it to me outside, and I was very touched as well, because it reminded me of Cedric and Kabinde. You said to me, do you remember, or must I say it? Because for me, I think you need help. We have to help you on this matter. Whether it's your attorney, whether it's Paul, somebody said something to you, then you broke down. Somebody said something to you, whether it was direct from Paul O'Sullivan or was it coming from your attorney. You said to me, Paul, and you were crying. What was happening?
I was just angry with Paul because just too much.
I rest my case, Chair. Thank you.
This is what he does.
Sarah, uyamazi uNqola wabantwana?
What are you saying, Miss Trent? What are you saying?
Sorry?
What are you saying?
I just see everyone's packing up, so I said, am I finished?
No, you're rewriting questions.
Uh,
You're reloading questions.
No, honorable members,
We have you until
let
5
me
a.m.
thank you so much.
I've got a flight.
Ms. Trent, we want to thank you for availing yourself to come before us. From yesterday, we had very good proceedings with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and yourself. So we have come to the end of the proceedings. Today is Friday, is 17 minutes after 2. I'm going to request the members to stand up and leave the chambers. We have made announcements previously. We all know that we are meeting on Monday in our housekeeping meeting. And then next week is the last week. You must inform everybody at home that next week is the last week. We don't want to hear stories of members whose family know them to be in the ad hoc committee for the whole year.